WebEx to power all of our virtual content and events. A couple housekeeping notes. First of all, in the top right corner of your screen, if you're not familiar with Cisco WebEx, you can switch from the single active speaker view over to the grid view, which we highly recommend you doing. If you are using streaming on YouTube, you are also able to download the extension for Chrome or Firefox for viewing directly through the platform, which may make for a more optimized viewing experience. Lastly, on the bottom of your screen, there are 3 dots. If you click those 3 dots, you should be able to open the Q&A widget and module. We do allocate time for audience questions throughout the event, following most panels and fireside chats. So we highly recommend you do that. We welcome all of your questions, as will our speakers. A little bit of background: Brand Innovators is a community, first and foremost, of about 35,000 marketers around the country, as well as in Toronto, across Europe, and the world. We bring our community members, senior brand marketers, other industry leaders together in various formats to share with each other and learn from one another as we all try to drive the industry forward and improve what we do and make everything smarter and better. And this is our debut sports marketing upfronts. One of the things we really wanted to do, if you're familiar with the upfront model, historically puts the majority of the emphasis on the seller and the properties. And we'll be hearing certainly from some of the amazing leaders in just a second from that side. But we really wanted to highlight the brand and the buyer side of this conversation, right? What are they looking for? What are their needs? What are their objectives? It's often very highly nuanced. And we all know that the world of sports marketing and sports in general has been turned upside down. So learning from these industry leaders that you'll hear from in just a second, whether it's at Ford or Danone or Frito-Lay or Dell or SAP or MetLife or Pepsi and AB InBev and countless others over the next day and a half, we're going to be hearing from them about what's worked, what those challenges are, what those objectives are, and how they see the future of sports marketing and sponsorships unfolding. So the last thing you should know about this program is we have a fantastic sports committee with members from brands like AT&T and today's co-chairs Justin Toman from Pepsi and Nick Kelly from AB InBev, who you'll be hearing from in a second. And really, this committee drove the program. We really wanted it to be in their language to really reflect what are those major topics that are of importance and relevance to this community. So thank you to everybody on our sports committee who participated with us over the last several months in developing this program to make it as compelling as possible. So with that, I would like to bring up today's co-chairs, Justin Toman and Nick Kelly, who will share a couple opening remarks before we kick off with the NBA's chief fan officer, Danielle Lee. So welcome, Justin and Kelly, and Nick Kelly.
Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Again, thanks for the opportunity. The best part about this for us was that, the first time we got a chance really to engage with brand innovators at Super Bowl in January. I think it was probably the last real event many of us ever went to. But I think that the best part about it is to see the opportunity really to have a brand-led type of event such as this. I think that a lot of these are very much driven by partners or driven by leagues or properties who are trying to showcase all of the great things they're doing with their partners. And the opportunity really arose to kind of flip it a little bit. And the first meeting we had was myself, Justin Toman, Shiz from AT&T, Dan Fleetwood from SAP, and a couple more people that you'll hear from today to kind of talk through, what is it that we would want to see and what is it that we want our partners to know. So I think that, and Justin, you can chime in. Some of the first conversations we had were really around, especially given the unique circumstances we're in today, what do we want to hear from our partners?
Yeah, no, that's just it. And huge thank you to David and Brandon and the Brand Innovator guys for helping us bring this to life and really being the catalyst for it. A huge thanks to Nick for really getting this whole thing started and bringing a lot of us together. I think it really did start with that insight of, hey, calling you when the pandemic started, when this all really started to happen, what are we all going through? We started going, understanding that we were all having the same challenges, understanding the same issues, trying to sort through things when there was so much unclarity and uncertainty. I think some of the first phone calls I made were to you, Nick, and we started kind of having a weekly connect, and it really just morphed from there. And we started bringing other brand side and other sponsor side folks into it. And we quickly realized, man, there's a lot of knowledge here and a lot of diverse perspectives here that we should be able to tap into, which really became, this platform, and we're really excited to launch the first one. I think we have a great agenda today. I think we'll go through it, Nick, and really, today and tomorrow. And then this is the foundation, and hopefully we'll be able to build on it going into 2021 as well.
Yeah, and I think what was interesting too in the first couple of meetings is that it was very self-serving. I don't think they were very productive as it relates to today. Like, I think that the first couple of meetings were us just all comparing notes on like how they're getting by, what the expectations are for renewals, COVID conversations, et cetera, in the middle of a pandemic. And I think to be able to go back to our leadership and say, I talked to Pepsi and this is how they're handling it, or we talked to somebody like SAP or MetLife, and like to understand like we're all in this together, but like we all have the same concerns. There's very few people that you're going to hear from today who weren't dramatically impacted from day one. And I think that it's good to hear that perspective, but even selfishly too, that quickly pivoted into like the agenda we have today is, what information do we wish that the team side, the property side knew about what they need to be successful in working with us. And it's everything from, we'll see today case studies from partnerships that have actually driven greater marketing objectives. We'll see, Justin's on a panel today about make goods. And I think that, the other thing that we keep talking about is these conversations aren't going to change for the next 12 months. We're going to make good conversations starting again for the second season. What is it, next week for NBA?
Right. Yeah. It's funny. We're starting to call it like make goods 2.0. And it has become a dirty word. But man, it just underscores the fact that, some of these challenges and changes that we've all seen and are going through aren't going away anytime soon. And I think, one of the probably most challenging, but also potentially biggest opportunities is what will be the long lasting and what many times will be permanent behavioral changes with fans and properties and sponsors. How will things continue to be affected? And even once things do return to whatever the new normal is, I think you have to assume that there will be certain things that will be changed forever in terms of how fans interact with their teams and with sponsors and partners and brands. So we have to take note of that. And I think what you'll hear today is a really diverse set of perspectives on things like that. I think that's one of the true values of this. Is I think this is maybe the first time that such a broad spectrum of brand side marketers have kind of been brought together on one, albeit virtual stage, but on one stage to really talk about these things. And obviously we're bringing up partners and media partners and properties to help us talk through some of these issues and topics and challenges and best practices. So man, super excited to get this thing off the ground with Nick and with everybody else on the committee, brand innovators. It's going to be a good day. I really think today and tomorrow are going to be a really powerful set of discussions.
No, and again, thanks to Justin for helping us lead this and pull this together, and everybody else on the committee. I think that to your point, this will be the first time it's really all marketing focused there is, and I think that we all have a lot of good stories here, and it's very positive themed and how to kind of get out of the current rut that we're all in with this pandemic. But hopefully it'll put us all in a position moving forward to be extremely successful. So with that, I want to thank Justin for joining us to kick this off and maybe kick off the first session with our friend Danielle Lee at the NBA. So again, thank you, Justin. Danielle, how are you? I think you're on mute. There you go. How are you, Danielle?
Good morning. Nice to see you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us. Greatly appreciated. Well, first, before maybe we dive into some of the juicier things, can you explain to us how you become Chief Fan Officer for the NBA?
Many years of working across a variety of platforms and really living being a digital native. I started my career back in the dinosaur ages of bringing the internet to the world, the AOL, but have worked across several sectors, including telecommunications, entertainment, TV entertainment, and media. But excited to bring my skill set to the NBA to really help them build even greater connections with fans across all of the platforms that fans consume NBA content.
So speaking of that, in general, the pandemic has you guys probably adjusted the swiftest and of the most efficiently. And when you start looking about like just the big picture, how did the pandemic affect the NBA's business, from day one? And then obviously, how did you guys pivot to get ready for the bubble?
Sure. Well, I mean, to describe this season as challenging and emotional would be a huge understatement. We started the year mourning the loss of both Kobe Bryant and David Stern, and then we found ourselves on the front lines of a global pandemic and a fight against systemic racism. So it's been hugely challenging. When we decided to pause the season for health and safety concerns related to COVID, we immediately rolled out our NBA Together campaign. And the goal of that campaign was to do a few things. We wanted to educate fans about health and safety related to coronavirus. We also wanted to provide resources for coronavirus relief. And we wanted to keep our fan community connected. That was hugely important to us. And so we really did social media. We have one of the most vibrant communities of social media followers with nearly 2 billion followers across platforms. And so we leaned into that in a big way, distributing daily content. One of my favorites was Steph Curry's conversation with Dr. Fauci, and live became a big part of the experience. And then I would say the other big thing that we did was we worked with ESPN to move up the premiere of The Last Dance. And this really offered a shared cultural moment for fans. On one hand, we were introducing new fans to the storied Bulls dynasty. And then for older fans, it was a nostalgic moment, right? Kind of reliving that experience and really getting the behind the scenes of what was going on with the players and the team. And this ended up being the most watched original documentary ever on ESPN. So we're super proud of that.
And I guess the thing is, you guys really were fortunate to have that kind of in the can. I mean, it'd been previewed for like a year. I mean, what kind of conversations are those internally to not distract from what you guys are doing, which is getting ready for the season? Was it really a huge kickstart to get everybody excited about basketball's back, given the timing, or did you guys feel like it could have been a distraction? Like, how did those conversations go?
Well, it was definitely a challenge because we were restarting during a period that we're not typically playing. So we had to drive awareness around the restart, and that was one of the big goals. And so we used, again, content to do that. We had a 24-day countdown series that was tied to the 24-second shot clock, and reminded fans, kind of where we left off and the stories that were throughout the season and really what the players were playing for. I would say the other big challenge, though, was owning the conversation around what would be new and different around the game, right? There was a lot of chatter in the press, really talking about, coming back without fans. What was that going to be like? Was it going to be good? And we needed to lean into that and own that conversation and not shy away from the elephant in the room. And so when we thought about bringing basketball back in a fanless single site location, health and safety was also top of mind. We needed to do this responsibly and put the health and safety of our players and our staff at the forefront. But it also offered a unique experience. When you have 300 players in one location, right, living and playing together and competing, for an extended period of time. So it offered an opportunity to give fans kind of this behind the scenes, full access view into life on campus, life in the bubble. So we created a lot of content, both on and off court, showcasing everything from the camaraderie that was developed, the team outings and practices and drills, riding bikes, fishing outings, the rise of Jimmy Butler's Big Face Coffee. So lots of great stories emerged from that. And that offered us an opportunity to smash some of our and set new records across social media. We saw 2 billion total video views during the restart and 1.7 billion actions. So a tremendous lift in engagement across the platforms.
was prior to the season starting, you guys, launched a new campaign called The Whole New Game to really bring a fresh marketing perspective. How did that pivot and come together as you guys thought about, really bringing everybody back to basketball in the middle of the summer, like you said, a time we're not used to restarting basketball?
So the campaign, A Whole New Game, was really designed to honestly acknowledge what was different about the game. So we needed to, again, own that conversation, but also to remind fans about the excitement and the joy of watching basketball. The thing that I love about this campaign was that there was a touch of irony because the purity of the game was preserved. It's still 10 players on a court for 48 minutes, right? But everything around it had changed. So we worked with producer and actress Issa Rae to be sort of the voice of the restart, and that really allowed us to generate buzz. I mean, she's kind of the epitome of a whole new game in Hollywood. And then we also worked with Big Sean. We used his song Dawn Life as a soundtrack for NBA Finals. For the spot that we ran promoting the NBA Finals. And I think the other big thing that we did was we leaned into influencers. As we moved into playoffs and finals, there's more of a casual fan that starts to engage and watch games. And so, and that fan also skews a bit female. So we worked with a variety of influencers to really tap into their authentic voice and their followings and lift up the storylines that were emerging around the players in the bubble and some of the new stars that were emerging. So, from that strategy, we saw 2 times the engagement on those promoted influencer posts relative to our traditional paid posts.
Well, and speaking of that, so you guys have kicked off the season, and now you addressed it a bit earlier, is that player safety is number one. Completing the rest of the season was the second one. The third one you guys really focused on was how do we bring fans closer to the game? I think that you guys did an amazing job with the content side, but you guys also had a ton of technology innovations that you were able to test given the uncircumstances situation. I guess the question is, like, what are the key tech innovations that you guys tested that you guys will see continuing to move forward, and which ones did you like the most?
Yes, so I really do feel like we pulled out all of the stops because, you don't know what's going to work. So we tried a lot of different things and experimented. And I would say that the strategy was really threefold. There were 3 pillars. One was we wanted to provide unprecedented access. 2, we wanted to, really preserve the sense of community. And 3, we wanted to offer a level of personalization. And so in that first bucket, when we think about access, we did things like virtual cheering, where fans could impact the audio and visual effects in the venue by using the NBA app and NBA.com. We also partnered with Facebook's Oculus, and this is the first ever virtual reality headset partner for the NBA. And, we know that courtside is the best seat in the house, right? And so through the Oculus front row view, you can actually get that courtside view using the NBA Rail Cam. And so introducing new camera angles and offering fans all over the world access to that kind of premium experience, I think really, really went over well. In the second bucket, when we think about community, really only 1% of fans actually go to an NBA game in person in a typical year. So we were really thinking about, well, how do you create that sense of excitement when you don't have fans in the arena? And so there we really leaned into our virtual fan experience, where fans were invited to be part of the broadcast, by sitting in the virtual fan and cheering for the game. And so there we had over 60,000 virtual fans participate over the course of the seeding games and the postseason games. And then as we ramped up to finals, we had celebrities and influencers like different community groups be part of that experience, players' families, NBA legends, and even former U.S. President Barack Obama graced us with attending a game. So it became a really super fun experience and really brought some excitement to the broadcast.
speaking of, and this is maybe a tougher question, is there anything you guys tested that, you basically decided we're not doing that again? Because I know that you guys tested tons of stuff and we all hope to test things and they work, but at this point you guys had so much time and you had so much access. Is there anything where you just realized this was the right idea, but it just, the actual execution is just probably not best for us?
Well, I think we're still in that evaluation process. I mean, our season ended about a month ago, and as we're planning for the new season, we're starting to look at, okay, what are the things we want to replicate, and thinking about how we're going to come back. So that's still kind of a work in progress. Some of the things that I think will remain are, the customization component where you can tune into a customized feed through the NBA app and have that second screen viewing experience. Some of the new camera angles I think will stick around. Also the enhanced audio, we had different players and coaches mic'd up so you could really get a feel for what was happening on the court and inside the bubble. So I think those are some of the aspects that will remain because the engagement was just so great and it offered just a really immersive experience for fans.
And it's just shifting gears a little bit here, but it would be hard to watch the beginning of the season, the end of the season without recognizing the social justice messaging that the players used this platform. You guys supported them from the beginning. Can you walk me through just how you guys supported them and also amplified their voice during not only 1-2 incidents but all the way leading up to their push for the vote? What was the role you guys were able to play to help them engage with fans?
It's such a great question, and we were really thoughtful about it because on one hand, we want to support, and the activism of the players is such an important aspect of the restart, and we really aligned around using the platform that we have in the restart to promote the principles of equality, diversity, and inclusion that have really always, the NBA has always stood behind. But we also wanted to make sure that it wasn't just putting out messages, but was substantiated with real action. So at a minimum, what you would have seen was Black Lives Matter on the court, and certainly the messages that players chose to have displayed on their jerseys. But beyond that, we also worked with the players to align around getting out the vote and the need to drive civic engagement for the general election was a priority. So, beyond, we didn't want this to just be a marketing exercise, but how were we really helping the community? How were we really supporting the efforts of the players? And so, one of the things that we did was using our arena properties and turning those into polling locations in specific markets, working with the local election officials to convert those facilities, and really, providing a safe in-person voting option for communities that are vulnerable to COVID-19. So that was really impactful. We saw 23 NBA teams and 6 G League teams commit to turning their arenas into voting-related activities. And I think we were uniquely positioned to have this direct impact, and we wanted to be able to use our assets and resources to have lasting impact. So that's kind of where we ended up in terms of working with the players and the Players Association to make social justice a big part of our restart. And that's just the beginning. That work continues, and we'll look to continue to align our goals and objectives to drive lasting change. And I think we're seeing that across marketing. It's not just in sports. I think brands overall, specifically sophisticated brands, know that they need to lead with purpose, and fans expect them to have a positive impact on society, and that trust and loyalty is cultivated from really addressing the issues that are impacting their communities.
And this is maybe a two-part question because I think you bring up a great point. This isn't kind of a fad in the bubble that everybody cares right now and it goes away. This is something that should continue next season and beyond. I think that what are the types of things that the NBA or the teams you expect to carry into when you guys start back up on December 22nd that, will continue to drive the conversation? What do you hope to see, or what can you tell us that you think will happen?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not at liberty to share kind of what our plans are for the new season at this moment. But what I will say is that we have a long legacy when you think about the work that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Bill Russell, our legends have done fighting for equality in this country. So this is something that has been passed down from generation to generation, and it's really a part of our players and our fans and our employees' lived experience. So we'll continue to find the right opportunities for the NBA and the Players Association and players specifically to have an impact on these issues. But there's a coalition that has been developed to really kind of work, find that common alignment and think through how we can be uniquely positioned to impact these issues. But when I think about also looking forward, it's also about engaging our fans, right? And so for the new season, which starts on December 22nd, I think you'll see, us leaning into more of that unprecedented access with, camera angles and leveraging technology to drive greater fan engagement. I'm really excited about some of the stuff we've been doing with augmented reality and giving fans different opportunities to express their fandom, whether it be the Snap selfie lens or being able to walk the NBA court in the bubble. Those were some of the fun things that we developed for this restart, and I think those will continue to evolve as we look at the new season.
As you look at the new season too, is there any pieces of technology? I mean, you guys have been working closely to figure out the VR element for the last couple of years, and it extremely accelerated because of the lack of opportunity for fans to come to the games physically. What do you think happens to the fan experience when we do come back? And what do you think actually changes in venues when we do come back, hopefully this summer or clearly in the fall?
I think, the work that we do to connect the experience on social media to the game will continue to grow. That is where the greatest opportunity is, given our large, presence on digital. I think that's where we'll really lean into. So working with our partners to find ways to enhance the way that fans can express their fandom, certainly, giving new views and angles to the game, access from an audio perspective, and really trying to bring fans into the experience. So it really needs to be immersive. And I think augmented reality and virtual reality do offer that. So we're going to continue to explore, what it can be new and different for fans and build on the success that we had during the restart.
So one of the things you guys did was an amazing job of creating opportunities for fans to engage with players and your content. What are ways, given that this is a fairly heavy brand-led conversation for the duration of the day, what are ways that you could see brands authentically engage with fans, knowing that we're heading into another situation with no more fans in the stadium for at least the foreseeable first couple months?
Yeah, I've seen two trends emerge. One is, again, brands, really leaning into purpose and mission and how they can have a lasting impact. So they're looking to do that in sports, since it's such a massive passion area for fans. And two, integrating more intentionally into the content and being part of the experience. In that first bucket, I'd love to just reference the work that we did with ESPN around #Champion Black Business. As we moved into finals, we worked with them to really highlight two Black owned and operated businesses from the two final cities, so Los Angeles and Miami. And we created films around both of those businesses And we paired them up with Shark Tank mentors. They were part of the virtual fan experience. And then the winning city, that business was shared across the ESPN platform. So it was a really fun activation that, again, underscored our commitment to supporting Black-owned and operated businesses, especially given those communities have been most impacted by COVID-19. And I think the other thing is it really activated fans to shout out their favorite Black-owned and operated business. So that was an area where we kind of really leaned into a shared goal and wanted to do something good for the community. But it was integrated into NBA finals in a big way. And then, you know, in the other bucket of just integrating into the content, you know, I thought the work that we did with Louis Vuitton was really exceptional, building a trophy case for the Larry O'Brien NBA Finals Championship trophy was just a completely new way of presenting you know, the finals trophy, and it was very seamless. So I think those are two trends that we'll continue to see as you know, our season progresses, and I think you'll see that more in sports in general.
And speaking of just, you know, the new partnerships you have, like with Louis Vuitton, that organically integrate, they're not forced in there. What are the things that you think are going to happen as it relates to just even like ad tech to integrate fans? Because what we've seen is the content you guys have, and we use Jimmy Butler as an example. He now has his own coffee company. That's real. It's not fake. He has started his own Big Face coffee company. You know, how do you find ways to work with your athletes to feel more comfortable to engage, you know, in their downtime, to also engage with fans not only around the Heat, but their favorite coffee, those types of things? Like, do you guys help drive that narrative and that level of comfort with the players to engage with fans?
I think, you know, we are a league that is a players league, and we really support self-expression and, you know, the ambitions, and it's no secret that many of our players are, you know, entrepreneurs and business leaders and community leaders. So that is just kind of the nature of our league. But no, we didn't have a hand in the emergence and rise of Big Face Coffee, but we certainly love telling those stories and supporting those efforts. We think it's great that our players love to engage with their fans in new and different ways. We certainly saw that play out during the hiatus. We had a hand in some of that, but certainly players were doing that on their own. And I think that's fantastic. It's super authentic. It's not, you know, scripted. And, you know, I think that's the way that you really build those solid relationships with fans.
So two last quick questions for you is, you know, the first one is, why with this massive group of brands that are on this, you know, conference today, what separates the NBA fan that more so than any other fan across the major US sports?
So our fan base is young. It's the most multicultural and super tech savvy. They are very engaged across digital and across platforms. And so that is really where we're seeing tremendous growth. While we have a diverse fan base, of all the sports leagues, they're definitely the youngest, most multicultural, and I would argue the most tech savvy.
And last question and again, first of all, I appreciate the time, Danielle. We obviously love hearing about all the stuff you guys are doing. You guys are an extreme success story, given everything in the pandemic. Is, you know, what would you propose that we as brands consider just moving forward? And what I mean that as a broad question is that as we look at everything that the NBA has to offer, and we look at the leagues, the teams, the players, everything else, you know, what is, in your opinion, the right mix of levers to pull to make sure the fans feel like we truly aren't just a sponsor, we belong with them, we share the same mindset as you? You know, what are those 3 or 4 things that everybody should constantly be thinking about to don't just buy a billboard, like do these 3 or 4 things to make fans appreciate your support?
I think there's a couple of things that differentiate us. I mean, the level of play and competition has never been higher. And so that level of dedication and commitment to the game and the game constantly evolving is something that I think brands really get excited about. You don't know what to expect. You don't know who's going to be the standout or who's going to win. And then I would say the second thing is our level of innovation and creativity. We love and are unafraid to try new things and really do embrace new technologies and new ways to get our game closer to fans. So I think those are two things that really differentiate our league and our approach.
Awesome. Well, Danielle, thank you so much for your time today. You know, we really kicked it off with a strong start. In the meantime, good luck with the restart on the 22nd.
Thank you so much, Nick.
Appreciate it, Danielle. So thanks again to Danielle. Next up here, we have somebody I know well. You know, we're probably a couple minutes ahead, but we, you know, fortunately for us, you know, Danielle joined us to kind of give us a kickstart to talk about what this season looked like. And I think that we can all agree that the NBA did a fantastic job of kicking off the season and no positive COVID tests, the ability to eventually bring in families and have that many teams in a bubble, which I think was impressive to everybody. I think the second piece is that there was a lot of brands who had a chance to innovate heading in there. I mean, she mentioned Louis Vuitton. We saw a lot of great content coming from brands like Nike and Under Armour. And, you know, I think that the biggest piece that we learned is that we can all pivot. And there's a lot of technology that you'll hear about today is how we activated in a COVID world and how those activations, you know, really kind of may change our business forever. One thing she brought up today, which I thought was extremely unique, was the Oculus with Facebook. Is the ability for us now to offer a courtside seat to customers and clients, and, you know, even internal facing, is very much a fight. You know, a lot of us are partners here at MSG or Staples Center or Atlanta, and there's only so many courtside seats, and the acceleration of technology right now to actually adapt faster has been, you know, unbelievable. So I think that as you'll see the conversations today, as we talk about what the world looks like coming out of this, you'll see a lot of reoccurring themes from Danielle. But, you know, with that, you know, our next up is you know, a gentleman I get to work with a lot, which is RICARDO Marquez. So RICARDO has been with Anheuser-Busch for you know, nearly a decade, but I think that he's also led some of the biggest campaigns we've had in the company. So RICARDO was previously vice president of Budweiser and our value brands, where you saw such great campaigns with Derek Jeter and Dale Jr. and us rolling out a lot of NBA and MLB activations. And most recently, why we asked RICARDO to join us today, is following Danielle, is, you know, we were able to work really closely with the partnerships team and the marketing team at the NBA, as well as our friends at Microsoft, to create one of probably the most once in a lifetime opportunities with Michelob Ultra courtside. You couldn't miss it if you were watching the NBA playoffs, the finals. It was everywhere. And I think that, you know, RICARDO's team, as he'll walk you through today, really created a storyline to not only establish themselves for the first time as the official beer sponsor of the NBA at a time that was very unique, but also to do some storytelling around what made the bubble so unique, what introduce some characters that are part of Team Ultra, and really, you know, to drive the awareness that the way that we as a partner for the NBA are going to activate differently. So not to steal too much thunder, is, you know, RICARDO will kind of walk you through all this, and then Jen Tricario from Caden will come through and kind of walk through some Q&A to maybe dig a little bit deeper. But with that, it's my honor to introduce RICARDO Marquez, Vice President of Marketing for Michelob Ultra here at Anheuser-Busch.
Thank you, Nick. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Really excited to be here today. Thank you to Brand Innovators for putting it all together. And well, I mean, interesting year, right? For all of us in many ways. Certainly a challenging year, but hopefully, as we look back, we can see that we've learned a lot, and we're also taking good things, good learnings as we go into the future. Next slide, please. Yes, I'm not going to, I mean, Nick did a brilliant introduction, better than I could do myself. My name is RICARDO Marquez. I'm the VP of Marketing for Michelob Ultra. I have been 15 years with Anheuser-Busch. I'm based out of New York. And in my previous role, I had the pleasure of leading brands like Budweiser, Busch, Natural Light, amongst many others. And again, really excited to be here today. Well, I think this shot kind of summarizes how we all felt back in January this year, right? I mean, a brand new year. We were, getting our plans ready for the Super Bowl, and I think we had this collective sense of energy and optimism, as you should, as you go into a brand new year. But then, of course, I mean, a couple of months later, as we head into March, this is what happened, right? So, coronavirus, COVID-19. I mean, this world pandemic changed all of our lives and continues to do so. And I can tell you, out of personal experience, I mean, I took this role leading the Michelob Ultra team mid-Feb. So I had a chance to spend 2 weeks with my new team. And after 2 weeks, we were all working from home. So that was in itself a very interesting experience. Now, I can tell you that the very first thing that we did in the face of this pandemic as a company really was to put the safety of our colleagues, the safety of our people, and our communities first. This was the number one priority across the company and all of our brands, and we were proud to be a small part of the help and the effort that went into fighting this pandemic with one of the initiatives such as the hand sanitizer. But this was the very first thing on all of our minds collectively. Now, but of course, I mean, we were still all dealing with the fact that sporting events, for all the right reasons, were getting canceled across the board. And we were dealing with this as people, as sports fans, of course, as marketers as well. We know that sports and our association with sports is the fuel and one of the most important pillars behind what we do around our brands. That's why we were hopeful and excited when the NBA announced that they were looking to bring the restart of the season, without fans. I mean, the season kicked back in late July 30, 31st was game one. But when we saw this back in May, we were very, very hopeful. But then, of course, I mean, for all the right reasons, this restart, much anticipated restart of the season, would take place in empty arenas, right? And that left us all looking at the glass half full and half empty. Great to have the season back, great to have the NBA back, but at the same time, of course, we're all missing the energy of fans. And we were not alone, right? I mean, this quote kind of summarizes it, and the impact of not having the energy, the excitement of fans was, of course, felt by everybody, including the athletes themselves. I mean, the joy of playing, these athletes, amazing athletes, play for their fans. They play for the joy that they provoke in their fans. So without fans, what was the point in playing? So that was for us a pivotal moment. And we thought about this quote from the great John Wooden. Don't let what you can't do stop you from doing what you can do. And this was kind of fuel and inspiration for us as we approached all of our agency partners in search for new solutions, new ideas, creativity that would allow us to address this challenge. So we got all of our partners together and we asked ourselves a simple question. What if we could bring fans to arenas safely? And what if we could do it with new solutions that could be out there? And we got a number of different answers. And one agency in particular, FCB in New York, brought us what at the time, and I vividly remember this meeting earlier this year, it felt like something out of a sci-fi kind of movie, right? Very futuristic. And these are some of the renderings that FCB brought to us back then. This is earlier in the year, right? You could see like all these faces in the arena virtually sitting, in their seats. And also some ideas on how we could drive interactivity between the athletes and the fans. And we thought this was absolutely crazy. How could we possibly put this together? But nevertheless, we were intrigued and excited enough to approach our partners at the NBA with these renderings and with this potential thought of bringing fans virtually to the arenas. And we were pleasantly surprised, or not surprised, given that the NBA is always ahead of the game, but we were pleasantly surprised that the NBA themselves, together with Microsoft, were already thinking about this in that very same direction. And that exactly this partnership between three incredible companies, Anheuser-Busch, Microsoft, and of course the league, the NBA, was indeed what allowed us to put courtside, the Michelob Ultra courtside experience together. I'm going to show you a quick film that we used to launch and to get fans excited for this groundbreaking virtual fan experience. Let's take a look. All right, we actually played the full recap of the program, which is great. But I'd still like to cue the spot, that initial spot we shared to tease and get fans excited for the experience. So if we can cue that one. Yeah, so this was, of course, an epic piece of film. It's, leaving fans intrigued. I mean, Scottie Pippen and teasing out this idea of this courtside experience. And as Fast Company puts it, I mean, this was not a billboard sitting courtside. This was an experience. This was indeed branded content being part of the game and augmenting the experience for everybody. So as a part of our plan, we teased out this amazing experience, and throughout the season, we put in place a number of initiatives to really bring, fans to get these tickets, exclusive tickets to sit courtside. And they could do that very simply by taking a picture of the Michelob Ultra ribbon on one of our bottles and submitting to our website, or by engaging with us on Twitter live during the games. So the second part of this plan was indeed about getting fans to join and knowing that they could be sitting courtside as well. Let's take a look at this next video. And what happened next was incredible, right? We got fans together with the NBA and all of the teams. I mean, working together with us, we got fans to fill those seats, bring the energy and the excitement to the court, and we got to create some amazing moments, some memorable moments that we won't forget anytime soon. Let's take a look at this next video capturing some of those moments. Right, I think we played the same video, but that's okay. Let's go back to the deck. So we created a number of amazing moments. I mean, we had fans dressing up. We had literally a dog sitting courtside. We had a goat sitting courtside. We had a number of celebrities, of course, Peyton Manning, Shaq, amongst many others. Scottie Pippen, of course, and that we transformed this experience in something that definitely created some unique moments. And that kind of brings us to the point, right? I mean, CBS, I mean, this piece kind of, one of the journalists that was part of this experience, his conclusion was, technology without the humanity behind it is it's nothing, right? So it's about these moments of human connection, the bond between the athletes, the fans sitting courtside, virtually courtside, the fans at home. It was the experiences where we're able to create those moments and the sort of, again, of humanity, the humanity behind this experience. That's what made it so unique and so special. So, kind of looking back, I mean, this could not be more accurate. Never let a good crisis go to waste. In reflecting over thinking about these last few months, I think three things that really kept us in the right direction, moving in the right direction. Brand strategy at the center. I mean, it would be like trying to sail in the middle of a storm without your compass, right? So I think in a situation like this, we found ourselves to hold on to what we stood for as a brand, but not only as Michelob Ultra, it was also part of a portfolio strategy, right? So having clarity of direction could not be more important in a situation where you're living in a volatile reality with a lot of variables changing around you. We literally, had to scrap our plans at the start of the year and restart planning, and sometimes planning within like a month, looking at the month ahead. But what kept us afloat was indeed this clarity of mind on what our place in the world is with Michelob Ultra. We stand for joy. We say it's only worth it if you enjoy it. We are a champion for that idea. That was exactly what drove our entire plan for the entire year. Secondly, one of the things that was not entirely new, but it became even more important, was this publisher mindset. Again, I think between the cycles of content creation and approval cycles, everything went into warp speed. And again, it was materially important. The ability to make quick decisions, to create content very quickly, to riff off what's going on in the world around you, and literally having this publisher kind of agility was instrumental for us to be able to create everything we did over the last few months, and especially around the NBA. And again, finally, I think these last months reminded us that creativity and innovation are more and more part of the answers we're looking for, especially when we're living through a situation like, created by this pandemic, where we're looking for new ways in. We're looking for different solutions. And again, I cannot thank enough, our partners, FCB, White & Kennedy, Draftline, all of the partners that brought those ideas to the table to make sure that we could continue to approach this new reality in a different, innovative way. And as we look forward, it's clearly the future is already here. I mean, we say very often at AB that we don't want to go back to normal. Of course, I mean, we want to get past this pandemic, but we want to retain these learnings and help us shape a better future. And the future is in a way already here. So if I have to say or hone in on three things that probably will shape our plans going forward, then I would start with this. One of the things that probably will continue that we've learned from this, and that will continue to be a trend going forward, is this democratization of the VIP experience. I mean, case in point, courtside seats are often, of course, unattainable for most fans, but through technology, this sort of VIP experience could be attainable, could be within reach. And I think that's, as technology evolves, as we think about VR and augmented reality and a lot of other things that are in the making, we believe that this is going to be a trend. But again, it's only as important as the people behind it. This humanity aspect will, of course, be the equally as important. Secondly, again, from sponsorships to partnerships, clearly, none of this would have been possible without the incredible partnership with the NBA. And if traditionally we would approach, the league to buy a product or a package some sort. Here, in this case, we were building this plane together. And it was kind of, you know, it was a different way in, because we were building something together in the same time that we were, you know, kind of looking at all of the commercial aspects of the partnership, but we were building this unique experience together. And the notion of partnership has never been more important, and that's why we don't want to go back to sponsorships. We want to keep fostering amazing partnerships going forward. And then finally, the rise of the brand newsroom. Again, it's been there most often around, you know, moments like the Super Bowl, or, you know, like big cultural moments. But this idea of being always on and having a system and a team and processes in place, structures in place that allow us to run this idea of having a newsroom, literally a brand-led, strategy-led, of course, newsroom. I think that's going to become even more important as we go forward. And I think, let's go forward. I think that, you know, when you look at these three things, most of them were already there in some shape or form. I think what happened over the last few months, looking back into the year, is indeed that these trends accelerated massively. Probably we gained five to 10 years when it comes down to these ideas, and many more. I mean, it accelerated a number of trends and concepts that were already part of our day-to-day. So this was it. This was my opening piece. I just wanted to take again the opportunity to say thank you to all of our partners, especially to the NBA, to the teams, to the PA. I mean, this has been definitely a very, very challenging year, but thanks to this amazing partnership with all of you, we could create something very unique, very special.
Hey, Ricardo, how are you?
Hey, Jim, how are you?
Good to see you. I don't know whether we're waiting for the Brand Innovators host or not to join us, or we could just jump in and continue on.
That's us.
Okay.
That's us. Let's go.
Let's go. So that was terrific. We really enjoyed that. You know, it's funny. You know, I've done a bunch of these this year. I talked to the head of Barbie dolls. I talked to the head of M&Ms. I've talked to the head of Uber, but I gotta say, there's none we look more forward to than speaking to the Michelob Ultra person today, because now you're right in the wheelhouse. So it's actually something I know pretty well, and we enjoy. So this is fun for us. This is the one that combines our beverages that we enjoy with the sports that we all enjoy. So welcome. I just wanted to take a second, right? Because I know you were introduced earlier, but we had a little fun with you yesterday when we spoke to you, because we just want to get this out in the open that I went to Iona College, right? And, you know, looking at your bio, in addition to being with AB for 15 years, right? And working both in Europe and Brazil, you also did classes with the Harvard Business School, NYU Stern, you know, so we just want you to take it easy on me during this conversation, all right? I feel like I'm a little bit over my head.
Not at all, not at all. I mean, at the end of the day, just a sports fan and a beer guy. You know, that's I think the most important for our conversation today.
Well, I've been over to AB, and I know you're all sports fans, but you're really smart on top of it. And I think some of the reason why you're now one of the top beer brands out there. You know, I just wanted to start a little bit with a wider picture, and then we'll come narrow into Michelob Ultra. let's talk about some of the tradition with AB InBev and how you guys are connected to sports over the years and the history of that. And then we'll start to go down the funnel to Michelob.
Yeah, I think, incredibly proud to carry this tradition and heritage on with our team. But indeed, I mean, for many years, I mean, the people who came before us, all those teams, they created they wrote many pages of the marketing, playbook, sports marketing playbook, and one of the things when we look back is the breakthrough thinking, looking at the next big thing, trying to understand trends, trying to understand fans, and really acting very quickly to capture those and be first movers. And that was also what propelled us, what inspired us to place such a big bet with Michelob Ultra Courtside together with the NBA. We felt that this could be something really special, really unique, living up to the tradition, the great tradition of Anheuser-Busch of being innovative and bringing new ideas to the table in the world of sports.
Great. Well, we've enjoyed it over the years. One of my favorites was the one in Cleveland when you guys unlocked the refrigerators after the win. Like, that was one of the smartest things I've ever seen, and it got so much publicity. Like, how does an idea like that germinate?
I wish I could take credit for that one. I have to give it up to my colleague Andy Goller on the Bud Light team, Nick Kelly, and everybody else, Matt Davis. I mean, amazing idea. We did so many great things when I think about the last 2 years. I mean, I think about the tribute we did to Derek Jeter, Dale Jr. Most recently last year, what we did with Dwayne Wade, honoring his retirement, or even with the NWSL. Where again, when I spoke earlier about partnerships, not sponsorships, when we did in my previous role with Budweiser, looking to actively bring more sponsors to support the NWSL. That was one of the things that when I look back, one of the things I feel most proud of.
Great. Well, let's talk about all your success with Michelob Ultra, because it's amazing, right? So tell us at the core how you guys were so successful, and who is the Michelob Ultra drinker that you guys are trying to reach?
Look, today Michelob Ultra is it is the fastest share gainer in the US. It was a brand ahead of its time when it was launched in the turn of the century. Was probably the first brand in one of the first brands tapping into this mega trend of health and wellness, where consumers are looking to cut down on carbs, calories, but still not sacrificing taste and not sacrificing a good time. Michelob Ultra was well ahead of that, and I think this year we continue to accelerate momentum. So when we think about our franchise today, we essentially have simplifying it a little bit, but we simply have older drinkers literally looking to cut down on carbs and calories, and we have these 21 to 29-year-olds who love the idea of having an active lifestyle, and they are the ones who typically enjoy a beer after a workout. They enjoy the happy hour with friends, but they love to have both. They don't want to sacrifice either. They love to be in good shape, being fit and work out, but they also love to have a good time with friends.
I laugh, Ricardo, because I have 3 children that are in that age bracket, right? I have a 29-year-old, I have a 26-year-old, and I have a 23-year-old. And maybe they are helping drive some of your sales, because I've seen them drink quite a few Michelob Ultra. So, it's funny, back at home, when you look at our lower level, the refrigerator is full of it. So, I have 3 right in your demo. So, yeah, I can attest.
Great to hear.
Exactly right. So tell me a little bit about, you talked a little bit in your conversation about, of course, everything that you did with the NBA and courtside. Tell us a little bit about the tradition of how Michelob Ultra got into sports and how you embrace sports, because we know that the NBA and golf are very important to you. Today, of course, very exciting for all of us. It's the beginning of the Masters, which is kind of weird, right? Because we always think of the Masters is the beginning of spring, right? And that's
right.
the beginning of fall. So we're all screwed up this year. But tell us a little bit about golf and the NBA and how you guys have embraced both.
Yeah, well, we love the idea of being associated with sports that are part of this active, balanced lifestyle we're a champion for, and particularly when we took the NBA sponsorship. I mean, as the official beer partner of the NBA with Michelob Ultra earlier this year, we saw that the NBA presented a fantastic opportunity for Michelob Ultra, thinking about the geographic representation of the NBA fans in markets where Michelob Ultra is underdeveloped, and that on its own was for us very interesting. But then secondly, the connection to culture, the connection with different audience that could be incredibly beneficial for Ultra. So particularly with the NBA, we saw this amazing opportunity to expand our franchise. And then of course we're still super excited about our partnership with golf. Brooks Koepka, one of our partners, and we believe that the point of view that we're bringing to the table is unique. Essentially, when we approach any sport, in fact, we come from this idea that you win because you're happy, right? You win because of the joy. You win because you take time to spend time with your family and friends and capture those memorable moments. And that's equally as important as working hard and going to the gym, right? So we believe that this idea of balance is indeed very unique to Ultra, and that's what we're trying to bring across any sports platform.
So you think if I drink enough Michelob, I could look like Brutes?
You still need to work hard. You still need to go to the gym. But if you do both, that's the magic combination. That's really what we're going for.
Yeah, I might have to grow at least 6 inches or something. I'll work on it. So, there's no conversation that you can have, sadly, these days without the conversation about the pandemic and COVID. We know there's so many challenges, right? That the stadiums are not serving beer, the bars, many bars are opening, closing. How do you maintain reach in a year when, you have to be so flexible and nimble, right? As things open and close throughout the US and across the world. How do you manage through all these challenges?
Look, we have seen some of the trends that were kind of already there, but again, continue to accelerate this move towards e-commerce. That's one of the things that we have seen in terms of shift in behavior. Of course, people are spending a lot more time at home, therefore they don't go to bars, they tend to order online. That was already the case, but now, I mean, this year was exponential on that front. We're also seeing the home becoming more of a place to host friends within your small bubble, of course, and within the safety guidelines. But the home has become a lot more important. So people investing in their homes, in making their homes more comfortable. But then again, I think we go back to strategy. We go back to our place in the world, what we're here to do, both as Anheuser-Busch, looking at our portfolio, and then with Michelob Ultra. I have to go back to earlier this year when we partnered with the Match Champions for Charity. This was the first, let's say, professional sports event right around Memorial Day weekend. Was actually Memorial Day weekend, and fans were ecstatic. And we brought a little bit of joy, and we believe that we brought a little bit of normalcy into people's lives in such a turbulent time by bringing a little bit of joy, levity, and energy around that moment.
Yeah, you talked in your presentation about it's only worth it if you enjoy it. So is that part of the mantra? And with in-person visits being limited, right, and embracing, more of the home life and enjoying that until life gets back to normal?
Exactly. I mean, coming back to that idea of joy, and especially in a year like this, it is actually what people are craving. They're craving that joy, optimism, and if we can bring a little bit of that, I mean, we're very fortunate, and we also love this idea. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. I mean, all the hard work, be it if you're an athlete or any of us doing their jobs. I mean, all the effort, all of the energy. It's really only makes sense if at the end of the day you get the chance to enjoy that, and if you get the chance to spend time with people who are important to you and doing things you love.
So it's funny because during the whole pandemic, which kind of started in March, right? And for the first couple of months, most of the creative was kind of COVID creative, right? It was all about, but then we saw it kind of transition into, more normal creative. How is your creative changing as the time goes on during the pandemic? Like, and how much goes into the thinking of the message and being cognizant of what's going on?
Yeah, there's a brilliant piece written by Jeff Beer, Fast Company, exactly about that first program we put out around the match champions for charity, and it's exactly what he writes. He said, well, this is brilliant. I think the headline is why Michelob Ultra is the true champion of the match, something along those lines. He was really excited about it, and so were we, because we brought a ton of fun. I mean, we had deep fake videos from Caddyshack, from the judge character from Caddyshack, but with Peyton Manning's face, on the judge, and we had a ton of fun, and we brought that forward as part of our plan. We had a prize scramble during the actual match, and that was a breath of fresh air after all of that wave of communication that was, of course, within context made a lot of sense, but at the same time, after a few weeks, started to contribute to the levels of anxiety and stress. So it was consumers, again, people who were fans, were craving that sort of humor, lighthearted nature of beer marketing, and we were fortunate to be able to bring that forward.
It's great. I always like to talk about the Super Bowl, and I think if you had to tell me what your spot was going to be, you'd have to kill me. So but I would love, tell me about, like, when you guys approach something like the Super Bowl, like, what is the thinking in terms of a portfolio versus, what brands are going to participate exactly? How do you guys, come up with those decisions?
Absolutely. I mean, the lineup of brands going to Super Bowl always derives from portfolio strategy, the strength of the creative ideas we have on the table, and we like to keep it flexible. But again, those are the two most important inputs when we're looking to build our Super Bowl plan for a given brand. Like, for instance, Michelob Ultra, we're always looking for cultural context. We're looking for entertainment value. And more, we are looking for, at Super Bowl, as a platform that has the ability to set up the entire year. Of course, not only as a film. Of course, we all do a beautiful job of integrated marketing programs, selling beer on the shop floor, social assets, PR, all of that good stuff. But most importantly, now we're looking at Super Bowl as chapter one of the entire year. So it's not a single. It's not a shot that we fire just at the beginning of the year. It's chapter one of this book that's going to be written throughout the entire next year.
So I just want to dig down a little bit more about the NBA courtside promotion that you guys did, because it was pretty amazing, and also talk about Ryder Cup. So how do you manage through all the challenges this year? And I just want to make sure people who didn't see your whole presentation, that you talk a little bit more about the NBA courtside and how that idea, and talk a little bit, like, when things hopefully go back to normal, and we have fans in the stands, how do you see the evolution of NBA courtside play?
Yeah, I mean, this was again, I can't stress this enough. I mean, the partnership with the NBA in this case was instrumental to do something as bold as Michelob Ultra Courtside. Really, unique when you think about it. I believe that 10 years down the road, people are probably going to look back at this time and it's going to be, it's going to be a chapter somewhat in the history of sports.
Ricardo, you're younger than me. 10 years, we may not be here 10 years to look back. Let's shorten that window to 5.
5 years. Exactly. And think about it. I mean, bringing people to sit virtually, watching this game, and the question was, well, why can fans just simply watch it on TV? What's the added value of doing something like this? And again, I mean, we were reminded that people's interaction, humanity, the fact that you could interact with people sitting virtually in your section, the fact that you could see yourself on TV, on broadcast, literally sitting courtside. I mean, getting your couple of seconds on TV, that never gets old, right? So, but then also we hosted halftime Q&As with legends. So we recall one of them, amazing session with Scottie Pippen, halftime, where literally fans sitting courtside could ask questions and listen directly from Scottie Pippen. We did a number of those. And that's what I believe this allowed us to do, bringing what would be an otherwise unattainable experience. Think about it, session, Q&A session with Scottie Pippen, being courtside. I mean, we made that possible for a number of fans, and that's great. Created a number of memorable moments, and now we're thinking about the next iteration of this. Of course, how can we bring some of these elements into the future?
It's been a crazy year for a lot of reasons. The pandemic, the election, but also there are cultural changes that are going on in the marketplace too, right? We certainly have seen a lot of things happen this year, hopefully things that are changing the world for the good. What are those cultural considerations and some of those changes that are going on, and how are you approaching that, knowing that, the world is changing in front of us?
Another, of course, very important moment this year was everything we've seen around social justice. And that's why I go back to, you need to be really clear as an organization, as a brand, what your values are, what you stand for, because that's what will allow you to make decisions and be and doing the right things for you.
Sorry about that.
No worries. For us, we saw this as a moment where we could reassert what we believe in deeply as a company. We believe in diversity, in inclusion. We don't believe in racism, and this was again another moment for us to be able to again restate our point of view, our position through our partnership with the NBA, and of course in a number of other initiatives that we had and will continue to do. So it was all together when we look at everything that happened this year, and we still have a few weeks to go. But when you look at everything that happened this year between the pandemic, between the social justice movement, I mean, hopefully we can take good things, good learnings, and we could make progress. We made progress as people, as marketers, as a society, and I think we're going to go into 2021 stronger than we were probably January 2020.
Yeah. Well, listen, if 2021 is the same as 2020, it's going to be a long year. So we're all praying that, so please. So one of the questions somebody sent us was, do you guys ever look at any other brands as inspiration? You guys ever say, wow, they're doing some unique things here? And do you ever look at that and help form what you guys want to do?
All the time. I mean, we love to look around us and most often outside of our own industry. I continue to be inspired by the work that Burger King continues to do. Insanely disruptive, different, very true to what they are about. Nike, of course, incredible source of inspiration. Apple, I mean, there's so much great work being done out there, and we love to see great work because it helps everybody. It helps everybody in the sense that it inspires us to do better work ourselves, but then it also, I believe, in an interesting way, it positions brands in a better light to consumers at large, and content and advertising, everything that we do to reach out to consumers. The more good stuff collectively we can put out there, the better it is for everybody.
You know, the other thing that, and I think we're just about done, but I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about video games and esports. Like, how do you guys handle video games as sport?
We have a platform, not with Michelob Ultra specifically, with Bud Light, moving into that space. And then again, I think I would go back to the point as Anheuser-Busch, that great tradition of innovation and looking to what's next. I think Nick Kelly and the team, are constantly looking at different opportunities, different ways for us to be able to connect with legal drinking age consumers in passion points around sports that are important for them. So continue to be excited about what's coming next.
So give us the crystal ball, right? Let's rub it. What is 2021 going to look like for sports?
Look, I'm an optimist by default. I'm always looking at the glass half full. I think we're about to go into an amazing year. Of course, I'm also, and we're all, I think, encouraged by the vaccine news we heard earlier this month. But I feel like fans are waiting for it. We are ready. Hopefully the world will come back, and we're going to have probably one of the most epic years in sports in recent memory.
Wow.
I said it. I called it.
Well, listen, I love it. Listen, we love your brands, right? From, Budweiser to Michelob, across your entire portfolio. You guys, yeah.
Oh, right there, David.
There you go.
There you go.
Yep. So listen, huge fans from a consumption standpoint, huge fans from what you guys have done from a creative standpoint, and how much you have meant just to the fabric of American sports over the years, truly. I'm saying is like, we watch the Super Bowl, and what does everybody want? Everybody wants to know like what the ads are going to be, right? Especially the Budweiser ads, right? And the AB InBev ads. So that's what we wait for. So you guys have been amazing. Just keep up the amazing work, right? Michelob Ultra, right, is just skyrocketing, and thanks to you and the work of all the people at AB InBev. So keep up the great work. Your passion and your positivity is so exciting, and I'm praying that everything you just rubbed the ball about is that it's going to be a great 2021. So it's been a pleasure meeting you, and I wish you nothing but health and success in 2021.
Right. Thanks so much, Jim.
Cheers. Thank you both. This was really phenomenal. Again, any excuse to, pop a cold one at 11 o'clock in the morning, I'll take it. This was fantastic, guys. Yeah, I got my jersey on. I'm on brand today. It's like, right. But this was fantastic. Jim, we definitely had Nick and Joe Barnes from Bud Light talking in previous sessions about their esports stuff. So that's all in our archives. Ricardo, again, phenomenal. We're thrilled to have you and hope to have you back again soon. So thank you so much for your time and sharing with our community.
All the best, guys.
All right. Well, this was great, guys. We're going to continue, keep the ball rolling. I know Nick Kelly's going to be back in a little bit to pick up the MC duties, but now we've got our next big keynote. We have our New Balance CMO and head of merchandising. We have Chris Davis, who, again, you heard Nick mention this morning that a lot of today's content and programming, the inception of it, was at our big pre-Super Bowl event back in February. It seems like a decade ago already, but when Burger King hosted us in Miami. So that's where we met Chris and connected. So we're thrilled, Chris, to have you back. And then we're going to have your colleague John and your moderator join you in a little bit. So I'll let Chris, you can take it away. The virtual stage is yours. Welcome.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me, David. It's awesome to be here. We're excited to talk about our strategy in sports marketing, how we've gotten to this point, and then hopefully in the fireside chat a little bit more about the future of sports marketing. For New Balance, though, it's really been a long journey in sports marketing. And I would say 10 years ago, we made the distinctive decision to get more involved in the world of sport. And the reason is there's multiple reasons behind that. But I would say 10 years ago, New Balance was very much considered to be a global running brand and a global classics brand. And we made the declaration about a decade ago to be the undisputed top 3 global athletic brand in the world, as well as the world's best running brand. So we knew that we had to change our strategy in order to attain that level of prominence in the world of sports. And for us, we're a challenger brand in our industry. And sometimes the goal for us isn't to be the best footwear or apparel brand we can be. It's really to be the ultimate challenger brand. And sports was a huge factor enabling us to get to that point. Sports are inherently social. It's probably the only major appointment viewing televised broadcast left in the world today. It's real time, and obviously people are passionate about sports all over the world. And we truly believe that our sports marketing partners and that our sports marketing ambassadors are the key factors that will enable New Balance to get to that top 3 global athletic positioning. As of right now, 70% of our business is outside of the United States. 10 years ago, 70% of our business was in the US. 50% of our business is in the lifestyle category, and sports really serve as the primary halo effect to culturally connect with consumers across the globe and really provide that hero aspect to our brand that may or that may not have existed 10 years ago. So I will talk a little bit about our differentiated approach later on, but I did want to give insight into our sports marketing portfolio landscape. Since we've been really heavily invested in sports only in the last 7 or 8 years, we do have an evolving portfolio across a multitude of different sports that many of you on the call may not know about. So I think the first step in this process is providing awareness to what we participate in. But for us, we look at sports in a full funnel manner, sports marketing for that matter as well. So the primary goal of sports marketing is obviously awareness, but we view that awareness really as a sense of entitlement, an entitlement to belong in the sport, entitlement to belong in the business, and an entitlement to connect with the consumer. Sports also give us the opportunity to create great differentiated content by leveraging our portfolio and our assets and our partners in ways that other brands might not be able to, in ways that we want to be a motive and project ourselves as a brand. And at the end of the day, we all know that it's about consumer connectivity and creating emotional connections to the consumer. So from a full funnel approach, we use sports marketing as a means for awareness and entitlement, consideration, and ultimately conversion. And as both a sponsor and performance supplier to a variety of different sports, it really gives us a lot of opportunity to play with things in a unique way and really ensure that we're projecting our values as a brand through our partners in the world of sport. When, for all the sports marketers out there, I would say that, when you are making investments in sports, they should directly correlate to your goals as a brand. And sports marketing requires a tremendous amount of focus. It's a passionate field, but it's a field where the focus is all the most important. So like for us, becoming a top 3 global athletic brand, we had to declare which sports we wanted to participate in. We had to declare how we were going to participate in those sports and the philosophy, values, and activation principles around those sports. We foster a culture of calculated risk-taking, incremental improvements, and experimentation. So hopefully you will see that throughout the entirety of the presentation today. And I will walk you through some of our assets throughout our portfolio right now. So as you heard from me earlier, one of our principal goals is to be the world's best running brand. And that really entails having the right investments in the space to gain that credibility, authenticity, and entitlement. We have 2 out of the top 5 marathons in the world in the New York City Marathon, as well as the London Marathon, and the largest women's specific marathon in the world in the Nagoya Women's Marathon. Events are a great way for us to have face-to-face, hand-to-hand interaction with consumers and really create a totally immersive experience and create a dialogue with consumers, with new communities, in order for them to understand our brand values, our product, our mission on a more personal level. Within the athlete space in running, we have about 110 world-class runners that will be participating in Tokyo 2021, which still sounds super weird to say. We expect a lot of these runners to medal, and we're primarily focused in the running space as it pertains to world-class athletes on women's middle distance and women's sprinters. So a lot of these young ladies that you see here will be representing New Balance in Tokyo, ranging from a variety of different countries. New Balance is distributed in over 130 countries. So we do have runners and athletes throughout the globe that represent our values as a brand. In order to be a undisputed top 3 brand, we do have to participate in the world's largest sport. And about 5 or 6 years ago, we made the audacious decision to get involved in global football, with fully recognizing that there are multiple behemoths in the space that have long time been institutionalized and have tremendous amounts of credibility within football. We've kicked off our football partnership with Liverpool Football Club, but we also have a wide variety of world-class players. Pictured here is African Player of the Year and Liverpool superstar Sadio Mane. We also have Rose Lavelle, who is at the peak of the women's game. And over the course of the next 2 to 3 weeks, you'll be seeing some new signings from New Balance that are intimate. And if you follow the sport, you probably have seen some chatter on social media about who those individuals are, but we're very excited to be expanding our roster in the very near future. From a club perspective, this really provides us with the right level of awareness and ability to engage with passionate fan bases across the world. The fan bases in world football are rabid communities of individuals who unwaveringly support their clubs. And that's a relationship. These are relationships that we're very proud to be ingrained in. And we really take a bespoke approach when working with our clubs. Every one of these clubs has their own differentiated jersey. We have significant layers within our partnerships that correlate to social media, activations, bespoke marketing campaigns, and working with their academies to develop great product. Within the next few weeks, we will also be announcing some additional world-class clubs that will be joining the New Balance family in the next few weeks, which we're really excited about activating throughout the course of 2021 and beyond. And in basketball, we got into basketball about 2 years ago with the signing of Kawhi Leonard and our intern pictured on the left, Darius Baisley. Basketball was a big decision for us, and basketball really serves as a catalyst for New Balance to get further ingrained within the US marketplace as well as China. Basketball as a category is super important to the brand. However, arguably, I would say basketball has the largest halo effect into lifestyle than any other category in the world. So for us, success in basketball is absolutely categorical, but we don't only look at it vertically. We look at it horizontally. We look at it as the basketball consumer versus the basketball category. We've had a lot of fun activating Kawhi Leonard over the course of the past couple of years, and Darius Bazley and DeJounte Murray pictured on the screen. You guys have also heard, a ton about the NBA today. And I think there is definitely a reason for that. It's because the NBA is a great league and they're great partners to be working with. Just this past year, we began a 5-year partnership with the NBA that is specifically focused on media in the broadcast, social, and digital space, as well as rights to use content, integration into NBA 2K video games, and a wide variety of other opportunities that you guys will see unfold over the course of the next few years. To me, the reason why the NBA is so special is because it is by far the most digitally engaged league in the world. You guys have heard this earlier, but the amount of calculated risk-taking, the level of partnership and accommodation that the NBA provides to their partners, and just their connectivity in the digital space globally, particularly in the US and China, make it a no-brainer for us to get involved with the league and enhance our consumer footprint across the world, particularly in 2 must-win regions for the brand. Cricket is a great way for New Balance to be regionally relevant, particularly within the UK, South Africa, and Australia. It also provides a tremendous amount of awareness in an emerging market like New Balance, like India for New Balance. So within cricket, we have multiple athletes, as well as the English Cricket Board, who just recently won this past Cricket World Cup. Tennis is an exciting one for us, and it has a prime female focus for our brand. And again, tennis is one of those halo categories. So whether it's Danielle Collins pictured on the right, or 16-year-old phenom Coco Gauff in the middle, or Milos Raonic on the left, tennis is one of those sports where we really strive to make 1 + 1 = 3. It's a head-to-toe sport for us. It's a truly global sport, and there's 4 major cultural energy moments in tennis throughout the course of the year. One of New Balance's primary goals as a brand is to be real-time sport and culture with any activation that we do. Tennis gives us the opportunity to have major platforms globally, particularly in the women's space, 4 times per year with some of the best young athletes across the globe. In baseball, although super prominent in North America, Japan, and Korea, it's not as prevalent across the world. However, we do consider it to be an international beacon for New Balance. And baseball actually served as our beta test in sports marketing. Like I mentioned before, we were considered to be a running brand and a classics brand. Baseball was really the first team sport that we went into about 10 years ago, in the hopes of focusing, coming up with a strategic offense that would enable us to penetrate and permeate the world of sports marketing. And today we sit with about 30% of Major League Baseball wearing New Balance spikes. Brand beacons like Francisco Lindor and Ronald Acuna shown here. It was announced yesterday that Shane Bieber, New Balance athlete, was AL Cy Young winner, and then knock on wood, Jose Abreu will be the AL MVP by the end of the week. We also have team partnerships with the Boston Red Sox and the New York Mets, and similar to the NBA, those partnerships are very large part digitally focused, but also include apparel components, out-of-home components, and in-stadium components. And skateboarding, we consider to be one of those sports that truly bridges the gap between sport and culture. About 7 years ago, we made the declaration to get into skateboarding, and today we sit as the 3rd largest skateboarding brand in the world from a footwear revenue perspective, and something that we will continue to invest in the near future. And lastly, from a portfolio perspective, Warrior Sports is a sister brand of New Balance that is a market leader in both hockey and lacrosse. We have a strategy with Warrior whereby our athletes and our investments utilize Warrior hard goods, and the soft goods, meaning footwear and apparel, complete that head-to-toe look for all of our Warrior partners. And then from a global campus standpoint, this is something that we're super excited about. We believe our campus to be a physical manifestation of the brand that we strive to become. We want to be the undisputed top 3 athletic brand in the world. That requires perseverance, it requires guts, it requires risk, it requires innovation. And for us, our campus is reflective of that. We knew that in order to have a world-class sports campus, we needed world-class partners. So the Boston Bruins, as well as the Boston Red Sox, actually practice on our campus. Their facilities are located on New Balance headquarters campus. And we have great sports marketing as well as tenant partnerships with these 2 Boston iconic brands. And then lastly, on our campus, we're in the process of building a 5,000-seat indoor track, which will hold host to things like USA Indoor Track and Field Championships, as well as a wide variety of NCAA and national high school sanctioned meets. So I'm going to go into a little bit about our strategy. And I think the most important thing to recognize here is that sports marketing is really a balance between art and science, right? You have to take both a qualitative and quantitative approach. And our philosophies and principles are really the subjective factors in our core set of values that we religiously abide by. These philosophies and principles really serve as the filter in how we acquire and pitch our partners, but also in how we service them, and how we activate them, and how we incorporate them into our brand at large. And the central ethos of the New Balance brand, being the ultimate challenger brand that I spoke about earlier, is this notion of fearlessly independence. Going back to the idea of being the ultimate challenger brand, 5 years ago, we knew that we needed to have a more emotional connection to consumers across the world. And that wasn't necessarily about creating a new marketing campaign or creating a new brand strategy. It was revealing our brand truth. It was revealing the soul of the New Balance brand, a 110-year-old brand that's focused on tomorrow. And we knew that notion of being fiercely independent got us through the first 110 years. And it was certainly going to be the primary factor in getting us to the next 110 years. From an internal standpoint, we always talk about being the most boutique and curated sports marketing brand in the world. This involves being the best, not the biggest. We never want to have the most quantity. We want to have the best quality. We want to be smart. We want to be selective. We want to be probably one of the most highest coveted brands for athletes to join. And these athletes certainly represent our fiercely independent mentality, because it takes a special athlete to sign with New Balance, being a challenger brand, being a new brand in the space, and really being a brand that's putting itself out there and trying to take on the larger brands in our industry. Here we have Sydney McLaughlin and Kendall Ellis, 2 young ladies who will be representing USA Track and Field in the 2021 Tokyo Olympics. And whether you want to say we're trying to be the best, not the biggest, whether you want to say we're trying to be the most fiercely independent brand in the space, or the most curated sports marketing brand in the space, it all comes down to a fewer, bigger, better mentality. And if you work within the New Balance building, if you're on my team, I say these words almost like a broken record, because what this really enables us to do, it enables us to focus, it enables us to activate, it enables us to have partners that we have personal relationships with, and can really magnify the values, the importance, and the image of the New Balance brand. And it goes back to that whole idea of partnership versus sponsorship. We don't refer to any of our ambassadors or athletes or teams or leagues as sponsors, we refer to them as partners. And throughout the athlete pitch process, we are very candid and upfront in the sense that we say, you know, if you're looking for a paycheck here, if you're looking for a sponsor, if you're not looking to put a lot of effort into a symbiotic relationship where we can truly make 1 + 1 = 3, we're not the right brand for you. We expect a lot from our partners. However, we promise that we will over invest in return. And at the end of the day, all of our athletes and all of our partners are a reflection of our values as a brand, and they're truly extensions of the brand. Here you have an image of Sadio Mane announcing that he is building a hospital in his native village in Senegal. And it comes down to an athlete's first approach for New Balance. Yes, we have partners that are teams. Yes, that we have partners that are leagues. But for us, the best way to attain that strong level of consumer connectivity is by focusing on athletes in activation, in a co-authored approach to how we are doing business and really elevating their persona across the world. And by co-authored, I mean with all of our athletes, we have a co-authored strategy, we have co-authored content, and we have co-authored product that enable us to be successful with these individuals. This is not the most glorious picture in the world, but here's a picture of Sydney going over her signature apparel collection with New Balance. Again, we require a tremendous amount of time for our athletes. However, in doing so, we strive to over-deliver and put in a tremendous amount of investment in co-activating our respective brands. And to us, it really comes back to world-class service. Whether it's a team or an athlete or a league, we try to do custom, bespoke strategy, product, and content that will truly differentiate us in the marketplace, but really provide value to our partners as to why they are partnering with New Balance and provide a new voice and a new light to them as an individual, to them as a team, or to them as a league. And we always say that, you know, when you join New Balance, you're joining an extended global family. And based on those philosophies and principles and the subjective nature of our sports marketing strategy, this is what it really culminates to, one large global athletic family. And within every single one of our sports marketing contracts, we do have a component within the contracts that all athletes have to give back to the community. That includes time, it includes product, and it includes finance. So in every single one of our contracts, there are communal obligations. Here we have Milos Raonic on the left with Tennis Canada and Curtis Granderson at his own Grandkids Foundation. And I know I'm going a little bit over, but I only have a couple more minutes, and then we can get into the fireside chat. So measurement, data, and discipline. The most important thing here is truly taking an investor's mindset. And you know, if you're in my position at any organization, the people who dislike you the most, and what I like to refer to as the principal's office, is the CFO and our chief legal counsel. So in terms of discipline negotiations, I'd say there's really two major factors here. One, you have to have a walkaway number. You can't be emotionally attached to a negotiation. And the second thing is you have to put into the contract exactly what you want in order to attain your business goals. I'm going to talk a little about how we measure value. We measure value in 4 specific manners. The first one is license revenue. This is a literal ROI. Whether it's a signature shoe, whether it's a apparel collection for an event, or it's a jersey or a kit for a club, how much money are we returning, we're getting on our investment from a pure product and financial standpoint? The second way we track value, which I still can't convince our CFO on this metric, is a traditional media sponsorship value. This could be over broadcast television, or it could be in venue. But really what we're looking at here is impressions and potential engagements using a partner like Nielsen or Kantar to track that level of value. To me, the most important one is digital earned media value. And the two metrics we utilize here, most specifically, are MAV, max ad value, and AAV, adjusted ad value. And we track this pretty religiously in social media on a daily basis. And essentially what max ad value and adjusted ad value are how much money you would have had to pay in order to attain that level of visibility, engagement, and communication with consumers. The last and probably the most fun component of the process is the contractual process, and understanding value is everything that's not in the contract. So whether this is having Francisco Lindor and Sadio Mane having a co-created content shoot at Anfield, or just finding new, unique, and creative ways to amplify our respective voices, that's the fun part, but it also provides the most value. And I have about another minute or so in talking about how we activate our athletes. And at the very least, we enact a one-to-one rule where how much we are paying our partners from a sponsorship perspective is the minimum amount we need to invest in activating these partners. And we do use a full funnel based approach, as I alluded to earlier. And I'll give you an example here with Kawhi Leonard. With Kawhi, we activate Kawhi at the very top of the funnel from a brand perspective, where we're not trying to sell any product necessarily. Most notably during the 2019 NBA Finals, we did massive out-of-home takeovers in San Francisco Bay Area, as well as Toronto, coining him as King of the North, as fun guy, and just having fun with it. We also have emotive product content. This is probably a little bit lower down the funnel in the consideration realm, where we create emotional storytelling that's specifically driving product purchases. At the grassroots level, collaborative events. Here's a picture of Joe Fresh Goods based out of Chicago, where we had a special collab featured event with Kawhi and Joe around the NBA All-Star Game in 2019 in Chicago, where we were fortunate enough to have Kawhi as the MVP, and all of these great shoes and clothes sell out within minutes. We have integrated product launches, which are a little bit lower down the funnel, and then hero product shots supporting the athlete's signature product, which are at the very bottom end of the funnel. And then lastly, before we get into the chat, we talked a little bit about the notion of calculated risk-taking and creating a culture of discomfort. And in order to do that with our investments, we really have to operationalize our investments to ensure that we're promoting essentially a safe and easy mechanism for all of our associates to take risk. So we divide our budget in a 50-30-20 mindset. 50% is investments and activations that we know are going to work. 30% are calculated risk. 20% are purely experimental. Once it works once in the 20%, it moves to the 30%. Once it works a couple of times in the 30%, it then goes to the 50%. So with a partner like Sadio, Kawhi, Sydney, or Coco, we do have long-term marketing strategies and long-term marketing strategies over the course of multiple years that have our investments broken down in that 50-30-20 operationalized investment structure. That is it for me. I think I'm supposed to stop sharing my screen now. Can Courtney or David let me know? Is that the plan? Say yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Good to see you.
All right. Should I exit and stop sharing my screen? All right.
We have John on. Thank you both for joining. And Chris, thank you for that presentation. I'm a huge fan of the brand myself. I'm actually rocking the New Balance hoodie. It only seemed right. So appreciate both of your time today. I know we have a few minutes extended to our discussion, which is great. So I don't want to waste any more time, and we'll dive right in. A lot of what, Chris, you just covered is some of the roads that you guys have been taking in the past 10 years to really enter the sports marketing space in an impactful way. I'd say And I know we talked about it over the past 5, some of the moves and what you guys have spoken about in fearlessly independent and being a challenger brand and wanting to be in the top 3. John, I'd love to kind of hear your perspective on what were some of those key marketing initiatives that New Balance did that have gotten the brand to where they are today in the sports world.
Thanks, Courtney. Chris touched on it, but to understand where we are now, you have to look at our history, and we have a really unique sports marketing history. We were one of the first brands to sponsor runners. We were the first brand to do $1 million endorsement deal in basketball. And then we went 15 years where we actually promoted that we were endorsed by no one. And Chris mentioned 10 years ago when Mr. Davis said that if we're going to be a true global athletic brand, we had to go back to our roots. And the athletes and sports marketing was going to be the vehicle to take us to the next phase of growth. But we would jump into a space where Nike, Adi, and Puma and others were entrenched. And so in typical New Balance fashion, we had to do it differently. And we looked at it as we're not going to sign athletes or events. We're going to approach it by we're going to fix problems. And so if our problem in running is that we were considered old and male and unathletic, every athlete we signed had to be young and female and fast. And Chris touched on baseball, and if our problem was that we didn't have a lot of performance reach in the US, then baseball came our vehicle to really drive performance credibility, widespread performance credibility. And globally, we had no performance reach, and then global football became our vehicle to reach out to a global audience. But what's really accelerated, that gave us a great foundation, and we were very strategic in our approach. But what we took from that then was the next phase, and under Chris's leadership, we've been hyper aggressive. As he said, we've taken calculated risks. We've really prioritized our strategy on what categories we're in, what type of events we're in, what type of athletes we go after, that allow us to play at the intersection of sport and culture. And the success, we think we've been in sports marketing for 10 years now. It's been incredible, from Liverpool winning the Champions League and the EPL to Kawhi leading Toronto to the NBA title, from Coco being the biggest story at both, US Open and Wimbledon.
Absolutely.
To cricket, to across all sports. We just had some incredible success, and we're looking forward to the next phase of what success is going to look like going forward.
Absolutely. And I know Chris mentioned some of the imminent announcements that are going to be coming. So I know a lot of us on the call, and myself included, are excited to learn what those are as it pertains to athletes. On the collaborations front, I know Chris covered briefly some of what New Balance has done. I actually live in Flatiron, right down the block from the New Balance store. And one of the more recent collaborations with Salehi Bembury, the award-winning Versace footwear designer, the block was out to my apartment building, but would love to kind of learn a little bit more about these collaborations and how they come to life. I think what Chris and John, you both have said about the intersection of sports and culture and elevating athlete personas. You've obviously done that in some of the collaborations, but even in the lifestyle space as well. Can you kind of elaborate just the life cycle of what those collaborations and how they work on your side?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, the strategy and the implementation of the strategy is not too dissimilar from our sports marketing ethos, right? We have to take a fiercely independent approach. We have to ensure that our collaborative partners are a reflection of our values as a brand, and real-time sport and culture. So one of the things that I'm most proud of with our collaborative efforts is actually embracing the entrepreneurial spirit. So we have a principle internally whereby we are often the first footwear brand to award brands and designers their first ever collaboration in the footwear space. So you can say that's Salehi, you can say that's Emily Andor, you can say that's Joe Fresh Goods, or you can say that's Figs, an apparel company who has totally disrupted the medical wear space. It goes back to having our finger on the pulse of culture. It goes back to having that intersection of authenticity with the brands, but also that co-authored approach where we're going to mutually invest in each other in a way that's may seem like an overinvestment at first, but it really equals a 1 + 1 = 3 calculation that permeates globally.
Totally. And I think even just elevating and the entrepreneurial spirit, obviously the Kawhi Leonard signing was huge for the brand. The same way New Balance has been a challenger brand, Kawhi is probably one of the biggest challenger players in the NBA and has certainly proven himself over the past few years. John, can you kind of speak to someone who is, Kawhi's notoriously not the most vocal. He doesn't have social media accounts, but Chris touched on some of what you've done, but would love to kind of hear like how you're elevating his persona, some of the collabs you've done most recently, even with the Jolly Rancher and his favorite Halloween candy. But can you kind of speak on that partnership with Kawhi specifically?
Yeah, I think a lot of people questioned us when we partnered with Kawhi. We asked if it was marketable, he's not on social media. But when we sit down with any athletes, as Chris has laid out, we talk about three things. We talk about independence, community, we talk about partnerships. And as a brand like us, they're a private family-run brand, being different and being not beholden to others and carving our own path is really important. And that's Kawhi Leonard. And so it was a perfect fit for us. And as we've looked at it and started working together, he might not be on social media, but he over-indexes in everything else we do. And I think what the team has done really well is understand who he is, and what he stands for, and then build plans around him that's authentic. It's authentic to Kawhi. It's authentic to New Balance, and it's resonated. And he's very engaged in everything. He's been a true partner in everything he does. And I think having, as Chris said, that co-authored plan, working with a true partner, and that's why, from footwear to marketing, everything is seamless and it's resonated with the consumer.
Yeah, Courtney, if I could add to that,
yeah, please
echo what John said. Kawhi's been an invested and great partner, but it also goes back to that fewer, bigger, better approach and activation principles that we put in place, because Kawhi just didn't show up 2 years ago, right? He had won NBA finals. He already was an NBA final MVP. He was all NBA. And that mutual desire to tell authentic stories and bring it to life in a manner that represented calculated risk is what created the cultural phenomenon behind it. Kawhi already existed, New Balance already existed, but there was a common point of authenticity that enabled those stories to be relevant.
Totally. And I think that kind of segues into our next question, which is, this year, New Balance's messaging of We Got Now, seeing some of the spots across your roster of athletes, but especially with, Coco Gauff, Sydney McLaughlin, and Chris, you mentioned it, the idea of elevating personas at Minute Media, the Players Tribune, that's ultimately our goal at the end of the day. And I think, the athletes in your portfolio or your partnerships, I should say, are using their voice to make positive changes on the world. And Chris, I know you touched on some of that, but 2020 has been a challenging year, obviously in a year of difference, and hopefully a good way going into the new year. But can you kind of share how will you expand on this messaging or this idea of, elevating what they're doing in their communities into 2021?
Yeah, John, go ahead, John, and I can supplement it.
It's really important for us to talk about the causes, as Chris, that are relevant to our athletes, and to do that through our campaign and We Got Now has been really impactful for our brand, and it's what our athletes want to do, and I think we're going to continue to elevate that story, talk about what is important to them, and come out to 2020, in a stronger way. I think that the roster of athletes we have, Chris said, we're very selective in who we partner with. We want athletes who are independent, who want partnerships, but also understand that they live in a community larger than themselves. And so when we go to Coco and say, you've used your platform to talk about, social injustice and racial injustice, and we want to use that in the campaign, that resonates with them, and we're going to continue to do that going forward.
Yeah, totally agree. And, part of our obligation to our athletes is to use our platform to get their messages out there. So whether that's Coco and her wanting us to magnify her speech that she gave in Delray, or the example that I gave earlier with Sadio building the hospital in Senegal, whether it's reach, whether it's financial resource, whether it's any type of support, that's our obligation to our partners, and that's why they're partners, not sponsors.
Of course, and just on the topic of this year and some of the challenges that all brands have faced, all companies, all people, obviously, in the sports landscape, we've obviously had to adapt to some unique circumstances, and I know a lot of marketers today have spoken on that, but New Balance coming out and creating masks for frontline workers. Can you kind of touch on some of those strategies, the team's operations, how nimble you've been, how quick and reactive the brand has been to really make a difference this year in the fight in this pandemic that doesn't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon?
So, John, I can take this one. So, I would say that it wasn't necessarily a strategy, right? It was, we saw an issue going on in the country and in the world, and within a week, we stopped making shoes and started making masks. And I think it's a testament to our associates in the operational supply chain, in our manufacturing, that this was like this is people wanting to help in a fiercely independent manner. And frankly, it's something that we felt as though was our civic duty and moral obligation to fulfill. So there wasn't a strategy. It was a decision that we went forward with, and we weren't really sure how to make masks, but we worked with Mass General Hospital, Brigham Women's Hospital, Harvard, MIT, and they were great partners every step along the way. And John, I don't know if you have anything to add to that too.
Yeah, across the board, we say internally, it's the consumer is demanding brands to be active in social justice issues. We say internally, it's not just a business imperative. It's the right thing to do. It's things that at its core to who we are as a brand. And so whether it be champion Coco's voice or building masks, in our manufacturing facilities, these are things that we have to do to drive positive change in the community.
Of course. Well, and I know New Balance was one of the first to come out and make masks, and appreciate all the work that they've been doing in the fight against social injustice and, protecting our frontline workers. My sister being a nurse herself, but just in the terms of this year and sports marketing and looking ahead, right? I think that's the crux of today, is looking into 2021 and the trends of today and how they impact the future. I assume data, and you mentioned it, Chris, play a huge role in the decision-making process on your side. I think for even us at Minute Media, we've had to look at this year in a different light, right? Like, what are the plans that we're making into the new year, and how are they different? Are sports coming back? There's just a lot of unknown, but can you kind of share some of the trends from this year, or learnings that you hope stick in 2021? And then also, like, what are your predictions, into the new year, just as it pertains to sports?
Yeah, I'll just jump in about, a trend and the sporting trends is like people are moving more, and if there's anything good come out of this year is that people are walking, people are running, people are cycling, and they're looking for content. They're going online, things that we may take for granted, people are trying to find out there. And so whether it's talking to the voice of our athletes, whether it be virtual races and working with our event partners, that's something we have to continue to advance going forward. And Chris, do you want to jump in anything there?
Sure. So I think I would say, like, from a sports marketing, like, business perspective, I think there are probably three things for like predictive things that I would say. One, I hope that partners are as open to doing things differently as they were in 2021. And that could be whether it's a partner that we already have, or a partner that we're about to work with, just like opening the book and rewriting the rules on what sports marketing partnerships look like, I think is absolutely vital to avoid stagnation within the industry. I think the second thing is, I do think sports marketing values and media contracts are going to continue to rise, like with Facebook, Google, Amazon, and obviously all the broadcasting networks involved in sports. Like, I think there's going to be more money in sports within the next 3 to 4 years than there ever has been, and we'll continue to see that upward shift. I think the third thing is going to see the winners and losers of esports really play out. I think, a few years ago, esports was like totally the wild, wild west. Now that we're starting to see like a little bit of more governance in there, we're seeing which investments are the most sound, whether that's from an in-game perspective or a distribution perspective like Twitch. I do think we'll see more clarity and governance around esports at large.
And I'll just add one other thing. I think athletes that attach themselves authentically to real causes are going to become all the more valuable for brands. You look at Marcus Rashford and Naomi Osaka. That the way their engagement is growing exponentially. Beyond sports, and that type of athlete is going to become all the more important to us and probably all other brands as well.
Well, really appreciate both of your time. Chris, really enjoyed the presentation. Thank you both. And yeah, look forward to seeing what more collabs are on the horizon and what these announcements are. Really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Courtney. Thanks, David.
Thank you, guys. This was fantastic. Really appreciate having you all join and share with our community. It was really insightful. So hopefully we'll have you back again soon. As I mentioned, this is an 8-part series for us. So again, I know a bunch of you have already reached out to me on LinkedIn. You could feel free to reach out to me, david@brand-innovators.com. We are just going to be continuing to build out this series covering all sorts of amazing topics under the umbrella of sports marketing, sponsorships, and as you've heard a couple times, all around esports and gaming as well. And with that, we're going to move on to our next session. We have some an amazing trio here. Frank Nakano, who is the managing director of sports entertainment marketing at JP Morgan Chase. Dan Pincus, the assistant vice president of sponsorships and promotions at MetLife. Ann Ristow, the head of global sponsorships at Dell Technologies, and our moderator, John Tatum, president and CEO of Genesco. I believe Frank is running a minute late, having a couple technical difficulties. So I would say, Ann, welcome. Dan, welcome. John, welcome. We can kick this discussion off, and I think Frank will just join in a couple minutes. I don't want to, we shouldn't wait to get started, but he'll join you in a minute or two.
Frank is always running late, so it's quite all right.
Technical difficulties is the name of the game. We're happy you're all here. So, John, I will turn it over to you. The virtual stage is yours to kick off the discussion.
All right. Well, thank you, David. Is that a Dallas Cowboy jersey I'm looking at? I guess it was. All right. It's a brave man. Well, listen, and
they brought me back to say, yes, it is a Dallas Cowboy jersey. I'm also a Jets fan, but that seemed even worse right now. So I went Cowboys today.
All right. Well, that's good. Well, actually, David, the Jets, for those of you that don't know, the Jets have actually had more playoff success in the past 25 years than the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
So the Jets have been to 2 AFC championship games.
That is very true. Rex Ryan, Mark Sanchez. I remember, those years fondly. But I don't want to eat up into your time, guys. Go for it. We can talk about that next time.
All right, thank you. Well, Ann and Dan, it's great to see both of you, and we'll get Frank in whenever he can make it. So first off, let's go back 35 weeks. Roughly 246 days, but who's counting? It's 3/11. And Ann, why don't you start? Tell us. I believe you were at a PGA Tour Partners Summit, and the end of the world started happening, right? Things started shutting down. Tell us a little bit about, where you were and some of the first things that you started doing with your team, with your partners, as you saw this wave of closings that was commencing.
Yeah, no, very memorable because I was down at the Players for the PGA Tour Partner Summit, and we were 2.5 weeks out from the Dell Technologies Match Play, which for us is one of our bigger sponsorships and really a signature event in how we use it with all of our stakeholders, whether that's customers, partners, suppliers, government affairs, others that we host throughout the week, and then obviously have the media presence and more. And so it was a very interesting Thursday. Ultimately, my boss and I found out about the same time as the world that the tournament wouldn't happen. We went to the no fans, and then I think Jay just called Michael, and it was done around 10 p.m. that night. So we had to, pretty immediately get into a triage mode. For us, there were all kinds of implications. We, pulled quite a bit of media that we just felt would be tone deaf, given the situation. We did, run the replay of the tournament and very quickly had to get rights to old spots so that we could at least be on air, even if it is background noise. And then working with our partners to understand the implications. Obviously, that one was very imminent, but, really started the ongoing discussions that all of us, I think, have been having on, make holes.
No, that's great. And Dan, tell us, a little bit, where were you on 3/11 and what were some of the things that you were thinking of? I mean, clearly MetLife Stadium, I guess you probably had some summer concerts and major events, but take us through, what your first actions were.
Yeah, I was home in New Jersey when the world stopped, and I think I was watching an NBA basketball game when the announcement came through that the league was going to shut things down right there in the beginning of a quarter. And our team, we quickly sat down to think about, what does this affect and how is this going to be affected immediately within our partnerships. The PGA Tour, similar to Ann, was kind of where we were in the heart of planning. We had spent about 6 months leading up to what was going to be an activation that was planned to launch on April 18th, I believe. We had a whole new campaign built, TV commercials, digital ads. We'd spent 6 or 8 months kind of building towards April 18th. And then over that 30-day period, I think similarly to what Ann just referred to, is the campaign we had built was centered around small business. And while it was certainly the right thing to be doing, the messaging was kind of tone deaf to the current situation. Our team took that opportunity to kind of lean in to the challenge and lean into the moment. We spent the subsequent next 45 days getting things ramped up to stick with small business, but to pivot the assets that we have with the PGA Tour to a completely different purpose. We wound up sponsoring the remaining tour events, the 20 remaining tour events from when they started back in June. And we sponsored every one of the events for the remainder of the year, making certain that MetLife dollars were going to go to the small businesses that make those tour events happen, to make sure bills were going to get paid to the caterers, get paid the construction companies, to the vendors, the sign companies. Anybody who was supporting a PGA Tour event for the remainder of the season was going to get money from MetLife that was unexpected, and that money was going to go towards the tournament and ultimately to those supporting small partners. So we stuck with the message that MetLife wanted to convey around our thing of small business and the workforce around small business, but we did it in a completely different manner, and we pivoted in 45 days to go from one campaign to the next. So it was a challenge, but the team and the agency partners rose to the challenge, and I think it was exceptional the way that the PGA Tour worked with us to really amend on, and turn on a dime in a way that was really going to be powerful for our brand and powerful for their business in a way to help tell that small business story and affect change in a really positive manner.
And Dan, you and Ann both have obviously investments, whether it's the old EMC partnerships that have become part of Dell Technologies, and certainly MetLife, in various venues and buildings. Can you guys maybe touch on how do you see, as we go into 2021, how are you going to leverage those properties with your B2B entertainment and hosting in a world where we're not sure we're going to go back to, the pre-3/11, Super Bowl in Miami or the 2019 Q3, Q4 levels of attendance?
Great. I'll start. I think I go back to March and we all thought we were going home for 2 weeks. So this certainly has been 2020, everyone talks about being 20 years, has felt that way. I'd say we're still optimistic. We're not going to be brazen about going back to live events, but certainly in our high-end enterprise business, we also feel there isn't a substitute for those in-person engagements. And I think that's true in enterprise selling and education and in so many other ways. On a positive, we've learned how to do virtual and we've learned how to reach audiences that we might not have otherwise. And so I think we are expecting a gradual return and on a positive note, taking advantage of what we've learned so that you may only be able to take a few people to a high touch experience, but can also leverage it to larger audiences. And we'll see that those hybrid activations continue.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. I think we were a little bit slower to ramp up. I think similarly to Ann's point, I don't know that we thought it was going to last as long as it has. But it has, and we pivoted similarly to a number of virtual experiences for similar enterprise clients. In fact, we hosted a Masters event last night. I want to call it historic, but there were several people who did. Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, and Tom Watson talking to several hundred MetLife clients the night before the Masters was a special experience for everybody who attended. Some great stories, and it's things like that we're going to try to keep doing. We pride ourselves at MetLife on making our experiences and our client hospitality and hosting opportunities really high touch. Not just it's got to be a full experience, and last night was similar in that regard. So I think of that. I think golf presents a unique opportunity, obviously. Golf was one of the first sports from a participant perspective to come back online. Our teams utilized and leveraged partnerships from the PGA to the PGA Tour to others to get in front of clients where they could in socially distant, appropriate manners. And I think we're going to try to look to do more of those kind of things. It may be outside of golf. I think we're going to do more of golf, obviously, in 2021. We'll look for other ways to do that. Those kind of experiences are out there. I think there's some evolving platforms that are being of the pandemic, and we'll try to tap into some of the things that are out there in different ways to keep our client engagement programs going and keep those relationships strong.
Yeah, you guys both, obviously golf, certainly from a spacing perspective, it's the most, socially distanced friendly sport. Maybe some could say NASCAR around a big track. There's a lot of room to spread people out. As you look forward in 21, do you see yourselves maybe leaning on golf more than football or some of the other properties, or do you have a perspective there in terms of your investments and your portfolio moving forward?
Yeah, so for us, we've always loved golf for the C-suite audience, which it does really well. And I'd say the other factor also has been pace of play, if I will, in that you can talk to a customer about a deal opportunity, about their family, really to know them. And so it's always been great in our B2B settings. We've obviously loved that, when it was one of the few things people could do, it did enjoy a resurgence in terms of people playing the game, people following the game. So I think for us, it will remain strong, but also I'd say we're very much talking and thinking about the next generation of the C-suite. And some of that is in golf. We have a partnership with Topgolf, and they had a business that was furloughed for 12 weeks and incredibly impacted, but where they very successfully kind of doubled down on digital and the app so that you can check into the bay from your car, all the scoring, ordering food, everything right on your phone. And great kind of technology story of how Dell Technologies is powering that, and an awesome way to get those next gen audiences, and whether it's IT and business decision makers or the C-suite interested in the game. So I think we'll continue to see that also evolution in terms of different platforms around sport.
Yeah, and listen, I work for a financial services insurance company. It's hard to argue that MetLife won't continue to participate in any number of ways in the sport of golf. Certainly on a participatory level, from a brand perspective, from a client engagement perspective, that will happen. We've had a number of conversations in ways to try to amp up the participatory side of that. But I'd also say we're trying to explore other things because it's not all golf, right? There are plenty of interests in the world. Our broker and B2B clients, people have different interests, whether that's physical fitness and activities that are about getting in shape, or lifestyle and nonprofit areas. I mean, there are so many different places to play that we're going to continue to explore, and like I said earlier, see if there are other emerging platforms and ways to engage in a socially distanced manner that are appropriate, because it sounds like MetLife is not only are we a financial services and an insurance company, but we're a risk management company. So risk mitigation is part and parcel to the DNA of a MetLife employee. So we're not going to be going back to the big events. The 4-person outing is certainly appropriate. The bigger, larger events are definitely going to be slower to come. So we're going to look for other opportunities and ways that people can get together, do it and do it in a creative manner. Again, high touch, so that people can really, spend the quality time and get a chance to talk about the business and build relationships in the right way. So while we look forward to going back to MetLife Stadium for concerts, for football games, and the like, we're going to have to be creative for the next, it looks like, 6 and 12 months to do the right things by our sales teams ultimately and their clients.
Dan, you had mentioned, like, looking back, and I know you kind of do this, I guess you're in the enrollment period right now for new customers and everything. Do you have a perspective in terms of this year? We're midway through November, is it the end of the year? I mean, do you think you'll be able to look back at the past 6.5 months and quantifiably connect some of the things that we're able to get executed to sales, I guess, and how's your business going right now?
Yeah, business is decent. I think MetLife, 152 years old. We weathered a number of storms over the years. Something that the company prides itself on is being there through these challenging moments and helping customers, clients navigate those twists and turns and those challenges. So the company's doing very, very well. All things relative. Not a banner year, but certainly I think everybody internally is feeling good about the effort, the energy of what everybody at MetLife, the 49,000 employees, have done together globally. The ship headed in the right direction. To your point on the impact of the business, in hindsight, I think the company, we will look at open enrollment. For those of you listening, if you're not paying attention right now during an open enrollment period at your organization, it's critical. It's not all about healthcare. Healthcare is extremely important, but there's a suite of voluntary and other benefits that you can choose at work that are really there for your benefit. That's what they're there for, and you should take advantage. I just increased some coverages on some things that I learned about in critical illness, and I think that's part and parcel to this pandemic, is thinking more about your holistic financial well-being as well as your own personal well-being. And the company will have ways to look at what the outcomes of this open enrollment period are, to see trends at the small business level, the regional business level, and the national accounts level, and probably examine the Dell Corporation to see how employees at Dell or at JP Morgan, if Frank ever gets here, we'll find out from Frank.
I'm here.
A little bit more, but I think
I think he's on. He's on audio. So
he's finally coming. Oh, that's him down there. Got it. So we'll finally hear from Frank. But whether it's JP Morgan or Dell, I think we're going to look at all those companies and look for ways to to find out what insights we can garner and improve upon it, whether through the partnership portfolio or directly in the business.
And Frank, before we'll pivot to you and get your input on several things. And one thing I thought was great, for those of us that are all glass half full, one man's junk is another man's treasure. One man's blizzard is another man's ski trip. So you brought up, when the shutdown happened. I think one of your big corporate clients, Amex, made a big purchase. So can you talk a little bit about that or some of the positive business things that have happened, I guess, in the past 6 months.
Absolutely. Yeah. So for, Dell Technologies, obviously technology had been, or I'd say is continuing to be one of the winners in all this, as digital transformation agendas are accelerated, and, laptops in particular really have become the lifeline. So Amex, many of our large customers needed 20, 30,000 laptops stat and flipped their workforce from central office locations into their homes really, over a weekend or over a week. And that was really incredible to see, and to see the Dell Technologies teams who, internally we had always had very flexible work arrangements, and probably was 20, 30% of our 167,000 team members. But even for us to be able to get to our homes remotely and then support our customers was actually really impressive and cool to see. And it was, it's been interesting because, we deliberately are Dell Technologies, and that was the name of the company that was formed 4 years ago when Dell purchased EMC and VMware, and really had been a PC company and moving into the enterprise space and into many new areas. From a brand and sponsorship perspective, that has been our focus in making Dell Technologies understood as more than just a PC. And then this year, obviously, the PC became more essential than ever. And so how we make sure we balance that of, we do have, a incredible breadth in our portfolio, but also some of these technologies that have been really a lifeline for so many.
Well, Frank, we're glad you're on. Frank Nakano, the Managing Director of Sports and Entertainment Marketing at JP Morgan Chase. So Frank, I guess the first question that we want to give us a 35-week day 246 rewind to 3/11. You're sitting there with a beautiful new Chase arena, basketball arena. You're getting ready for baseball games and opening day at Chase Field and with the Diamondbacks. And take us back to where were you and what were some of the first things that you did as 3/11 occurred and we started seeing this wave of cancellations, postponements, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, for sure. So apologies for being late, technical difficulties. So, and then Dan, apologies for ruining the flow, and John. Yeah, it seems like a lifetime ago, but ironically was actually in the Bay Area, making my way back to New York. And I think it's like the phases of grief. I think in the early phase in March and April, I think we were just all reacting to it, right? It seemed like there's never seen anything like it. We were kind of rallying together, and I'd say in a lot of ways it brought out the best in a lot of us and the partners. And we worked on the West Coast with our partners to answer the immediate needs of like what does a lockdown mean for kids whose school is actually the one place they get meals. And we're fortunate largely that we have technology, we can work from home, but a lot of people don't. So we pivoted quickly with the Warriors and our partner Stephen Curry to provide technology and meals to kids in need, and did the same here with the crew at MSG. And we worked through sort of our own version of PPP before that was really a thing. But we bought close to 1,800 meals from, I think it was 60 plus of our client restaurants, Chase small businesses, and we fed 119 organizations, frontline workers. So again, had nothing to do with sponsorship, but we were just kind of reacting to the moment. So long-winded answer to your question. I think from there, obviously we've pivoted. I heard Dan talk about, how do you're creating virtual events, trying, again, we have no other choice, but how do you stay connected to customers through this period? So we've continued to try to do that best we can, and you can't replace the in-person experience, but we're certainly looking at different ways to do that.
And Frank, touch on, because I loved that story. If you want to expand upon it a little bit, but just like you're right, like the PPP. I mean, you guys didn't shut down and stop. You pivoted in a way where you could keep transactions going. So, with your customers, and those small restaurants or delis that, potentially would have been closed down and going out of business. Can you explain that a little more to everybody? Because I thought that was one of the, necessity is the mother of invention. I thought that was an ingenious way to continue to service your customers and clients, and like I said, keep the commerce flowing.
Yeah, for sure. So at that point, sort of where we were in this cycle, it was less about commerce, but just more about like sort of answering the community in New York, right? Because this is our home market. Our credit to our partners at MSG. I think Chris is online. I know he's listening because he was giving me grief as to where I was not showing up. But again, we pivoted and said, like, what is the immediate need out there? And then obviously the support for the restaurants and small businesses was crucial, but that was happening at a bigger scale, right, through the PPP loans. But we pivoted our sort of sponsorship dollars with them to say, like, what's our version of helping the community? Again, doesn't have anything to do with sponsorship. It necessarily just has everything to do with being sort of a citizen in the community. And sure, we then, promoted it so we get some recognition out of it. But it was meaningful because it kept the lights on. I think, John, when we were talking, it was a 10-week program that these restaurants knew that they had revenue coming in from us. And it was meaningful. It was really touching to hear the stories of what it meant. And I don't know if for anyone that was, I'm sure in whatever market you're in, but you remember back into the end of March, early April, what it was like. And, it was scary. And the frontline workers who were out there and had to be out there felt like this was a way to support them and put some dollars to good use.
It's interesting because, Frank, both you and Dan certainly have been on, the opposite side. You've been the buyer, the client, the sponsor. You've also been the agency and even the property. And Ann certainly has got a great background, in the Bain consulting world. And so I guess as as these conversations, I don't want to say, hey, who is better to deal with, MSG versus, pick a property. But do you guys want to, and I'll throw it out to the whole group, do you have some examples or anecdotes of how, a partner really worked well with you in terms of realizing you're not going to be able to take advantage of this asset and let's pivot and change into these assets? And, again, with the end goal that, you guys, there's some brand awareness, but it's really about driving your business. You guys need to drive revenue for your respective organizations. Does anybody, again, I'm not trying to pitch you Chase versus MSG or MetLife. Those guys were tough, or those guys. But any thoughts on examples?
I'll first say that I've only been a client in the sponsorships world, and that's definitely the best place to be. So for anyone who's considering the alternatives, and I kind of echo what you heard from the New Balance team on the partners who have been creative. That's been amazing. And understanding that the way and the sources of value that typically were delivered weren't possible, but here's what we can do. Those are the conversations that were incredibly productive, not we're giving you X, even though, in a normal year it's Y. And McLaren for us was a great example of that, where in a normal year, there's 20, 22 Grand Prix, and we're around the kit and on the car, but we're also, bringing them on stage at Dell Technologies World and in our flagship events really across the globe, that we did everything from participated. They actually flipped their automotive production facilities into producing ventilators and the technology that was part of that. We incorporated them into virtual events, many of their executives. And then we also launched a really cool STEM series called McLaren Substitute Teacher, where Their drivers, their engineers, also engineers from the CTO office at Dell gave, short, snappy 2 to 3 minute STEM lessons geared towards the kind of middle school population, and was just a great lifeline to parents that are trying to be educators and cafeteria workers and work from home and everything else. And so, that was a kind of an awesome initiative that, came together pretty quickly and did really, really well in market, and where we felt, very, I think, full in terms of value that was delivered, even though it was very different.
I'll build on that to an extent. I think that the big theme for me is going to be flexibility. It's flexibility this year because this year required flexibility, but I think it's flexibility in the future. I think we all write contracts that are, long-term, some 3, some 5, some 25, and things in the MetLife business, as I'm sure they do at JP Morgan, as I'm sure they do at Dell, change every single year. And having that level of flexibility on both sides of the table to adapt to a new objective, to a new business concern. MetLife sold this in 2016, halfway or 5 years into our relationship with MetLife Stadium. Things have to shift. We became more of a B2B company. We tend to grow in different directions internationally. Things are going to shift. We have to be flexible. And I think that's part and parcel to this year was flexibility, and most, if not all, partners were flexible to a certain extent. And the more flexibility, the better. It gave us the ability to go back internally and share with the gatekeepers or stakeholders that we have. I'm an internal consultant. I have to work with our sales teams and our GMs to do what they need, and bringing them ideas and bringing them flexibility and things that will support their business this year was paramount. Will be going forward. So, to anybody listening, I think that's part and parcel to think about. The philosophy going into a relationship is you're going to make some decisions because you have to for the contract, but how do you build it and talk about it in a way that leads to flexible conversations in the future, because things are going to inevitably change as they have this year. Hopefully not like this year, but they will change in the future, and you have to have that kind of a relationship and dialogue to make sure you can react as the business and or as the challenges around from the world are affecting us on an ongoing basis.
And that's a great point, Dan. This isn't over yet, and we don't know what the rest of 20 and 21 brings. So I think it's going to make us all better marketers, right? Because we have to think through differently. I think looking at it glass half full, right? We've had great conversations with every partner, and we'll kind of reset how we think about the future. And Dan, to your point, things change. These deals are meant to be big and flexible, and this is probably the ultimate test of that.
I've got a couple of questions here for all three of you, and so I'll throw this out. I guess as you look forward in 21 and beyond over the next 5 years, is there a particular property or a particular sport that you see as either pandemic proof, or I should say the most valuable potentially for you, or in terms of the business moving forward, right? Has this created some kind of change to say, oh, you know what, we should be doing made for TV Tiger versus Phil events or whatever, right? Can you talk about Ann and Dan and Frank, as you guys look at your portfolios from 21 to 25, is there a particular property or properties that you think is a good investment? And then B, are there some things that maybe you've learned or seen in the past, 6+ months of this pandemic that have made you reassess or readjust your thoughts?
Well, one I'd jump in with that it just has so much excitement because the growth is incredible is esports. And while we are all Dell Technologies in sponsorship and our big brand campaigns and really use other sub brands at a product level, whether it's Dell or XPS or Dell EMC, Alienware is the one exception that we do partnerships because it is so cool and it is the creme de la creme of PC gaming. The Alienware guys told me you age out at 23 because of your twitch reflexes, and apparently you can't Tom Brady your way out of that. So I don't know, I'm a little upset about that. I'm very much over that hump, but more and more we are talking about not only esports for Alienware and for a gaming audience, but more and more it's the next gen IT decision maker for sure, but business decision maker and eventually the C-suite. And so at what point does Dell Technologies key audiences and stakeholders fit there, and how do we draft off the halo of Alienware, which definitely is the coolest brand in our portfolio, and make it relevant to other audiences. So I think that's definitely been a fun space to watch.
That's great.
Wow.
That's great.
I mean, I'll build back on the last point that it's not about what property is out there that's the next hot something. It's back to the business, right? It's back to what is the need. Whether that's our domestic businesses or the ones that we have overseas. It's what kind of objectives are they trying to achieve, and what can we tap into for them? I mean, a big shift at MetLife is going to be focused on demand generation. How do we bring people into the marketing funnel, both at the B2B level and the B2C level in different markets, and finding ways to tap into different properties that match the consumer profile or segmentation that we're trying to reach. Certainly, it's always the inverse. It's always starting from the business and working outward. And if there's a property that matches that, that's terrific. I will say I'm excited that MetLife Stadium at this point is going to be hosting a number of games during the World Cup in 2026 when the North American bid takes effect. So looking at a road to hopefully what will be the finals at MetLife Stadium, and the global soccer footprint is something that I'm constantly kind of evaluating to see where there might be some building blocks to get us to again hopefully a game at the building that's going to be seen by 1 billion people or more. That's a constant, right? The global football industry and landscape is vast per the conversation with New Balance previously, but always trying to keep an eye on what's going on, what leagues are hot and what teams are hot, and where there might be good points of connection.
That's great. And Frank, what are your thoughts looking in the next 5 years or so?
Yeah, so I kind of parallel what Dan's saying. Like we leverage all of our partnerships really because they drive business at the end of the day, whether it's with consumers, or below the line. But in some ways, it's oddly strengthened our belief in the partners we have, right? Because I think the power of the live experience between sports, entertainment, anything that happens at these moments when you're experiencing it live, we all remember, and I cite this all the time, you remember your first concert, you remember where you were when your team won a big game, you remember who you were with when you saw a certain show. So getting back to that, I think is exciting. It'll be different in the next year, though, getting to that. So we're trying to sort out and work through what that fan experience looks like it's always been about safety of the fan, but it's now safety takes on so many different levels. So how are we planning for the future of the experience that, we've already been ahead on contactless payments, but how do we reinforce that even more so? More value, right, of being away from, oddly, being away from people while you're being with people at the same experience. And then, in the interim, what works to stay engaged with customers. So the things that Ann talked about and the pivots that McLaren and she and her team were able to leverage. I think, we look at all those as ways we can do it in the short term. But again, I think there's no replacing sort of the live engagement. And that's why all these discussions are so hard with partners, because I think we all realize that venues without fans is not sort of the same equivalent of what we signed up for, and everyone acknowledges that, and we're just trying to work through fair and like how we get through this together and come out of the other side smarter and better.
I can't resist, but because Frank and Dan are New Yorkers, I have to say, when you're in Boston, it's hard to remember because we just win.
Well, we will check in with you at the end of this year.
Hey, and easy, There was a local team down here in North Texas that won 3 Super Bowls in 7 years, 5 years, and then David can attest. The lug nuts came off for a couple decades, so But I'm sure
I'm convinced we got a winning team now. Once we get through the injury bug, I've never seen a team with so many starting players all down at the same time. It's ridiculous. But guys, this was so great. Frank, I'm glad that we got you on audio. Dan, and this is wonderful. And I'll be in touch. We should talk about the Alienware stuff. I think there's a lot of meat there to talk about. But this is John. Fantastic job moderating. This is really wonderful. Thank you all.
Well, thank you guys, and stay safe and healthy. And if you make it down to North Texas, give me a call.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right, well, we're going to continue with our show. We have another fantastic speaker, Eric Dickens, who's the CEO and co-founder of Cadenwood. Eric's background has been, he's been doing a lot in sports. He's been a big fan and participant of our community as well. We've had him speak when he was the CMO of Kings Hawaiian. He was also at Kraft and Henkel and LifeLock. And Eric has been, in this world of sports marketing for a while, leveraging the properties and the assets and the athletes to build brands. So we are thrilled to have you, Eric. There's a little bit of an echo, so I'm going to log off and turn this stage over.
Okay, great. Thanks, David. Is the audio okay? Just testing real quick. David, can you let me know if the audio is okay? Okay, I'm going to assume everything's good. Good morning or good afternoon, where you are in the world. So, like David said, my name is Eric Dickens. It's a real pleasure to be here. I've been part of the brand innovators community since inception. When the whole thing started, and I have to say, it's an incredible organization for both marketers and people on the services side to connect and learn from one another. And so today, I want to talk a little bit about who Cadenwood is and what we're doing, since not all of you may be familiar with the company since it's less than 2 years old. I also want to give some background into the sports marketing that we as a company are currently doing to launch one of our trademarks, Level Select. And then I'm going to go into some case studies and talk through different things that I've done in my career that hopefully will be very beneficial to other brand marketers, specifically people who manage budgets, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of fun things you can do in sports marketing, but if you're not doing something that's going to positively impact your business, you're doing it wrong. So I want to kind of share some lessons learned and some case studies from other times in my career at places other than Cadenwood. And incidentally, Frank Nakano, who was on the panel just prior, was the head of our sponsorship contact when we were doing some work at RICARDO at the NBA, and now he's off to big things at JP Morgan Chase, which is always fun to see when your friends succeed. So I'll jump right into who Cadenwood is. So Cadenwood is a consumer packaged goods company that was established just under 2 years ago, primarily to develop consumer brands in the emerging CBD space. And we're currently the largest vertically integrated consumer branded company in the CBD space in a very short amount of time, with our recent acquisition of Ecogen Biosciences, which provides us the capability of having full ownership of our supply chain, from genetics, seeds, farming operations to processing. And then we have several trademarks in which we market our consumer products, the first of which being Level Select, which is what I'm going to talk mostly about today. And then we have other trademarks, Purity Organic for food and beverage and Purity Preferred for our pet CBD products. So jumping in, these are the products that we currently sell. At top is the Level Select, positioned primarily as a sports cream and supplement business. And then we have Purity Organic currently selling a hot tea line, and Purity Preferred, which is our pet line, which just launched 2 weeks ago. and all of them are currently available in direct-to-consumer. The Level Select products are also currently available at some retailers, but growing rapidly through the end of the year. And we're expecting to be in almost 12,000 store doors in 2021. So a lot of momentum on that side of the business. So this is the business that we're going to focus on today. So currently, the business was started and positioned as a performance CBD brand. And the first products that we launched were topical products, so a sports cream and a sports roll-on that provided essentially, relief for soreness or conditions like arthritis, any sort of discomfort associated with movement, body movement, and then primarily with athletic movement. And so it was really incumbent upon us to position the brand with celebrity athletes to help us promote not only the brand, but also being in an industry that's still emerging. It was really important for us to establish credibility with our consumers, as well as with retailers, because there's a lot of different products in the CBD space, and the industry's come a long way since we entered. But there's still quite a few brands and companies out there that aren't necessarily playing by the same rules that you would expect from a large CPG company, which are the rules we're playing by. And so over time, we thought it was necessary to have some really high-profile, credible athletes help us get our message out, as well as add credibility to the space. So one of the first athletes that we had participating with us was Carson Palmer. So Carson Palmer is a 14-year NFL veteran. Those of you in Cincinnati and Arizona will recognize him, and any USC football fans would also recognize him from winning the Heisman Trophy before going pro. So Carson had a 14-year NFL career as a quarterback, and in Cincinnati, the year that Cincinnati looked like they were going to make a real push for the Super Bowl, he had a very severe knee injury, which miraculously he was able to overcome and come back and play several years in Arizona before retiring. But Carson's knee, especially after he stopped playing and after he stopped getting the same type of treatment he was getting while with the sports team, really started to slow him down. And so he's got a beautiful family, and he's got young kids that are very active and need him as a dad to remain very active. And so Carson had started using CBD products, and then when he found out about our company, he actually decided to become not only an investor in the company, but also to become a brand ambassador for Level Select. So this past Super Bowl, before the world shut down, Carson went to Miami to do Radio Row for us. And he did interviews with several different radio stations. And then he also did an appearance on the Fox News Morning Show, Fox and Friends, with other NFL personalities to talk specifically about Cadenwood, Level Select, and the benefits that Level Select provided him. So in the world of sports marketing, there's several ways you can look at it. You can partner with a sports property, an arena, a league, a team, or athletes individually. Or of course, if you're really aggressive, you can partner with all of them simultaneously. It just gets really expensive for a brand and a company of our size. But somebody like Carson and some of the other athletes we're going to talk about here shortly, if you find ways to partner with them as individuals, they can be highly effective in helping you to communicate not only your brand message, but the efficacy of a product, especially in something that's delivering a new benefit to consumers, or like in our case, is a completely new company and a completely new industry where people just want to know how the product works and how it can work for them. So the other thing we did, we had NFL Hall of Fame Tim Brown, wide receiver, for those Raider fans out there. He also did some work for us at Radio Row and Super Bowl. He also did some influencer work for us online. And so he has a pretty passionate following online that helped us get our message out to consumers during the Super Bowl timeframe, which really served as a national launch of the Level Select brand at the beginning of 2020. And then the other picture you see here on the screen to the left is our most accomplished athlete by far, Annie Myers-Drysdale. For any of those who follow the WNBA or the NBA, really, Annie Myers-Drysdale is just a complete force in the sports world. She's also gone on to hold some executive roles with the Phoenix Mercury WNBA team. But Annie Myers-Drysdale was the first female inducted into the NBA Hall of Fame. And she's also an Olympic gold medalist, and she was also drafted as a woman into the NBA during in the early days of her playing career. So she's just a phenomenal athlete and also an incredible ambassador for the Level Select brand. And then, of course, Carson Palmer is featured there in the middle. And then you also have baseball legend Steve Garvey, who's won every award there is to win in baseball except for a Cy Young. He was, of course, the legendary first baseman for the Dodgers in the late 70s and early 80s. And then he went on to play with the San Diego Padres to help get them to their first World Series back in 1984. So we have three incredible legendary athletes that helped us get our brand off the ground. And then most recently, and if you're watching the Masters this week, we added pro golfer and PGA champion Ricky Fowler to the mix of athletes that we're using to help promote Level Select and get the word out, as well as the thing that's most significant about having Ricky in the fold is the PGA is one of the very few sports that currently allow active players to use and promote CBD products. Now, for our industry, the good news is that's changing. We expect there to be continued thawing of the industry. You know, it's just something that's new, and it's something that's in need of people to better understand before the sports leagues are willing to take a bigger leap with the industry. And then there's also some economics at play too. Some of the leagues are waiting for one of the companies like us to step up and be a league sponsor prior to letting individual teams and athletes promote CBD products. So I'll talk a little bit more about league sponsorship here in a minute with one of our case studies that I'll go through. But Ricky is a phenomenal athlete. He's a phenomenal ambassador for the brand. If you catch him on the Masters in the coming days, look out for his golf bag. He's got Level Select branding on his golf bag. And he's also featured in our television commercial, which I'm going to ask the technical team to queue up now. This is a television commercial for Level Select that's airing nationally on Discovery Networks, and I'll talk a little bit more about that deal here in a minute. Thanks, guys. So as you can see, it was really important for us to feature all of our athletes in the spot. Let me make sure everything's working here before we continue. Here we go. It was really important for us to feature all of our athletes. We have a longer version that includes Annie playing against a UCLA Bruin basketball player. And serves more of a direct response purpose to it. But the branded spot is 30 seconds long. It's airing on Discovery Network now. And it was important for us to be able to showcase our athletes doing activities that our consumers like to do in order to stay active, and our product can be a help. One of the things you'll notice in the TV spot is we didn't make any product claims. And this is one of the things specific to our industry it's a little bit of a challenge. We have to be like really effective marketers in order to sell a product where you're not able to make any specific claims against the CBD ingredient. That will change over time, but today that's the current advertising landscape that we have. So we did our best to showcase the athletes doing activities and highlighting the product, but we're just simply unable to make very specific claims about the benefits of CBD. The other thing I want to talk about is the media specific to how we're running this TV ad. So for those of you familiar with the company Peloton, in the early days of Peloton, the media company Comcast made an equity investment in exchange for media for Peloton, which is how they were able to promote their brand so aggressively on TV in the early days of their company, and it accelerated their growth and became a national powerhouse brand that it is today. And of course, even with COVID, it got even stronger. So that same team that was advertising or that worked on that equity deal at Comcast work now on the Discovery Network's business development team. And of course, I've worked with Discovery Networks for over a decade on several brands. And they called us and asked if we would be the first brand to be integrated into their equity for media deals. So we have now $10 million worth of media that we're going to be running between now and the middle of next year on Discovery Networks. And this is the first ad, the one that you just saw, that we're going to be running during that time. So not only are we're currently the largest advertiser in the CBD industry with a 50% share of voice, but now you add to it a $10 million spend on Discovery Networks. We expect that we're going to be over 80% share of voice in the CBD industry going into next year, which is really significant for us. Okay, so enough about Level Select, enough about Cadenwood. I do want to go into some case studies because as a marketer, it's really important that as you're approaching any type of sports marketing, you want to make sure that you're using the properties for a specific objective. And my advice to you is don't just take the guided tour, right? Like the sports properties are very good about having packages that they need to sell. And a lot of times they'll cold call you. They'll say, here, we have this signage available. We have this sponsorship available. And they'll tell you what they have available. And of course, this is a message now to the people on the property side in terms of advice to you. As a brand marketer, you need to make sure that whatever you're going to do in sports marketing is specifically designed and tailored to meet your needs. Otherwise, your partnership's not going to be a success, and it's not good for you, it's not good for your career, it's not good for the brand, and it's certainly not good for the sports property because they don't want to have sponsors who aren't happy with their results. So the first case study I want to talk through is RICARDO. So this is when I was at Henkel working on the RICARDO business with co-founder of Cadenwood, Doug Weeks. And we did a sponsorship with the NBA on the RICARDO brand. And this is where I was talking how Frank Nakano, he was our contact at the NBA when this deal went down. And so this was a really significant and very expensive. So RICARDO is a really well-known brand, but it's not a very big business. So Henkel got control of RICARDO when Procter & Gamble acquired Gillette, and they had to divest the RICARDO brand because of, because of legal issues, right? Like antitrust laws and that sort of thing, because it competed with, it just added too much market share, considering that P&G already had the Old Spice brand. So we acquired the RICARDO brand, and if you recall, RICARDO's early days were aligned with athletes, but in mainstream sports. And if you guys remember some of the older ads, Brian Bosworth was an advocate for RICARDO. You had Charles Barkley, who was an advocate for RICARDO in the early days of the brand. And then the brand went through a shift in the 90s with X Games, and the brand was really positioned toward extreme sports. And that was an effective positioning for the brand during that Generation X Games era in sports. But then when we acquired the brand, there was a lot of confusion with consumers as well as with people in the industry and even inside the company as to what RICARDO stood for. Was it for mainstream sports? Was it for extreme sports? Who was the consumer? What direction was the brand going to take going forward? And so the significance of the NBA partnership really for the RICARDO brand served as a stake in the ground. So Doug Weeks, who was the general manager of the RICARDO business at the time, made the commitment to invest in the NBA sponsorship, which is a significant commitment for a brand the size of RICARDO. and said definitively, this brand now stands for mainstream sports, mainstream athletes. We are making a very clear shift away from extreme sports and all of that positioning, and we're going to now target a new generation of antiperspirant and deodorant users through the NBA and an extension into other mainstream sports. So the very clear objective for the NBA partnership with RICARD was to serve that purpose, and it worked well for the company. It gave it a guidepost going forward, and really cleared up any confusion about the brand's positioning and way forward. I will say though that with league sponsorships, you have to be careful because most sports, the NBA, baseball, are they have national awareness, but the team following is very regional. And so when you're doing a league sponsorship, you're not going to get the same consumer benefits you're going to get from partnering with a specific team, just because most of the benefits that come with a league sponsorship come at league-controlled events. So for instance, with the NBA, we got great assets during the All-Star game, and also we had the ability to participate in NBA Finals events. But during the regular season, the exposure was quite limited unless we had specific partnerships with individual teams. And so I just want to make sure that you understand those distinctions if you're debating a league sponsorship versus a team sponsorship. But again, as I mentioned earlier, one of the situations we have here at Cadenwood is we have several team sponsorships that we want to participate in, but some of the leagues aren't allowing the teams to participate in sponsorships in our category until there is a league sponsorship. So we may very well find ourselves in a situation where we're doing a league sponsorship, not because we necessarily want the assets that come with the sponsorship of the league, but we want the ability to market and partner with specific teams in a certain league. So again, there's different reasons why you might do different types of sponsorships. I want to talk a little bit about LifeLock. And at LifeLock, we did something very unique, which from the outside looking in might have looked like a total waste of money. And believe me, I was one of the people that told our CEO at the time and founder of LifeLock, Todd Davis, that it looks like you might have wasted a little bit of money here. But in the end, that's not what happened at all. And so I want to give some background. Back in, I believe it was 2009, the WNBA was the first league to explore branded jerseys while playing games. And the Mercury was the first team to announce a corporate sponsor that would be featured on jerseys in Major League Sports. And LifeLock was the first brand to break that barrier. And so in the instance of LifeLock and the Mercury and the WNBA, LifeLock's specific marketing challenge at the early stage of their company was to generate brand awareness, positive public relations. And so in the instance of LifeLock and the WNBA, being first provided an enormous public relations platform for the brand to be able to say that they were the first in sports to be able to do this. Now, the brand paid a premium for that privilege, but in the case of this brand LifeLock, it was well worth the investment. And so sometimes when you see certain sponsorship deals from afar, they don't quite make a lot of sense. But I'll tell you, having worked inside LifeLock in the marketing department when this was going on, even though I myself viewed the deal with skepticism early on, I then got to experience the benefits that played out over time because we were first. I will tell you that being second is nowhere close to being first. If you have the opportunity to be first in anything, don't blink at the sticker shock. It's worth it. The third case study I want to talk about is King's Hawaiian. So before starting Cadenwood, I was the first chief marketing officer at King's Hawaiian, and I was there for almost 6 years. And it was a wonderful position to be able to take a family-owned business that had been around since 1950, but had never had any external marketing. So I used to tell people it was the brand that you may have heard of, but you've never heard from. And one of the things I got to do when I got to King's Hawaiian was reevaluate some of the properties that people inside the company had been looking at. And one of them was a partnership with the Boston Red Sox. And the reason why the Boston Red Sox are so significant is because the King's Hawaiian brand has incredible brand awareness on the West Coast of the United States, because it was more of a regional brand, even though it had national distribution. The challenge was they weren't able to get distributors in the Northeast specifically, which is the center of the largest population of the United States, to put the products on shelf because the retailers weren't really excited about the product, and people in those populations didn't grow up on the product like people on the West Coast, so the passion for the brand was not quite the same. And so I made a trip out to Boston to meet with the leadership at the Boston Red Sox because what I had seen from the proposal wasn't going to quite meet the specific objectives of what we needed to achieve at Kings Hawaiian. And so I met with them and I said, look, I understand you guys have a lot of assets and you have a lot of prearranged packages, but none of them make sense for me. However, I think that the Boston Red Sox as a brand can help Kings Hawaiian achieve some very specific business objectives we have if we work together to figure out what you have that can help me achieve my business objectives. And I have to tell you, the team there, led by Troop Parkinson, who's just one of the absolute pros in the space, we need to get him on the panel, by the way. He's incredible. So he took that challenge, and I explained to him, look, the biggest thing I need to happen for Kings Hawaiian in the Northeast, specifically in the Boston area, is I need retailers, specifically deli and bakery managers, excited about Kings Hawaiian to be able to put our product on feature and display in their stores. And I said, so what are things we can do with the Red Sox to make deli and bakery managers in Boston excited about Kings Hawaiian? And they said, well, what if we gave them an opportunity to throw out the first pitch at a Red Sox game, or we gave them an allocation of tickets to sit on the Red Monster, or I'm sorry, not the Red Sox, but the Green Monster at Fenway Park. There were other assets too, like private tours of the stadium, as well as doing batting practice before a game with the team. So these assets, to most brands, are considered toss-ins that are used by the company's executives, for morale or just to have fun. These assets for me and my purpose at Kings Hawaiian became the top assets that I wanted, so I could motivate the deli and bakery managers to put the products on display in their stores and hold contests for them to win access to these events at the Red Sox and at Fenway Park. And then what was able to happen is we motivated the retail managers to put the product on display, and then they experienced what other retailers across the country experience. When you would feature Kings Hawaiian, the sales would shoot up. And so we used the Red Sox partnership specifically to achieve that outcome, and it was a huge success for the brand. And as far as I know, Kings Hawaiian is still partnered with the Red Sox, and I think even looking at ways to serve the product in stores, in stadiums through grills and that sort of thing. So I wanted to feature those three different case studies to show how in the world of sports marketing, in addition to what we're doing here at Cadenwood, where we're partnering with specific athletes on a specific brand, there's all sorts of different ways to utilize sports marketing. But the most important thing for you to do when you're considering an investment in sports is to know exactly what it is you're trying to achieve and make sure that you measure against it. And also make sure that your partner at the sports property knows what you're trying to achieve and hold them accountable to making sure that they are delivering against what your business needs. So with that, I want to conclude and open it up to a little bit of Q&A. So one of the questions is, what was the most important learning from Kings Hawaiian that I took to my new company? So that's a great question, and this actually has nothing to do with sports marketing. So the most important learning from Kings Hawaiian was Kings Hawaiian has an exceptional consumer care department, as well as an approach to handling consumers at Kings Hawaiian. Anybody who calls the number on the back of the Kings Hawaiian bag reaches a Kings Hawaiian employee who is ready, willing, and able to completely over-deliver on any expectations. And most of the calls actually are positive experiences with the brand, but in any case where there's a negative experience, the brand completely over-delivers to win the consumer back with individuals who work at the company. And we took that same approach here at Cadenwood with our branded materials. We have an employee that works for Cadenwood that answers every phone call and deals with consumers directly. And that, to me, that's invaluable. So another question is, what was your favorite sports sponsorship and which specific sport gave you the most value from a brand perspective? That's a great question. So it's actually two answers to that question. So the Red Sox Kings Hawaiian partnership was the most effective by far. But my favorite sports sponsorship that actually helped the early days of Cadenwood was the grill that we set up in the left field pavilion of Dodger Stadium. So we had the opportunity with the LA, and plus I live in Southern California, lifelong Dodger fan, so of course that's some bias there in terms of why it's my favorite. But one of the objectives we had is we wanted to go beyond the success we had with the Red Sox and start getting into ballparks and bringing Kings Hawaiian's product and consumer experience where there were large gatherings of potential consumers and sports fans. And as Frank had mentioned earlier, when you go to, sports are not only entertainment, they're also the memory business. And so, you always have a very positive feeling, unless your team loses, about your experience when you're attending a sports event. And so we wanted to build a prototype restaurant inside sports stadiums, and we started with Dodger Stadium. One, because they're an incredibly large organization that has great reach, but also because it was local to Kings Hawaiian, and it gave us the ability to provide quality control over the restaurant. And so that prototype and setting up a restaurant in the left field pavilion of Dodger Stadium was my most favorite partnership, and it was a lot of fun. Next question. Do you see opportunities in esports and gaming for Cadenwood? Great question. Not at the moment. However, I do have an 11-year-old son who is both an athlete as well as a gamer, and so I'm personally aware of the power of esports and games. Also, one of our original team members of the first marketing team at Kings Hawaiian went on to work at Activision, which that was his dream role. And so we stay in contact. I'm well aware of the opportunities available within esports, but as of right now, it's not something that we're looking at. The other thing that I have to point out is, so Cadenwood is the only brand in the CBD space that has a former Surgeon General, Dr. Richard Carmona, exclusive to us as the head of our medical advisory board. And one of the charters that he set forth with us is that we're not able to actively market to kids. And so that restriction, given some of the uncertainty in our industry in terms of how it's going to be regulated going forward, really would prevent us from being a major sponsor in esports at the present time. And then another question, will there be opportunities to sponsor college sports in the CBD space, and how will that evolve over time? And so the question is yes. It's getting on the younger side of who we're targeting with our products. So the average age of our consumer is 45 years old. And you do have a little bit of a split between consumers that are older than 45 and consumers that are younger than 45. So consumers that are older than 45 tend to be more male. And our Level Select brand is positioned to that 45 plus consumer age, and it's slightly more masculine than our Purity Organic brand, which is slightly more feminine and also slightly younger skew in terms of who we're targeting. But we're not currently looking at sports sponsorships for the Purity Organic brand. And then let's see, one other question here. Obviously, the Red Sox wanted to keep your budget for themselves. Did you ever inquire about expanding Kings Hawaiian into other markets with MLB and have the Red Sox help you do that? We did expand. So ultimately, we ended up having sponsorships in New York with the Mets as well as the Yankees. We had a sponsorship with the Dodgers. We also did something small with the Padres going into my last year there. And so the Red Sox knew that we were already a pretty hefty spender with them, and there wasn't really much more that they could do with the brand. And so they were happy to see us expand into other sports teams. In fact, the deal that we did with the Mets was one of the members of the Red Sox sponsorship team who had left the Red Sox and gone to the Mets. And so we actually took the learnings there and applied it to what we were trying to achieve at Chase Field in New York.
Hey, Eric, Nick Kelly, Eric, quick question for you. So,
yeah.
When you guys you talked about earlier being like the first to a category or first to whatever, it's a lot easier for partners and teams to come in and say, the soft drink category is worth X to us. How do you define what the right entry level price is for a new to category? So CBD or King's Hawaiian rolls, it's not an existing category. How do you define that so you don't price yourself out?
Yeah, so right, the price is what the market will bear. And so we were involved, most people don't know this, but we were actually involved at King's Hawaiian for the naming rights. We were one of the finalists for the naming rights of Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. And of course, the sticker price for that opportunity was well beyond the reach of King's Hawaiian. However, there were some interesting discussions around why would that be something that Arthur Blank, who owns the team, would want to do. And there were some discussions around, well, maybe it's worth a price concession because of some of the other benefits that particular sponsorship would provide. So obviously the reason why you see car manufacturers and airlines and big Fortune 500 companies with State Farm with naming rights to stadiums is typically the entry price for something of that size is out of reach for smaller companies. But you do find exceptions, and so for instance, the reason why it was interesting for King's Hawaiian to kind of shock the world with that deal is because King's Hawaiian is a major employer in the state of Georgia, and so Arthur Blank, obviously, with the Falcons. He took a different approach to sports and sports sponsorship. He wanted to make sure that his stadium had accessibility to people and also was a really strong community advocate. And because King's Hawaiian was also a very strong advocate for the community, he saw the pairing of those two brands worth considering. Now, ultimately, we didn't do it. And frankly, the reason why we pulled out at the last minute is because I had a limited budget, and as we played it out, we could have pulled it off, but it meant that for the next 10 years of my time at King's Hawaiian, I wasn't going to be able to spend another dollar on anything else. So I think that, look, there's different ways to price assets. Whatever the asset is, there's other assets in the marketplace that give you sort of a benchmark on where you should be starting your price discussions. And then you also have to say, okay, well, what type of brand do we want to ultimately be the sponsor here, and be sensitive to what their budget levels are. And I will tell you a rule of thumb, most national consumer brands spend about 10% of their revenues on marketing if they're in growth mode. So use that calculation for the brands that you're talking about, and then also figure, okay, well, how big of a deal is this going to be to that brand, and kind of work your way in, backwards into their budget thinking to price the property as well as to sell it to them.
Well, Eric, I can't thank you enough for coming in today and educating, honestly, a lot of categories, and most of the people that you're hearing from today are from more of the traditional categories that we all see. So it's fascinating just to hear from a perspective of, not even challenger brands, it's brands that when you show up at a baseball stadium or a football stadium that you wouldn't expect to see. So again, thank you so much for your time today.
Yeah, no, thanks. It was a pleasure. I really appreciated it, guys.
Awesome. Well, next up we have, moving right along, a big thanks to Eric again. I mean, I think that we're all just fascinated to hear about, the growing space of CBD. I know it was daily fantasy 5 years ago. So it'll be interesting to see between that and gambling, how everything else, evolves over the course of the next couple of years with regulation kind of, lightening up. But next up, though, we've got a couple people I know well that are going to be joining us to talk more importantly, just about what it had the power of creating content. And I think that that's ultimately what a lot of our partnerships have when we actually go out and negotiate a deal. Is content series that reinforce either the values of our brands or maybe more importantly showcase the role we play with a partner. So joining us today, we've got Dan Fleetwood, who's VP of Global Partnerships at SAP. We've got our friend Marissa Solis, who's the SVP of Core Brands over at Frito-Lay. We've got Rajul Majana from our friends at Burger King. Are you down in Miami today? Jealous.
I am.
And then the last one is we have James Denny, who's joining us as well. He's basically going to help us moderate and keep these three guys in line. But with that, as we talk about creating new content, I'll kick it over to James to kind of keep the conversation going. Again, the Q&A is open on the side if you guys have any questions for these panelists. So again, with that, I introduce today's 1 o'clock panel.
Perfect. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate the intro, and I'll do my best in keeping the conversation on the tracks. Thank you, Dan, Marissa, and Rogelio for joining here. I think one of the things that I'm excited to dive into here is kind of the role of content within your marketing strategies, how that has shifted over the course of the last 9 months and everything that kind of goes into it. One of the things that, to start us off, when you think back to March as the world and sports being a big part of, kind of the conversation today was put on hold, what ended up resulting was when sports was brought back, we ended up having an even more cluttered environment than we were used to. And the ability to break through the noise took, some innovation from a marketing perspective, but not just to kind of, reach the consumer, but to really connect with them when they were at home, dealing with uncertainty and really hungry for sports. So I wanted to kick things off talking about content in general. How have your sports marketing strategy shifted or evolved over the course of the last 7 or 8 months, if they have, and then the impact on the use of content within your sports strategy overall? Marissa, I'd love to start with you, just knowing kind of some of the great work that Frito-Lay has done specifically with the NFL at the start of the season.
Yeah, sure. And can you guys hear me okay? I'm using a different microphone.
We can.
Awesome. First of all, thanks for having me here. This is amazing, and I'm excited to have this conversation. Obviously, for us, it was a huge shift, right, when everything happened. I remember the very first, I think, event for us was the NFL draft, right? Just that entire thing, turned upside down because of COVID. And our content strategy really it went from thinking about activation live in the event, mass activation in stadiums, mass activation surrounding big events, to really truly becoming digital, because for the most part, events weren't happening and we still had to somehow engage with fans. Or two, when events did start to happen later on in the summer, many of them didn't include fans in stadiums or live at the event. So switching to a digital strategy was huge, not just in terms of the medium by which we delivered the content, but also the kind of content, right? We started really pivoting to be much more personal. We leveraged a lot of the relationships that we had, not only with the leagues that we sponsor, but also with the players, to really start showcasing fans what the players were like, and getting a little bit more personal. I think one of the big examples we did early on in the NFL season was partnering with the Players Tribune, when we started going inside the players' homes and showcasing how they would engage with a brand like Tostitos. And we were cooking with the players and making nachos and having fun and really bringing to life this notion of home gating, leveraging the players themselves. So really becoming digital and getting creative around the content was a big part of the pivot.
Yeah, thank you. And I think, the athlete side of it and the stories kind of for those, individuals off the field. Something about COVID has been incredibly disarming. There's a human component that to connect with individuals, and those stories have been really interesting to see come up across the board. I guess, Dan, any thoughts from your side in terms of like how SAP is leveraging content, or how that might have changed over the last little while?
Yeah, well, I think, for us, our strategy with our sponsorship partners has always been to utilize these huge and powerful brands that people are incredibly passionate about to tell stories and use as kind of proof points in terms of how our technology works, right? So we like to use the term technology showcases, right? And so that's what our strategy is always predicated. And so whether you're showing somebody a piece of technology while they're sitting in the stands or at home, it's always the root of the partnership, and a key tenet to it is really around that authentic technology use case and showcase. And so for us, over the past few years, we've kind of started to build those up and really make them robust in a lot of our partnerships. And so as we kind of hit this crisis period where everything got locked down, nobody was going to games or shows or anything else, right? What we were able to do is kind of lean more on those storytelling aspects and those technology showcases, and still really kind of extract a ton of value out of the partnership, even though on hold, games weren't being played, we were still able to talk about how we're helping these organizations run better. And we were even able to kind of help in terms of work we did with the NBA and the WTA around trying to keep their players and staff safe through some stuff we were doing around the Qualtrics products and making sure that people were checking in properly and on time. Mental health was okay, and so we were even able to kind of take the news of the day and work with these partners to continue to kind of show value through them as proof points. And so I think that's been again what we've always built our partnerships on, but I think you're going to see that go even deeper and farther and stronger as we kind of start to move into this world of digital storytelling and kind of really relying on that going forward.
Yeah, it's great to hear. I think visibility has been challenged, right, across with everything in terms of the world that we're living in, but also with the marketing, kind of strategies. So flexibility being prioritized, it seems like you all are, really in a position where you're reacting to that in a really valuable way. Rogelio, from Burger King's perspective, I know you all have done some really interesting things with content. Would love to hear your thoughts on that, and also just sticking with kind of the idea of the prioritization of flexibility, knowing that sometimes the only certain thing is that things are going to change, right?
Yes, especially in 2020, right?
Yeah.
No, I think we talked about this week. For us, I consider ourselves probably very well positioned this year when COVID hit, because we've been a very creative, idea-led company, right? We're a company that doesn't necessarily, we're that challenger brand and that company and the brand that doesn't necessarily have all the firepower, all the huge budgets that many of our competitors have. And so for us, we pride ourselves on being very creative and very, very idea-led, meaning it makes more sense to have that unique perspective and kind of we try to break away from the mold and break from all the noise that is happening to make sure that we're heard and that we rise to the occasion. So I think when COVID hit, it only brought us to the next level of creativity, right? Because once you have that machine running, I think it's easier to be like, hey guys, let's bring in more ideas and let's bring in more things that are more relevant and unique. So the process for us is very flexible in the sense that we're not necessarily focused in a certain team or in a certain league, but it's more of, does this make sense from a creative perspective, and then also does it make sense from a storytelling and an emotional connection perspective, right? And so I think from that aspect, we were primed to react to COVID in a pretty good way. And I think that's kind of how we lead our strategic approach, right? It's through the power of creative. How do you make sure you raise above and create and show that unique self and create that emotional connection with your guest and your consumer?
Yeah, I think you mentioned kind of league and team partnerships in there as well. And just to stick with you for a second around the team side of things, such an interesting partnership with Stevenage that I would love for you to touch on, because it was really impressive work from your team.
Yeah, this was a campaign almost two and a half years in the making. And so again, because we're so idea and creative led, I think one of the thoughts that we always had is like, we try to shy away from putting our logo in a jersey or putting a logo in a stadium, because I think because of the limited resources and the budget that we potentially have, although I know it sounds counterintuitive that Burger King is saying we have limited resources, but I think we all do. One of the agencies that we had brought this idea to us and said, look, there's an interesting way to be part of the conversation from an esports perspective, because we've noticed it's grown, it's relevant, and we all know here that esports is a big thing. By sponsoring a real life team. And so the idea in general was like, how can we sort of hack ourselves into the next video game launch of a very popular video game without necessarily going through all the process or even just sponsoring a big team. And so we decided to literally sponsor the Stevenage FC, which, if you haven't heard of them or if you don't know who they are, that's kind of the point. And we sponsored them a year before the next release of that video game, so that by default we would be part of that video game afterwards, right? So our jerseys that jersey, Stevenage jersey with our logo, would be part of that video game. And so what was really fun about it is we started creating a lot of fun content and UGC that was around making this small team, 4th division team from the UK, big in the online world and the esports world, right? And so we started seeing people playing with them, interacting with them, and not only that, they also started using our jersey with famous players. So we saw our jersey with our logo slapped into Messi, Ronaldo, and Mbappe, and all those players that you would never get, or you would get for like hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And so it was just a fun, quirky activation that we did. I think it caused a lot of noise and a lot of commotion. And funny enough, almost like 6 months or a year later, after we activated and after we did the campaign, which is what happens when you do this type of campaigns. But I think it's one of those things that one, I think we had fun. We managed to insert ourselves into a conversation without being, obvious, or without even cutting that interaction between both physical players and online players. And we managed to be relevant with the times.
Yeah, really, really impressive work. The ultimate FIFA hack, for sure. But
you said it. I did not say that. I denied that.
Well, FIFA's lucky to have you all. How about that? Marissa, curious about, you obviously have great relationships with the leagues, and strong partnerships. Typically when times like COVID happen, it's those partnerships can rise and find new levels of working together. How have you found this current environment changing some of the ways that you're working with the various leagues that you do?
The great thing about, when you're faced in a situation like COVID, where there's immense challenge and just a tremendous impetus to change quickly, what we have found is our partners have been awesome, very agile, very flexible, and willing to try kind of some fun and creative things, right? And we've learned from them, I think, as much as they're learning from us. one thing for sure is nothing is sure, right? And so a couple of things that have happened, in the last 6 months, I think our level of communication has gotten so much better, because it's not really just about a sponsorship and, hey, we're going to leverage your logo or leverage your player, or it really truly is about, hey, what do we think is going to happen in the next 6 to 12 months? And what are different and new innovative ways to raise both profiles, right? In an authentic way that actually serves the fans. Because at the end of the day, we're in the service of the fans, right? Whether from a Frito-Lay standpoint is all about creating joy and smiles in any league, right? Whatever sport you're talking about, is really about entertaining those fans and bringing the magic of that sport to life. So in that sense, I think communication, creativity, and just agility. I mean, some of the things we were able to do, I always think about the draft, because that was the very first one, and so fast. I mean, within weeks, to be able to pivot and do something creative, I think is pretty awesome. And will change, by the way we do things and the way we create magic in sports in the future.
That's great. Yeah, the Tostitos example was fantastic. Just kind of bringing fans that aren't able to go to the stadium right now are dying to be a part of it, and they want to figure out how. And so the ability to kind of bring that customized experience to those fans at home is something that was really impressive to see you all thinking through that lens, because at the end of the day, sports is personal, right? It's not, you're not necessarily a fan of the NFL. I'm personally a fan of the New Orleans Saints. I know that they were involved in the Tostitos partnership, so that was great to see, and that's actually very similar to how we think about sports at SB Nation, and we're thinking about products around, like, how do we bring that fan experience from the stadium into the house? How can you react to various plays and be a part of the action from your home? And so our product team has developed various ways of measuring fan sentiment around pregame, around plays that are happening, around calls coming out of it, and it's been a really interesting exercise. Dan, know that you all have been really involved with the Masters and the US Open, NHL, NBA, and that the sports calendar has been wildly disrupted. How is that, or has that impacted some of your league partnerships?
Well, I think, I don't know if it's necessarily impacted, but I go back to my initial answer around, just relying more on the stories that we have embedded and how we continue to tell those. I make sure I give everybody equal time. I love all my partners equally, and they're all special to me. And so I don't want to, point out, any other, but if you look at what we've done with the NHL and the NBA, I think those are good examples, because of your point before, right? That nobody's a fan of, or nobody's a fan of the NHL or the NBA. You kind of have a team, you have a place, you have a passion point, right? And so how we do that with the two leagues is unique, but I think it's great, because at the NHL, you've been able to work to develop an application that's on the bench of all 31, which would be 32 teams, right, around the league, and it's in the hands of the players, the coaches. You can see it when you're watching games, and they're getting information in real time, and it allows us to kind of tell stories in game and broadcast enhancements that are all kind of focused around that tool that you can see being used in a game. And it's a great way to tell a story for us, and we continue to kind of leverage that, build that out, and evolve that application, and hopefully it helps people understand the type of value that we drive for enterprises around the world. On the other side, it's with the NBA, right? We've done a lot of work with them around their fan data and statistics and NBA.com/stats. We've been able to give people access into the vast history of the NBA, statistical history. Let them compare players, let them see shot charts and things like that. And so again, we've tried to evolve the story, and last year we launched something called GM School, which was a reality TV show. So SAP got in the TV business and produced a reality TV show where we took 5 contestants and just like you're watching, a cooking show or something, gave them challenges that they had to solve using data and analytics, and really kind of showed how that having that power and having that knowledge at your fingertips kind of equips you to do your job, right? And in this case, the goal is the NBA and a front office GM. And so we had incredible success with that. We did our second season this year, and it came out even better, and we hope to continue that franchise for a long time, because I think it's just an interesting and unique way to tell your story in a way that resonates with not only guys who are business owners, but NBA fans around the world. And so it's a great example of kind of using creativity to amplify and tell a story that people's mind is somewhat complex.
Yeah, I love the way that you're thinking about the league partnerships as a platform for storytelling, and even going beyond storytelling, engagement in the case of the example that you just mentioned around the GM school. I think when going back to something Marissa mentioned earlier in terms of kind of athlete stories, I think that over the last 7 or so 8 months, thinking about talking about athletes and kind of their talent has always been really, really interesting. But talking about kind of like, how disarming this is, and understanding the dynamic individual that exists off the field or the court or the course or the ice. You all have had a lot of success with your partnership with Ernie Els over the years. Fantastic brand ambassador for you all, and then even some of your more recent work with Cameron Champ and focusing on a lot of his work around DEI and social justice. Would love to hear from you kind of about how you all are thinking about the evolution of your athlete partnerships.
Yeah, no, and look, I think you look at one of the most successful partnerships that we've had in the history of our company, and when you the first thing you think of is SAP, and a lot of people, it's the other way too. When you think of SAP, you think of Ernie Els, and so it's one of those things where we established that partnership with Ernie 18 years ago when he was one of the top ranked players in the world. He may have been number 1 at the time when we signed him, but it was a fantastic journey that we've taken with Ernie, and along the way, he's kind of his platform and his brand has expanded, right? And I think again, 2010, I believe he announced his foundation in honor of his son around Els for Autism. And we immediately jumped on board with that as an organization and got behind that and have worked with him for many, many years and kind of building that program out. And we're incredibly proud in 2016 when they were able to break ground and start to build the Els Center for Excellence down in Jupiter. And so I think that has it's one of those things where we didn't start out kind of saying we're gonna be in support of Ernie and Els for Autism. It was a journey that we took with him, and I think that was the amazing part of it. And you see what our company has done to get behind that cause with our Autism at Work program and our commitment to have 1% of our workforce on the spectrum, and so there's just been this great amazing opportunity that's come out of this, that we see that, yes, we are an enterprise software company and we tell the story of our brand through, these leagues and teams. But how do you do it with an individual? And what we've seen and the power that we have with individuals like Ernie is the way that you can kind of associate your brand to people who stand for the values that you believe in. And really that's what we've been able to do with Ernie. And now, as we look to kind of evolve our portfolio and what we want to do and how we want to do that in the future, it was an incredibly easy choice to look at a gentleman like Cameron Champ and what he stands for. Everything, the fact that he's an amazing golfer and can hit the ball, a ton, is fantastic, but it's what off the course, what he represents, which is even greater, right? And that's, you know, all the work that he does with his foundation and his story and his drive to create, you know, awareness around social justice and autism and all those other platforms that he really stands for. So for us, I think, you know, when you look at the individual athlete and who we are trying to use to exemplify who we are as a brand, it's guys like Ernie and Cameron that really help us do that.
Yeah, and the alignment with the incredible purpose is fantastic, and I think consumers and you know, from an enterprise and B2B strategy, companies, I think, you know, they're being you know, kind of put in a position, whether they like it or not, to have to stand for something, and yeah, you all should be commended for aligning with some really fantastic causes on certainly within your athlete partnerships, but across the board. Marissa, I know that on your side, you all did a fantastic spot at the beginning of the NFL season, and I know diversity was a really big priority within the making of that spot. Would love to hear about that, certainly, but know you have a ton of athlete partnerships and kind of how that conversation and strategy is evolving on your side.
Yeah, I mean, I think as Dan said, we take those very seriously, and we want to make sure they're authentic to the athlete, right? That we bring the athlete's personal story and personal passions to life. I mean, over time, I can think of so many, you know, that have been so great for us. I think Anthony Davis is one that has been our Ruffles partner for a long time, and we brought his passions around, you know, fashion and basketball to flavors on our chips. I mean, so it's been phenomenal. You know, Lionel Messi has been a partner for a long time, and he's really given us the ability, especially in the US, to reach, you know, multicultural consumers. But I think, you know, just to talk about the spot, it was such a special thing for us to do on many levels. Number one, I think it was really important for us to show that we believed in sport and that we were going to invest, even though the year was kind of crazy and nobody knew, you know, if the season would even happen. It was really important for us to make that statement. I think it was important for us as a company whose purpose is to create joy and smiles, to really bring that joy at a time when people really needed it the most. I think when the NFL season came back, we all were just, it's like when soccer came back in Europe, right? That sigh of relief that, like, maybe life will get back to normal a little bit. And we wanted to tap into that magic and that joy, and creating that spot with an incredible cast, you know, from Marshawn to Katie, who's, you know, the first female or one of the first female coaches, to Tom Brady. I mean, it was just incredible to have that cast to really show to the world that the anticipation of the season, the magic of football, and just continue to celebrate it, right? In a year where we really needed to do that. So it was really important for us, and I'm so glad it was so well received.
Yeah, it was really impressive, fantastic work by you all, and I think, you know, Rogelio, another good example of that is, you know, coming together and kind of like supporting each other. A great example came from Burger King and in the Burger Detour kind of strategy around. It's not often that you hear about you know, kind of companies driving their consumers towards their competition, and I thought that was a fantastic example of you all reacting to, you know, kind of the changing circumstances, and you know, kind of coming out with a really strong message that was probably a shock to many, but would love to hear a little bit about that from your side.
It was certainly a shock to us as well. No, I think, look, we've always been super tongue-in-cheek. We consider ourselves this challenger brand, right? And so Whopper Detour, we did a Whopper Detour 2 years ago, and it was an amazing collaboration and an amazing campaign where we essentially kind of overhyped your typical age-old coupon strategy. And we said, how can you make the best coupon in the world, and how can you actually leverage that to create excitement around something that we were doing on the digital space, right? And so the idea behind it was, well, can we send consumers to McDonald's and actually order the digital coupon only on a McDonald's? And so that went crazy. It was super successful. But I think during COVID times, we're taking this other approach as well, where it's not we don't see ourselves as enemies. We're part of this like fun banter, confrontational, tongue-in-cheek approach, but it's never a malign or evil way of doing it. And so this year, we actually, a couple of weeks back, actually, we posted a note on Twitter in many different countries in the world saying, hey guys, COVID is happening. We're having restrictions and lockdowns coming back again in many other countries. And so the note stated, the headline of the note was, please order at McDonald's, right? And then we give an explanation saying like, look, the industry is suffering through this, right? It's challenging times for everyone. And just as much as we want to win and we want to be the best burger joint in the world, we also want everyone else to survive. And we also want everyone else to be. So I think it's a message of a partnership. It's a message of coming together. It's just difficult times as it is, right? In 2020, and I think it's an important difference that we need to make in making sure that we're yes, we do compete against each other, but no, we're not necessarily enemies, mortal enemies,
Yeah, no, it was fantastic. I think it's also a great example of flexibility and agility, reacting to, kind of a lockdown that came about, and you all were in the ready position to be able to support that, that situation in a really, really valuable and delivering a message that frankly we all need right now. And it was great. I think that sticking with the visibility side of things, I'd be interested in, I'll just throw it out to whoever wants to answer this one, but like, question from the audience, what tools are you all utilizing to determine kind of future team athlete or hot market future investment, knowing kind of the challenges that have come with visibility? Curious if that has changed for any of you all.
I don't know if there's any one tool, I'll say, right? It's not like I've got this magic calculator that I plug something into and then a name pops out. It's, I think what we continue to do is we continue to try to evolve the strategy. We understand, where our core audiences are, where we need to be telling, very specific, product stories versus where we're looking to try to really, grow our brand and create that recognition and understanding of who we are as a company, right? So it really varies along objective, it varies along audience, and so all these factors are taken into account as we try to determine where we think we need to be going forward. And so we announced this partnership with Cameron yesterday. I mean, I think that, just for my explanation there, that was one of those where we do see incredible value in the sport of golf. We see it in terms of just overall the exposure, as well as kind of over indexing with kind of our core audiences as well. So and then it helps us kind of talk about who we are as an organization and what we believe in. So for that, Cameron was a very easy choice versus some of the others that we're going to be looking for kind of technical storytelling, if you will, right, and product storytelling. That there's other partnerships that lend itself better to those types of execution. So
yeah, I think remaining in a position to be opportunistic is super important right now. But yeah, Marissa, any thoughts on that one?
Well, I think I was going to say, as much as the tactics have changed in terms of how we engage with consumers, because the world has changed, how we pick, who we partner with or who we sponsor, in many ways hasn't changed. In many ways, the last few months and COVID have reinforced the strategy or the criteria that we use. It's got to be someone completely authentic to the values that our company brings forth, right? That joy, that smile, the fun. And then as we pick each particular brand, whether it's Doritos or a Lay's or a Tostitos, like each brand stands for something, has a certain purpose. And the authenticity of that brand with that athlete or league or sport has to make sense, right? I don't think that's any different now than it has been in the past. It's just now how we showcase that, right? And how we take that partnership and bring that partnership to life.
It's great to know that some things haven't changed, right? In the in this world that we're living in. Sounds good. I guess the last one that I had, and then I'll pass it back over to Nick, is around trends and things that pop up. And the answer to this, Marissa, might be very much in line with what you just mentioned around, kind of like not much has changed in this area. But have you all identified any trends that you believe, what we know on the other side of this is that we most likely, we won't go back to what it was. Things will be new. Are there trends that you all have identified that you believe will stick around? That you're excited about, and any, I guess, on the other side of that you feel like are going to be short-lived?
I feel Marissa mentioned it early on in the conversation, but I think it's the transition to digital and personalization is just that much more important, right? I think instead of voicing massively one single message and just being not emotionally connected to anyone, I think the importance of matching the brand, matching the athlete or the league, and making sure there's that emotional connection, right? So it doesn't look random and just a logo slap. It was important before. I think now it's just that much more important because you're connecting not on TV, you're connecting on all social channels, you're connecting on different platforms. So like, that hyper personalization is just becoming that much more important as we move forward.
Yeah, well put, for sure. Well, Rogelio, Marissa, Dan, thank you for the time and valuable conversation. Nick, we'll kick it back over to you.
Hey, thanks so much, James and team. Again, I really appreciate the time and the conversation, especially around right now. There's not a whole lot going on physically, so content right now truly is king. So thanks again, and we really look forward to hearing more from you guys in future events. So with that, we are actually going to transition to what is our first, time we're ever done this, which is bringing on a partner and actually bringing on one of the brands to talk through, the keys to success and what we're calling is kind of the winning combination. And this is the first of two of those today, of where we have. Joining us today is Seth Cole, who's the SVP over at Turner Sports, as well as Shiz Suzuki, who's heads up all partnerships over at AT&T. And I think that very rarely do we get the opportunity to kind of take the stage at the same time with our partners and pat each other on the back in a positive way. But it says a whole lot whenever you actually have both sides standing up and talking about what is working. So with that, I'll kick it over to Shiz and Seth to kind of walk you through this great AT&T program.
Thanks, Nick, and thanks to everybody listening today. And thank you to Brand Innovators for having us today. We definitely wanted to try something new. And so we'll give it a whirl today, see how it goes. We'll look forward to your feedback. Seth and I are going to tag team this in a form of a little bit of a case study format. I know everybody's very familiar, at least everybody I know, a lot of the folks, especially on the brand side, who have gone through this, call it modified season and modified year of 2020, as I know many of the speakers have spoke to. But certainly the NBA season, which just recently wrapped and is about to tip off again, has been one that is for the storybooks. I thought it'd be a little bit interesting for you to hear, call it a little bit of that behind the scenes storylines. And again, to Nick's point, and then bring it to you from, call it like the broadcaster and the brand side, kind of all together. Just a quick introduction on myself. I'm Shiz. I head up sponsorships at AT&T. And Seth, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm Seth Cole, and I lead our brand partnerships and our integrated marketing teams at Turner Sports, and a corporate cousin too.
So much. And so for those of you who aren't familiar, Turner Sports is a part of Warner Media, which is a part of AT&T. And so as a modern media company, that's kind of the connective tissue there in case you were wondering why. the two of us were holding hands through here on today's presentation. So anyways, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and jump in here. We've put together a few pretty slides, but just meant to be kind of to help guide us in our storytelling today. For us, Seth's got a lot longer of a storyline here, but for us at AT&T, we tipped off our relationship with the NBA, and I think as most of you are familiar, it's not just the NBA, it's also the WNBA, which we're very passionate about. Of course, the G League, USA Basketball, NBA 2K League, with our passion in esports and other emerging areas, call it, of technology and sports. And we tipped off this relationship during, call it, the 18 and 19 season. But in all honesty, it was really February 19, which was last year. It's kind of hard to imagine. Like most of these deals tend to go, because it's always hard to plan these the perfect way. It was 9 days before All-Star, NBA All-Star in Charlotte, and we had an incredible amount of things that we had to pull off from an activation standpoint, from a brand standpoint, from experiential, et cetera. And so it was kind of this mad dash, if you will. For us at the company, and the things that we love to do, certainly through the partnerships that we have, NBA being one of them, is around telling really authentic stories about your products and services, right? And so, in this case, our priority right now is around 5G. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. And so for us, we've been hyper focused on partnering in with our partners, broadcasters, et cetera. We truly believe in this philosophy or ethos around a collaborative approach to development. I know I say this to a lot of my partners, so if any of my partners are on, they'd probably be laughing, but that collaborative approach is really important, because I always tell our partners, like, listen, at the end of the day, y'all know your fans the best. We know our products and services the best, what our brand represents the best. And certainly when you start to bring and merge those things together, that is when you are able to create, call it, that perfect representation of that cuts across all. And so, for us, we've done, call it, a lot of firsts in 5G. And, I'm really proud and excited about the fact that, we obviously market 5G. So you see a lot of messaging and signage and all types of media integrations. But it's a really important place for us to showcase 5G and technology and other products and services in a really authentic way that resonates with fans and audiences. So even last year, it was so early on, the Summer League 2019, and that was in partnership with ESPN out in Las Vegas. Seems like an eternity ago. And we did the first ever 5G broadcast for a live sports event there, and that was all in partnership with Steve Helmuth and the technology team over at the NBA. Obviously, a lot of our 5G internal organizations as well. And then quickly followed that up with tip-off of this past season that fall. And so Seth and Turner and all of our friends, and we worked together to create a 3D hologram of Candace Parker. And so she came in via 5G in order to, be a part of the analyst desk for the tip-off broadcast, which was also a really exciting feat. Then we also, over at AT&T, and I'm going to divert from NBA for just 2 seconds, but AT&T Stadium, certainly home of the Dallas Cowboys, a naming rights property we're super proud of. We've done quite a bit there, including being the first sporting venue for the United States that has 5G in it. We then, installed it with a whole bunch of 5G experiences, including Pose with the Pros, which has won many awards, and it's been so humbling to see how people have been so excited about that. I think it's had like 500 million plus impressions, et cetera. I know we get calls from all around the world. Our business sales team does. And then, of course, the NBA All-Star game earlier this year in February out of Chicago, United Center. We're a proud sponsor of the Chicago Bulls. And we were able to have this really exciting partnership, again, with Turner in bringing Shaquille O'Neal to the court side with a 5G camera in hand and get some really unique camera angles only Shaq can, and bring that to you in broadcast, as well as for those folks that were on site. And so, these are just examples, right, of things that we love to do with our products and services in a way to tell these authentic stories to better resonate and deepen those connections with our customer base. But anyways, let me pass it over to Seth, who's going to tell us a little bit more about the depth of the Turner Sports relationship with the league.
Perfect. Thank you. We have a little longer in the game for the NBA than AT&T, but on December 22nd, we're excited to start our 37th season of coverage within Turner Properties. So that's exciting. So we have TNT as kind of our marquee games of the week, and then we also jointly operate NBA.com, NBA TV, and NBA Social with the NBA with our content studios in Atlanta. And then we also operate Bleacher Report and House of Highlights. So all of them are deeply embedded in covering NBA and the culture around it. So we've been excited for that. We could not be any more excited to have games again in a few weeks. And we also have long been partners with AT&T well before the acquisition, but also in other properties like NCAA that we have for the men's Division I tournament, hopefully coming back here in March. We also have Major League Baseball. We have the match for some golf events. We also have E-League, which is our gaming platform. And that's it. So we're pretty excited.
And I thought I'd also share a little bit kind of behind the curtain. I get asked a lot, and Seth, I don't know if you do as well, but a lot of people ask, well, listen, AT&T is a ginormous company, and certainly with the acquisition of Time Warner and now Warner Media, how do you do it? Like, how do you do this integration? And I think this is just, again, part of the case study and an interesting call it process, if you will, and maybe we'll hopefully give somebody out there, whether you're in a smaller company or a larger company, some insights into maybe some things that have worked really well for us. We actually host something called the Center of Excellence or Project Management Office, COE or PMO, whatever acronym you want to put on it, because we're in the telecom industry. But really, it's meant to be around how do you do purposeful and intentional integration, and especially when you have people that are dispersed all across the country, which is even more relevant today, right? Especially with everybody working from home, across many different time zones, across many different business units, with different, goals and things that are, of course, representative of each of those groups. And, we've got a pretty robust process in place. And what you really need is a group that kind of sits at that center, right? Imagine it a little bit like a hub and spoke model. And, and it's really important to have, call it like the right set of people at the center, because there's so many times that you create these types of processes, and what ends up happening is it becomes like a readout process, right? And nobody wants that. Nobody intends it to be that way, right? But it is really about the things that I've seen that has really worked and has progressed, the progress of innovation and collaboration is around things like, it is about motivation. It is about being able to, motivate others within the call or within other groups to come to the table and share and to help ideate. It's to help, elevate other groups, find commonalities. Tying the different threads together, right? There's usually golden threads that you can pull out of all the different business units in order to find what are those key pieces that are really going to help elevate the overall company and the brand. And so, ultimately, I think it is really about intentional or purposeful collaboration, especially now when we're all at home. You don't have those moments of running into each other in the elevator or in an office somewhere or what have you. And so, for us, it has been really about creating those opportunities in a very intentional way. So I thought I'd share that because I know I get asked that all the time. So we're going to go to a date that changed it all. I think for a lot of the folks on this call will clearly remember March 11th to be that date, because that was the day that Adam Silver put a pause to the NBA season with COVID. And so it's always a bit of a flashback when you kind of revert back and try to put yourself in your own shoes of what was going on around that time. For me, I had just come out of a pre-pro for a pretty high-profile athlete. Obviously, we're in the middle of the NBA season. We're in the middle of March Madness and Final Four. Of course, that's also with Turner and Seth. Tribeca Film Festival, the Masters were coming up, ESL One and esports tournaments, what have you, and obviously everything, that domino effect of the NBA season being paused, was that everything else was paused, as well. And so, for me as the leader of my team, I know there was, call it a sense of loss for sure, right? And in terms of, something that we are not used to as experiential marketers and putting on activations, plans that you have put together for, 6, 8, a year in advance. And having to take those apart is certainly a heartbreaking process to go through, and one that, you have to carefully, navigate and help your team navigate through. And so certainly that is one that, is definitely entrenched in my memory. But certainly then, there's working from home, you're trying to homeschool your children, and so many different other pressures and stress factors, and just not knowing, right, what's next. But then we quickly, it was about, let's reset. We paused, we took things down, and now we reset. And so it was about new research. What are these new cultural moments that are coming out? How do we think about pivoting activations for the rest of the year, et cetera? And especially when we don't know when things are going to return. So that was kind of my moment around that time. But Seth, what was your experience like then?
From being as busy as ever to not being busy. Ours started on the night before, so late on the 10th, we got an email from Warner Media saying for the foreseeable future, we'll be working remotely. So not really knowing what that meant. I was sitting there the night after on the 11th. I remember watching as Rudy Gobert tested positive, and we were waiting on the Jazz to come out of the locker room. And then watching Don Lemon later that night and seeing Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson, and all of a sudden things became real. And then all of a sudden Adam's announcement, which I think was the smart move to do, was to be out there first and put the season on pause. And then slowly after that, all the dominoes falling of all the men's Division I conference finals being canceled. And then on Thursday that week, Dan Gavitt and the NCAA canceling the March Madness tournament. So, we were on pace to have one of the most historic years we've had at Turner. The demand we saw from both NBA and NCAA was through the roof, and we were really on pace to do some amazing things with our partners. So that all changed, and then quickly we've thought to ourselves, we've been working on doing another Tiger versus Phil event, and we had buy-in from Peyton Manning and Tom Brady to participate. So we were looking at a different date further down the year, but all of a sudden everybody that is usually incredibly difficult to schedule around was wide open. And Tom Brady made the joke that he'll be in Florida, and Tiger lives in Florida. And we quickly went to work to figure out a safe way to kind of break the norms of what we're used to and bring, some additional content to fans at home that have been locked to news programming for weeks. So we were able to establish one of the first kind of major sports events during the COVID experience. So we were quickly able to put together that with Tiger and Peyton and Phil and Tom. And, it was amazing. We raised over $20 million from donations from sponsors and partners, as well as the viewers at home, as well as AT&T and Warner Media. So we raised $20 million, and it was the most viewed golf event ever in cable history. So it was a nice event to work on. We had great buy-in. I saw Nick on there earlier, but Michelob Ultra has been a big partner of it over the last two. And looking forward to the next one the day after Thanksgiving. So I give a little plug for that if people are at home on Black Friday. But yeah, it's been a roller coaster, and I wouldn't say it's ended yet. But yeah, that day will never be forgotten for me.
Yeah, no, and we look forward to the next event up in November. I mean, we just go back to back, right? There's no rest for the weary, certainly this season.
Yeah, selfishly, I was hoping the NBA would give us a little bit of a reprieve, but with the fan inside me's happy.
Absolutely. Well, coming back to the NBA theme story here is around the challenge, right? So the NBA obviously announced the resumption of the season in a way that's never been done before, which was in the bubble format out at Walt Disney World. And so for us became, call it the challenge, right? And so as we think about, well, you know, in this time of COVID, no more in-person physical activations. What is the new strategy? How do we think about the plans for the rest of the year? We've got some significant investments here and an opportunity as well for us to go tell some really incredible stories. And so, you know, for us, it was number one, it was about, we had to flip the script, right? And sometimes out of, call it, adversity comes the greatest opportunity and some of the greatest things that maybe you wouldn't have done otherwise. And so, you know, if there's a silver lining to all of this, it's certainly that. It was relooking at all of our activations in a form of, call it, you know, more digital, social, in broadcast integrations. And certainly, you know, it was taking tally of what types of assets do we have access to? What is it that we can do, and starting from that place to ideate. So, you know, being presenter of both the Eastern and Western Conference Finals, et cetera. We knew that there were some challenges around access to the bubble. I mean, trying to do and pull off something around that's high tech, like with 5G. I mean, that stuff takes months of planning in advance. That takes careful coordination of, you know, installation, having people on site, et cetera. And so, you know, for us, it became a huge effort and a very quick effort, right? Because once the NBA announced the return, there wasn't much time between then and when all the gameplay started again. So that was certainly a challenging moment for us. Seth, what was it that you guys experienced when that announcement came out of the return?
Again, the roller coaster of emotion. I think the biggest thing was just all the hypotheticals. You know, as we worked with our partners, you know, we were all in the same boat. We really didn't know what it was going to be like. We knew on paper what we were trying to accomplish, but it quickly became, you know, yeah, we probably can do that. We can't do that. And then really figuring out how limited we were with kind of access to the players, rightfully so. You know, I don't know, I have all the details, but, you know, essentially the green zone is the area around the court, and Warner Media as a whole had about 7 passes, and that includes our talent that called the game. So, you know, they were very protective, and it worked out. So we really had to get creative with our partners and how we brought things to life, but still gave them the value and still gave them those experiences to the fans that were a little bit more than just watching the, you know, television or on television everywhere. So that was really what we worked into. And I think the fun thing about it is I think a lot of the partners in AT&T especially really leaned into how do we make this impactful for the fan. So it wasn't so much about, you know, what we're doing in arena or this, it was really how do we give the fans something that they can't get somewhere else, and make the viewing experience a little bit more unique. So that was for me the biggest thing. And I think, you know, weeks and weeks of preparing for it, and then knock on wood, it all came out like planned.
Now you said 7 people on site. How many do you usually normally have, like on an ideal scenario?
In a typical NBA game, a typical NBA game, you're probably talking 50 to 100, you know, Turner people, not counting a normal, arena staff. And then on a big, you know, all-star weekend, you're talking hundreds, you know, that are touching all different facets to the broadcast and our social content. So it was tough. And then, you know, even areas that we could go into, people would have to go in, set up, you know, what we're about to talk about, but, you know, set up even a camera, would have to do that when the players weren't there, and then someone else would come check it, and then they would allow the next group of folks in. So it was very time-consuming too to pull things off.
And in this case, there was tight collaboration between y'all and ESPN as well, right? Because of the limitations and yeah.
Yeah, I would say for us, you know, it was not Turner and ESPN. It was, you know, we were all one big family. And I think if you watch the telecast, even the broadcasters felt that way. It was not, you know, I don't view us as competitors for the most part. You know, we are covering the same sports and we work together. We're used to that. But I think this one was truly like, how do we bring the game of basketball back in a safe way? And I think all sides, you know, carried their own to help out the larger cause, for sure.
Yeah, certainly a relatable story to the panel that was right before us as well. I know as the gentleman from Burger King was talking about their collaboration and their, you know, it's about the entire industry, not just about us. Certainly it is a relatable storyline. So we obviously had some great collaboration. And to your point, you know, I certainly, you know, from a brand perspective, that tight collaboration that Turner and ESPN had basically as one broadcaster for all intents and purposes, like being all in, was something that was incredible for us, because in these types of cases, right, you're trying to pull off something that you've never done before. You're in a campus bubble that you didn't have too much time to prepare for in the middle of a pandemic. We always have to keep saying that. It's like we're also in the middle of a pandemic while we're all trying to make this happen. Obviously, the NBA and their priority first and foremost was about the safety and security of the players and the athletes and all of the staff that is there. And then, you know, for us, we had to figure out some really quick plans. It was about, what does the technology start to shape up, look like? How does that get set up? Where? A lot of times we had to do some site visits remotely, which it's almost inconceivable, right, prior to COVID, but you know what, you make it work. And then there was obviously quarantining of a few key people. And so, Seth, kind of to your point, you know, you had 7 people versus, you know, potentially 100 plus people that you normally have in an ideal scenario. Same for us. We had a very limited number of people that were on site, which, you know, normally, right, we would probably have triple that amount of people, because you've got, you know, duplication, you've got, call it like a parallel path, duplication of efforts. That way, if something happens, you've got the backup option ready to go, etc. But in the time of COVID, you don't have that type of optionality. And so for us, we ended up turning one of the hotel ballrooms into this interview studio. And this interview studio was powered by one of our 5G kits that we brought in. And this is to power the product, if you will, that we have now called the AT&T 5G HoloVision, which kind of alludes to here. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it. But the power here is really about having a studio there on site for the athlete. There was another studio that would be set up over either with ESPN or with Turner in some other state locale, you know, where the interviewer or the broadcaster would be, and they would be beamed in. And this was kind of funny, and Seth, I'll ask you to talk about this, but like, you know, they really had fun with it, which I love, because that's all part of this, right? Is when you can have fun with technology and make it more relatable for fans and audiences. And so they would get beamed in, where the interviewer's hologram would be face to face, basically in real life, like in real size, with the actual athlete or talent that was inside of the bubble. And so it allows you to have a real eye-to-eye type of interaction and conversation. I mean, pretty much everything except for physical touch of, like, you couldn't do obviously like a high five because there's no physical touch to it because it's a hologram. But it really allowed for us to show the speed and power and low latency of 5G in a much more, call it, you know, authentic way to viewers. And what we ended up doing was partnering with both ESPN and Turner throughout the conference finals, having some really incredible talent, and then being able to tell those stories that were integrated in broadcast into the pregame show before the conference final games. And so it was a really exciting collaboration that we got to see come to life, whether that be on linear or on social channels like Bleacher, et cetera. But so, Seth, tell us, what was it like being on the broadcaster side?
I think I guess I'll let one preface I'll say is, you know, when working with Shiz's team, you know, the goal has always been, okay, we got this 5G, you know, how do we tangibly showcase what it can do and the power of it? So that's always kind of been the guiding principle. And then when we first started talking about this concept, I was like, there's no way that's possible. Like, how can we do it? But when you look at AT&T's tech teams and the Warner Media tech teams and ESPN and Disney, you know, when you put all those minds together collaboratively, you know, they made it happen. And it was pretty amazing. And I think the core component to it for me that, you know, it's probably pretty simple, but in reality, we're used to having face-to-face interviews prior to a game, and we take those sound bites and we bring them into the telecast to key up key storylines. So for us, you know, that's something that just went away with the bubble. You know, media availability was incredibly limited, and most guys, you know, didn't even participate if they didn't have to. So to be able to bring somebody face to face with an athlete and bring back the kind of normalcy of a face to face interview or one-on-one interview to ask some questions about the series itself, but also what's life like in the bubble. was core to us, and that is a huge piece that we were really happy that we could pull off. I think the technology was fun because once we tried to explain it to the talent, like Draymond Green is who we originally signed this up for. It was Media Days with Dre. And he was so geeked up about it because he didn't get invited to the bubble because the Warriors didn't make the 22 teams, but he was excited to be, virtually inserted into the bubble. So he was all about it. And then, lucky for him, he became a father a little earlier than was expected. So he had to jump back to the West Coast, but we were able to bring in Kenny Smith, Stephanie Reddy, and Isaiah Thomas to interview different folks. And depending on who we got, we matched up the right talent with them. But all the guys had fun with it. Even Joker here, he at the end of it, I forget exactly what he said because I don't think it was English, but didn't know what he was looking at that time. He was pretty impressed with it, but it was fun. And I think all of our teams, whether it's Bleacher Report or Turner or NBAD, I think they all got behind it and they saw the value in it. So we quickly had to think about, okay, if we're going to be able to do this on media day, when does it make sense to run it? So we were able to run it in the following day's pregame because we had a day off in between each. And then we utilized Bleacher Report and NBA on TNT Social to drive awareness and attention to it. And some of the quick sound bites that we could leak out early. So it was a fun process, and I think our talent was very impressed, and so was our production team.
And certainly in a time of COVID, when we have social distancing and what have you, right? Like this starts to tease the future of like what is in the possible of interviews and other things, right? So whether that be from a business or a consumer use case, et cetera, powered by 5G, it's certainly a really exciting way to tease out what might happen. So
yeah,
certainly
the frequency you could get your talent to any different interview and the availability that does for you. It's almost like a modern day junket where you can get to anywhere you need to for these interviews and keep them safe at home.
Absolutely. So what was the end result? It was what we'll call a win-win. The viewership, I know on linear, the viewership across on social, we received a lot of organic love, which is always a great way to measure success for something like this. In a way to get an indication of how it's resonating with this fan base and this audience base. And so certainly it was one that was really exciting to see come together. It, again, it starts to tease some of that, future of 5G again, like, as a company and as a brand, right? Like there is certainly that product level messaging that we like to be able to surface. Certainly from a brand perspective, I know for everybody on this call, that is something that is very important as well, for people to understand, what is it that you stand for? What is it that you represent? What are those things that, help you connect with your consumer base, et cetera. And, certainly, somebody were to ask, well, what's the secret sauce? I mean, certainly having all of the different pieces, right? So, Seth talked earlier about, it's the brilliant creative writers and the brilliant producers and all of their great ideas and the things that they know about the fandom of, and it's certainly about understanding this fan base, and it's certainly about bringing brilliant technologists to the table who will, outsmart me on 5G factoids any day. But it is really about the art of, and also bringing together the right people in the right way, and then harnessing that collective energy in that right way that will then bring everything together. Because as you can imagine, right, this was not like a straight linear fashion of, call it, day-to-day successes to get us to the finale, right? As you can imagine, there's like ups and downs and things of that nature that take place. And certainly during a pandemic, again, we got to remind ourselves we're in the middle of a pandemic. You have to come to expect that, and you just have to stay, nimble and fast on your toes to be able to roll with whatever it is that comes your way. So I know when I get asked what was the secret sauce, I'd say it was the village. It was the village all the way.
Yeah, I think you see the two of us, but it was more than a village. I mean, it was and everybody was as passionate, as tied in to make it work. I think it's fun when you can see the tech side of the folks really get excited about pulling something off that's never been done, and pulling it off in this environment. was even more of a feat. The only thing I keep thinking of is when we did the Shaq, 2019 Shaq Barrett AT&T 5G courtside cam at All-Star during Slam Dunk, like I think we had 30 just people hovering around, let alone doing all the actual work. You know, I mean, that was a ton of people, and we were able to do this with essentially, I think, 2 people in the room on off shifts. I think was pretty impressive. So it was definitely took a village, and I think the fun part for me, I know there's all kinds of metrics, but I think when the talent and the content team buy into it and see the value, I think that to me is a success metric for what my team does.
Yeah, no, it's certainly that, right? I know we're 2 people on this camera screen today because we're fortunate to be here, but certainly there are, I mean, it was probably a couple hundred people at some point that had touched the different pieces here to bring this to life. So quite humbling. I know we are, you know, just like we were joking about earlier about things coming fast and furious. Obviously in the, 3 or 4 weeks that notice that we were given on draft. I know we've got just to tease a little something to come next week around the draft. So look out for that for any NBA draft fans. And then certainly I know everybody is, fast and hard at work towards the tip-off coming up December 22nd for the next NBA season. So a lot more to come in this crazy 2020 year.
Sure.
Yeah, so I know I think we're about 5 minutes early. Let me stop sharing here. And then I think I saw like a Q&A window. Oh, whoa, there is a lot here. Why don't we take a quick look? Seth, can you see them as well?
Yep.
The questions? Okay. Let me see here. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. This, I don't know, we have chat and we have Q&A. A question here, if Turner Sports will be back at CES this year. I don't think this year is going to work for us. I think we'll be laser focused on getting the NBA up and running and meeting our new safety protocols, but we definitely had a lot of fun there the 2 or 3 years that we were out there with our live show. Thank you, Jay.
There's this one question from, I think it's Isabel. Sorry if I'm butchering that. I think it's Isabel. With success of the NBA bubble this year and the likelihood of this being conducted again, how can brands effectively engage with fans? Now, I don't work for the NBA, but I'll give you my 2 cents, which would be obviously, I think that, times like this during COVID when, call it physical activations have been canceled and a lot of brands and companies have pivoted activations more to digital ones. I think the interesting thing is that certainly there are new cultural moments and new things that have emerged that perhaps we wouldn't have tried before. And I'm sure you'll probably hear about that throughout today. And I think that one of the exciting things to emerge from the year is that there is, a lot of that is based in technology. So, call it an acceleration of technology. That's no surprise, I don't think, to anyone, whether that be from an arena standpoint, arena operations, logistics, et cetera, or from a brand perspective on how you integrate your own products and services. And I think that even call it in the future of the new normal, my guess is that some of that's going to stay, some of that's going to stick, and some of that's going to integrate. Certainly, I know the NBA's kind of, they've teased that a little bit, right? I think there's going to be some great learnings that come from this that will continue.
Hey, Shiz, this is Nick. I got a quick question for you.
Yeah.
How long did it take you guys internally to sell in the concept of like creating a hologram? I know you guys are always trying to be tech first and lead the way, but I mean, it's a crazy concept. And how do you guys all of a sudden expedite that to be ready for the bubble?
I'm trying to think of how long. It didn't take much at all. I mean, usually, concepts, honestly, it's more of the logistical, the logistics and the tactical, all of that. That is what takes the longest, frankly, because we want to make sure it's going to work, obviously. But you know what? I would say, and Seth, I'm going to look at you a little bit as well, but I think we're pretty fortunate. We've got leadership that really understands the importance of, they obviously get it from a 5G perspective. You've got to be really future first. And so sometimes you've got to take a little bit of a, you take a little bit of a leap. I know I certainly, my team hates it when I say this, but I always tell them this, is that I don't ever want to have to push you towards the ledge with something or an idea. I want to pull you back from it. And even if we're in the middle of a pandemic, that doesn't change, right? We still got to go deliver, and this is how we're going to go do it. So I would say from a sell-in perspective to leadership, I think getting it absolutely right? That's that partnership with a broadcaster, et cetera, and getting that storyline correct. I think that's the part that took the most finessing and careful integration.
Yeah, I think when the two tech teams brought the idea together, we had instant buy-in. As long as they said they could do what they thought they could do, it was pretty quick. I mean, I think we were talking in early August, and we had to have it set up in early September, and it was no problem. I mean, everybody was excited about the idea. And I think quickly we're with the idea if we could do it.
Well, I guess maybe the last question for you guys, and this is maybe just from all of us working at big brands, is understanding how do you not screw it up? And what I mean is like it's gone great. Everybody sees the successes, and you guys will make tweaks. How do you not overdo it? Like I'm sure you get millions of requests for everything from corporate, uses to other partners that you guys have deals with. So like Shiz, you guys have a deal with the Masters. How are you not like having that team not beat down your door to be like, oh, we got to be doing it here. We have to be never. How do you keep it like a slow, methodical growth and not just, rush it too fast?
I think it's just careful. I mean, the best you can. It's hard to say careful planning in 2020 because it is so difficult, but I think it comes down to it has to be authentic and right for that fan base. I think number two, it's about what you have access to. Obviously, what we get access to, what's going on right now over at Augusta National is a little bit different than what happens within the NBA bubble. So we just, we pivot accordingly to that. And then I think number three is, it's not about saying no, but it's about finding the right opportunity. So I think that becomes that finessing of when you sit at the hub of the wheel is a little bit of, if there's a better opportunity, then you want to surface that and provide that for that right product message, the right brand message, the right corporate message, and then also for that particular partner and sponsorship as well. So it's definitely a lot of finessing.
Well, again, Seth, Shiz, appreciate you guys' time. Obviously, congratulations on the amazing technology this year, and look forward to hearing more from you guys in the next couple of months, and good luck on the draft.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, guys. So next up, we have, we're very privileged to have another executive from SAP, but, this time we have Siddharth, who's the global head of brand and entertainment and experience marketing at SAP. And what's really unique about his story that he'll share here shortly is just that, their ability to take the technology they have and their ability to pivot, in the pandemic over the course of just a couple weeks, and then, really continue to drive value with their partners. And so with that, I wanted to hand it over to Siddharth to really walk through how it is you guys changed it. Be sure to ask questions in the question box because, this is extremely interesting and, honestly, extremely complicated. The digital side of this is just one of those things that unless you're one of the guys who gets it, where you'll spend half your day trying to explain it to other people. So with that, I'll pass it over to Siddharth.
Hi, Nick. Can you hear me okay?
You're good.
Okay, perfect. All right. Hello, everybody. So my name is Siddharth Tapriya, like Nick said, and I have responsibility for our strategy, brand, and experience marketing at SAP. So that's essentially a very long way of saying I run all the corporate marketing functions. That includes all of our sports and media sponsorships. It includes all of our global events, all of our advertising, and then our experience centers worldwide. And I'm going to just share a story with you today for the next few minutes, and hopefully you will come along on this this crazy ride that we lived through earlier this year, where we tried to transform literally an event that is 40 years old into a digital experience in basically 10 weeks. And that's what my team and I lived through earlier this year. I know 2020 has been a crazy year for everybody. So we have our own experience, just like most of you do as well. And I wanted to just take a few minutes and share the story with you guys. So let me actually talk a little bit about the event itself as it was, and then I'll tell you what happened to it. So the event that we do every year, used to do every year, was called Sapphire Now, one of the largest conferences in the industry, over 24,000 attendees in 2019, which is the last year we did it, attended by media, by our customers, by our partners, by our employees. This was really sort of the best comparison is it's the technologies Olympics or the Super Bowl. This is a massive production, massive in-person event. Every year we unveil our latest technology innovations. We talk about business announcements, partnerships. We have everybody from the who's who of the business world, the who's who of the sports world. Last year, we had the opportunity to host Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple. In the past, we've had Adam Silver, Kobe Bryant, Charlize Theron, Carly Kloss, Lance Armstrong, Derek Jeter, Sandra Bullock. Like, I could go on the list. We've been doing this event for 31 years, and we've literally had the who's who of business and technology and sports and media stop by and present and share the stage with our speakers and share their experiences with this audience. And from a marketing and sales standpoint, which is what my world is, we have always maintained very much a sapphire to sapphire mentality. The event is called Sapphire, and every year we essentially say, this needs to happen before Sapphire, that needs to happen after Sapphire. Just like, retailers have Black Fridays and sports teams have their season and the off season. No different for us. It's pre-Sapphire and post-Sapphire. And this was very much a hands-on event. Primary focus was the in-person experience. Actually, our digital experience was very limited, sometimes on purpose, because we did not want to cannibalize our in-person experience. We always believed that we wanted all of our customers and partners to come to Orlando, touch the software, feel it, be able to interact, network, build connections. And there are people that have built these communities that come year after year. There are people that you can find that have been coming to this conference for decades and who have a group of friends and communities that they have built around this event. And really why people come there, if you stay on the previous slide there just for a second, is to engage with each other and to engage with experts, to learn about our solutions and of course, to develop skills. And every year at the end of Sapphire, we used to do a concert. And this was, our time to sort of put your feet up and enjoy and celebrate. This used to be every week, a private concert, usually at the Amway Center in Orlando. And last year we had Lady Gaga. In the past, we've had Coldplay, Sting, Jennifer Lopez. And we've won lots and lots of awards for this event, BizBash, Event Marketeers Awards, lots and lots of them. And so that's the world that we were in up until earlier this year. And we were planning very much since October of 2019 to the start of this year to make 2020 an epic year as well. We were going to have a great coming out party. We had just had new co-CEOs announced at SAP. We were going to be actually renting the entire Universal Studios theme park in Orlando and then have great entertainment, but also have great conference. That was the plan. Now, as we all know, nothing that has been planned has actually worked out this year. And that very much was true for what happened to Sapphire Now 2020 as well. So if you go to the next slide, we basically started the year very much planning the event. And the event has a 1-year planning cycle. So we start planning for the event the day after the event completes. By October, the planning is fully underway. And then as we are going, if you keep clicking, we ended up March 3rd canceling all of our Q1 events. This is when COVID hit, and we made a decision to cancel all of our events. All of our employees went remote, much like many other companies. So March 16th, I remember still, was the time when we actually had all of our employees starting to work from home. I actually was new in my role. I had taken the role on 2 weeks before that, and literally I'm on the call with our CMO, who is online with our CEO. Essentially, we're trying to make a decision about what to do with all of our events that are scheduled in Q1. We're having other events, not Sapphire Now, that are taking place in March and April. We have employees that are on site in Las Vegas that are getting ready to like literally start the event in 2 days. And we're scrambling, trying to make a decision. And by March 26th, we had already announced that we would actually be canceling this year's Sapphire Now. First time we would be providing our customers a brand new experience a few weeks later in June, and it will be 100% digital experience. We had no idea how we were going to do it. We had no idea what we were going to do, but essentially our CEO said, we need to make sure that we engage with our customers, because our customers still want to talk to us. They still want to hear what we have to say. Let's make sure we deliver on that commitment, even though they cannot physically travel and come to Orlando this year. Now, in the middle of this, few other minor things happen. We have a CEO change. So we go from a co-CEO model to a sole CEO model. And we have an outbreak of COVID-19 in my team, in my events team, and a number of key people that have been working on both the current event and on transitioning the existing event are essentially out of commission for a number of weeks. So that's the situation we find ourselves in. We just announced a all digital event with a lot of fanfare. We have no idea what we're going to do with it. And the people that are going to do it are unfortunately out because of COVID-19. And it was quite an experience that we went to because we weren't in offices, we were all working remote. And we were in the process of trying to essentially turn what would be like a cruise ship at the speed of a speedboat, literally 180 degrees, and go in a completely different direction. Now, John F. Kennedy once said, when you write it in Chinese, the word crisis is composed of 2 characters. One represents danger and the other represents opportunity. And literally, if you go to the next slide, JFK's quote perfectly highlighted the inflection point that we were facing. It was a time when we had lost everything that we knew, and we needed to build something brand new. Now, for those of you who might not be familiar with SAP, we're a global company, and we do business in over 160 countries. We have over 100,000 employees. We have close to 500,000 customers, 20,000 partners, roughly $28 billion in yearly revenue. And so our scale is global. And when we looked at our event, we said, well, we've been doing our biggest conference, but this conference just happens in one time zone, literally in one physical location. And that's all that we have. We just service people that are a very small slice of our overall customers. And so we started to think about how are we going to rebuild Sapphire Now into a completely global digital first event. And we quickly recognized that we had a great opportunity to reach our customers worldwide, to touch our pipeline of customers worldwide, and create a digital always-on experience instead of a point-in-time physical experience that we were going to be replacing. Now, of course, the biggest challenge is you have 10 weeks to do it. So when we presented our strategy to our CEO and CMO, we absolutely sort of showed them this vision of Sapphire Now reimagined. And if you go to the next slide, we said, look, our path forward is going to be 100% digital experience. Now, this was a transition that we wanted to make anyway. Over time, we believe that we will have to move away from some of these physical events to having a more hybrid experience, no different than there is an experience for you to watch an NFL game in the stadium, but there's also an experience for you to watch it at home or in a bar. And so we needed to provide all of those experiences. We were just providing one experience so far to our customers. But at the same time, COVID had accelerated this entire transformation that would have taken many years for us to do. Just like it has done for many of you in your respective arenas, it did that to us almost overnight. And so the vision for the event, if you go to the next slide, was we wanted to create what was a 3-part experience. Part one was we are going to have a series of unplugged conversations 15-minute conversations with thought leaders, with sports personalities, with renowned people that have accomplished a lot in their personal and professional lives. We started that almost immediately. We started this in early April. And then we established the other two parts, which is a highly produced sort of conversations, which was the vision, laying out what we were going to do as a company. And then 60-minute used under the Converge umbrella, which we were going to do. We did 15 shows total, 1 hour each, that we want to produce in that 10-week period, covering a variety of different topics that our customers cared about, different industries, different departments in a company that they wanted to understand what we had to offer and what other companies were doing in that space. And as we did that, we wanted to be very global. And so if you go to the next slide, we basically imagined that this would be a simultaneously run global event. We would have 15 different channels that would premiere the week of June 15th. And we are going to have not just English language global broadcast, but we would also have local language content. We would have regional speakers. I think if you advance to the next slide, everybody can see it. We did it across 8 different time zones. And we wanted to make sure that all of the content that we were producing was accessible around the world in a language and a time zone of people's choosing. So we were not making anybody wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning and watch a conference that was happening in North America. We were providing them an experience that was truly local to them. I don't know if the slides are working here. Can anybody advance it to the next slide? Yes, no? All right, I'll keep going here, keep telling my story. Thank you. These are the 15 regional sites that we create so that our customers could engage with us in the local languages. And you see, this is again, in a 10-week period, we're trying to produce 15 shows, series of unplugged sessions, conversations, a overall vision program, and then provide it locally and provide it in local languages. And up until the day of this event, we were like, we achieved it. We did the most unimaginable thing that is possible. And remember, this is still in late May, early June timeframe we're talking about. Not very many companies had done global events. Not very many companies had tried to be as ambitious as we were. And we are ready to pull the curtain and we're ready to welcome people into our experience. And then if you go to the next slide, we made this digital transformation and we had a lot of learnings along the way. Our experience was not perfect, but it provided a great testament to our team. So on day one, we get hundreds of thousands of attendees that want to enter our platform. Now remember, we were coming from an event that was fairly large, 25,000 people. But now that we've moved to a digital model, literally hundreds of thousands of people wanted to come in, log in at the same time, and many of them could not get through. And so many of them had a frustrating morning where they registered, they had blocked off time on their calendars, and they were trying to get an experience, and they were not getting the most optimal experience. Our internal employees were on a separate platform. They were also watching the event, and they continued to watch the event without any difficulties. And so they were talking about how great the experience was on social media, which created even more dissonance because our customers were having a rough experience and were facing challenges, whereas our employees were having a great experience and not facing any challenges. So a little bit of lesson learned for us in terms of making sure that your entire company is behind and is in tune every moment with what the experience is for customers, and very careful when talking about such things on social media. At the same time, we immediately pivoted as soon as we sort of saw first signs of any challenges taking place. Our team entirely put all of our content online. We continued to broadcast the event on all public platforms, including Twitter and and LinkedIn. And then eventually we moved the entire experience to a new platform almost overnight. And that's something that, I remember my team and I almost did not go to bed for 3 days until the event was done, because we had to migrate a completely built experience from one platform to another while the event is running. So there's lots and lots of learnings from that in terms of how you negotiate contracts with speakers, how you make sure that different audiences engage with you, what happens on social media. Everybody is going through this journey together. Everybody is going into a completely unknown world when you transition some of these things, and it's no different when we were just talking in the previous session about NBA moving to the bubble. All the companies are trying to do their best. All the leagues, all the sports organizations, government, schools, everybody's trying to do their best to provide and recreate a digital experience. And we were no different in trying to do that. And almost everybody is having some hiccups along the way and learnings along the way. And we had a very similar experience. Now, if you go to the next slide, we have learned a lot from the experience. And despite some of the challenges that we faced, we believe that we're better off for it. We are now going to completely move to a hybrid experience model. That's something that we have subsequently gone back to our CEO and to his top leadership team and agreed with them that we're going to continue to always provide hybrid experiences to our customers. So there's no looking back from, you've gone from physical to digital and now you're going to stay with hybrid. There's no going back to the world as it was in 2019. That's one of our big takeaways. At the same time, we have also found that creating these digital experiences is so important. Now, this event that I talked to you about, it was one event amongst 3,000 or so events that we do every year. We did this event at 1/5 the cost, and we had 10 times the number of attendees and 10 times the business impact of a in-person event that we would have. So the potential that we have with engaging customers, engaging prospects digitally is very, very significant. And we're still scratching the surface, I believe, in terms of all the possibilities that are there. And so I'm going to just sort of close here. And if you go to the next slide, we are now in sort of this new world where we're moving away and bringing all of our flagship events, as well as a number of our engagements with customers across our experience centers and so forth, to a digital first model. And we are defining a strategy where we are always on. The customers don't have to wait to engage with us, but they can engage with us at the time and place of their choosing. And we are also sort of going through a significant change in how we brand our events, how we think about the event experience end to end, how we resource them, how we staff them. And it's tough. It's a challenge because you have to acquire new skill sets. You need a different type of talent to create a digital experience than you did to create a physical experience. And that's what I would suggest that everybody here think about, which is, are you prepared for your next crisis and opportunity? We've certainly found a lot of blind spots when we sort of took on this challenge, and we've learned a lot, but the key is identifying where that next blind spot is going to be, where that next challenge is going to lie. It's not going to be COVID-19. It's not going to look like the one that we all just have gone through and are still going through. It's going to be something completely different, and that's what we have to be prepared for. With that, thank you very much for joining, and thank you for listening, and would be happy to take some questions here.
Hi, Siddharth. This is Ari Mark from Drone Racing League, and thank you very much for your presentation. And want to spend some time and kind of dive in and talk through some of what you discussed. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine, Ari.
Perfect. So I want to start with sort of this dramatic 10-week period you described of sort of figuring out, how you were going to produce this event and, turn that cruise ship around. So can you talk to me a bit about what the cadence was in those 10 weeks? What was your mindset and how you sort of stayed on course throughout that time?
Yeah, I mean, look, our mindset was completely just we're in a crisis and we need to get out of it, and we just need to survive. So the first step was, how do we make through the next 10 weeks and sort of still have our physical and mental well-being in place. And we used to meet the team. I used to meet the team every day, sometimes multiple times a day. Communication was really important. We had a team of almost 700 people working on this one event during that 10-week period. So a big part of what we had to do was rebuild those structures, everything from program management to communication to how everybody is clear on what they're working on in this completely new model. That was really, really important for us. But at the same time, you have to sort of give time and space for creativity as well. You're executing really fast, but you're building something new. We're taking in new ideas, trying to move them from an idea to execution very quickly. And then the last thing, Ari, I would add here is, as we went through this experience, we also were having incredible learnings along the way. And that's why in some ways we started early, because we started to see what things resonated with our customers, what are the things that our customers really cared about. And that allowed us to fine tune the experience. Even though it was in a short period of time, we were able to fine tune the experience in terms of the content and the engagement that we provide to an audience.
And I know this was all, fairly early on in the pandemic, and there wasn't a lot to lean on. I come from the sports world. Is the best form of flattery, and coaches are stealing plays from other coaches and all of that. Were there other examples of events or properties or things you were seeing out there that helped kind of guide you towards where you ended up?
Yeah, we were so early on. I mean, there were literally like 2 events in the entire technology industry that had taken place. There was no plans for what would happen with the with baseball or basketball or NFL or NHL or any of those things. And so we were very early on. We were in some ways the first adapters of this new model. We had done digital events before, definitely not at a scale and size that I'm talking about here. And so we had some learnings. We knew how to do digital events. And we are a technology company, so we knew enough about our customers and technology to be able to say what is possible. But no, unfortunately, we didn't have a model to sort of imitate or take some learnings from. And that's why some of the lessons that we learned, we had to learn them the hard way. Lots of companies, I think, learned from our lessons. We've shared these experiences with a lot of even our competitors so that they can provide better experiences to their customers going forward.
Very kind of you to share with your competitors. Was there a time in that sort of 10-week stretch where you had, some major oh no moments and you thought, we may not be able to pull this thing off?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think one of the big learnings for me from this entire experience was you cannot strive for perfection when you're trying to move with this incredible speed. And so in a lot of cases, you have to say, 80%, 90% of what I want is good enough, and I will have to live with that, because nothing is perfect when you're making such a transition. Now, when we do this again in 2021, completely different story, because we would have a runway of 6, 7, 8 months to build something. But one of the big learnings for us was nothing is going to be as good as you want it to be, because your time is so limited. And the big oh no moment for us was really just as we invited our customers and we had all kinds of issues for them to come in and be able to kind of get the experience. And you've built a great experience in such a short period of time, and it's a shame when your customers are not able to see it, to engage with you, and to experience it. And so that was a big moment for us. But it after a stressful few hours, big kudos to the entire team that turned us around on a dime in a matter of few hours, and we were able to sort of continue to provide our customers a much better experience after the first day of the event. And also, in hindsight, one of the things that we learned was you have to sort of take on a reasonable level of complexity. Like I said, we did this across 15 different locations, 8 different time zones. When you're trying to build something in 10 weeks, you should only put so much on the airplane that it can take off, because otherwise it doesn't work. Now, we were lucky and fortunate that we were able to provide a great experience for our customers, but lots of learnings for sure, and lots of oh no moments as well.
I think, we've all seen the technology and the ability to do virtual events, and obviously we are in the middle of one right now. how do you replace things like the concerts, the happy hours, the cocktail times, the fun parts that maybe have some of those informal moments that, people crave in these types of events?
Yeah, I think, look, we're all still learning. There is no sort of magic bullet to say, how do you replace a happy hour, or how do you replace a sidebar conversation that somebody has with someone else totally random at a lunch table. But I think, the one thing that is quite interesting is, to me, this isn't as much of a comparison between a physical event and a digital event, but I think the way to look at this is saying, you had one type of experience, now you're building a completely the old experience just could not provide. For example, you needed to travel sometimes for 4 days and be out of office to attend a physical event. You don't need to do that anymore. You can log in and you can log out, and it takes you a couple of hours. And you essentially, if you are paying attention at the time, which is a big if, you can get the same type of learnings and you can get a lot of value. I think there are tools that are now starting to emerge that allow for some networking and engagement to take place with an audience as well, although I think there's still a long way to go. And I think in the future, I don't think it's going to be an either or choice. Once we have a vaccine, we are out of this pandemic, people are able to get back to normal, I think it will be an and conversation. People will say, sometimes I will go to a physical event, sometimes I will get a digital experience. I want to be able to decide and choose which one I want for what. And that, I think, is ultimately going to be the determining factor. So to me, it's pros and cons with everything, but these are completely different elements, and you almost have to take a look at providing customers choice. That's how we have approached this, and how do we make sure that our customers can get the experience that best serves them.
Definitely. You mentioned planning, sort of this mindset where everything was pre-Sapphire, post-Sapphire, and starting planning for this in October for an event in the spring. How does that shift now? Do you plan even earlier now, or do you wait because there's so much uncertainty in the world? As you look at 2021, how has that changed your planning cycle?
Yeah. So look, 2021, you still have a fair degree of predictability in terms of what things are going to look like, which unfortunately they'll continue to look like what they look like right now, at least in the first half of 2021. That's the working assumption that we have made for ourselves. I think the planning cycle is still pretty long, because this is still a marquee experience for our customers that we need to provide. But there are a lot of things that have to be done much later in the cycle. So for example, you might announce a physical event 3, 4, 5 months in advance, because people have to book hotels, they have to book their flights, they have to make plans to be out of office, etc. If I told you, hey, Ari, I'm doing an event that's 4 months from now and it's going to be digital, there is zero chance that you're actually going to make it, because you will definitely forget. And so some things have to be done later. The promotion cycle for an event, the time to actually keep it top of mind for people is a lot smaller. That window has been compressed significantly. But at the same time, the work that is there in terms of making the technology work, in terms of having compelling content for people, making sure that your customers actually get there, thinking through that experience is a lot longer cycle. Because the biggest challenge, I think, with not just with this digital event or our digital event, but any digital experiences, you're one click away from somebody going and watching a cat video, right? Like, you're always one click away. And that's sort of what you're competing against. You're competing against people's text messages and emails and all the other distractions that an online experience provides. When people are in a physical experience, they have made the commitment. They purchased a ticket, they booked a hotel, they came there, they're committed, they set up an out of office for 3 days, they're not doing anything, but they're engaged. That is not the case with digital events. So we have to continue to sort of think about, how do you make that experience so compelling, so engaging, that people have no reason to go anywhere else but to participate in the conversation.
You're competing with a cat video, or in the case of today, the Masters, depending on the rain, all sorts of things. So I know we have a bit of a hard stop here. I just wanted to end with kind of one last question. What was your proudest moment through all of this? Was there a time, during the conference where you looked up and said, we did it, or, something you were really proud of?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think when we had a very rough experience in the first on the first day for the first few hours, and then I saw my team sort of pull together and just work long nights and long days and sort of until the point where the event was completely done and delivered. Their commitment and the persistence and the perseverance that they showed, just incredible, made me so proud. And it was just something so remarkable in the moment. Like, I remember there was a time when I was on this, there was this open call on Microsoft Teams. Everybody was on it. And somebody said to me, do you think I can take a break for a few hours to actually get some sleep? And I was like, oh my, like taking a break to eat lunch or dinner or just taking care of themselves. And I said, please do that. But also it just spoke so much to the commitment that people had. They were just so committed to, I need to deliver the great experience, and until it is done, I'm not going anywhere. And that just really made me proud.
Well, that's great. Well, congratulations. Beyond a pivot, you really innovated and sort of created a new model moving forward, and gave a lot of good examples for people moving forward. So thank you for your time.
Perfect. Thank you, Ari, and thank you, Nick. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks so much. Thanks, Ari. So again, guys, extremely, inspiring to see how fast the Siddharth and team over at SAP was able to pivot. And I think as we kind of head into this next conversation, we actually are bringing on some people that I know fairly well. So we have got in this next group, we've got, hosted and moderated by John Fryer, is Justin Toman, who you guys have met a couple of times today. He's the head of sports partnerships over at PepsiCo. And then we also have joining Katie, who oversees the media on that side. And then for better or worse, you guys have me too. So we're going to talk a little bit, the importance of combining both media and sponsorship at the same time, and not just having one or the other. And with that, the one caveat is Paolo from our side was supposed to join, but with me here, he's actually filling in for me in another meeting. So hopefully you guys will get a lot out of this. I know that most of us know that we can't have a sponsorship without supporting media. And on the back side of this, it's a lot harder to get quality media without the right sponsorships. So with that, I'll kick it over to our friend John.
Nick, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here today with some esteemed colleagues and esteemed brands. It's funny. I remember as a kid watching the Clydesdales during the Super Bowl, Spuds McKenzie, and then Cindy Crawford doing the first Pepsi commercials in the Super Bowl, and then all the iconic halftime shows. So it's been it's really an honor to be here talking to some brands that have not only were dominant early on in sports marketing, but remain very dominant. And I think any time brands could be that strong over that kind of period of time, I think it's pretty amazing. So to kick it off, I'd love for each of you to talk about what your role is and what you specifically do with Pepsi.
Sure, I'll go first. I'll jump in. Thanks for having me back here. Good to be on. And actually, this is so fortuitous. I don't know if anybody has heard or seen their social feeds, but as we talk about media, we actually just announced today the performer of the Pepsi halftime show, which is The Weeknd. So breaking news, it has already been announced just maybe a few hours ago, but that's huge. And I'm sure we'll talk about things like that, because that is one of the most massive, if not the most massive media platforms we have. So Justin Toman, I oversee sports and sports marketing partnerships for Pepsi.
And Katie?
Sure. Great. Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for having me. My name is Katie Hanafy, and I work with Justin. We sit in the same group together, but my main responsibility is leading our media strategy and investment for beverages. So that includes our CSD brands, teas, coffees, waters, and energy. So I'm super excited to be here and having a great conversation.
Fantastic. And Nick, I know everybody's met you already, but just in case anybody just jumped in right now, just want to introduce yourself back again.
Yeah, it's Nick Kelly. I oversee our sports and entertainment group, as well as just a bunch of other small things. But, oversee a lot of our partnerships across the board, almost the exact same job as Justin. So that's why it's nice to be able to compare notes with this group, offline and online.
Fantastic. Well, listen, you know, the thing I think is really exciting is in my previous life, before I joined the out-of-home business, I was in the sports business working at Madison Square Garden and CBS Sports. And one of the things when I first started at Madison Square Garden, I found to be interesting was how many brands would do deals with us and then never activate them, never really do things, especially in media. So they'd say, well, we're going to buy this sign, and then nothing ever happened. Now, there's so much more than signage and that in the sponsorship business now, and sponsorships are very massive. But one of the things I was struck by in speaking earlier with Justin and Katie was how they really integrate together. So I'd love for both of you to speak to that, how you guys kind of bring those two disciplines together in a really cohesive way.
Yeah, Katie, I'll kick it off, and you can help me probably do it more eloquently than I. But I mean, the best partnership is one that you activate, right, John? To your point, does no good if you just sign up and buy a bunch of stuff and sit on it. So the best partnership, we say, is one that you activate. And I'm probably way too excited about this analogy, but I'm gonna use it, and you're probably gonna laugh. But I'll say, like, media and sports are like peanut butter and jelly, right? They're really good by themselves, and you can get a lot of value from each alone. But man, when you put them together, that is when the special, you know, sauce comes together. And not only putting them together, you get a better result, but I think that the art and science of it all, and what Katie and I spend a lot of time doing together, is putting them together in the right ratios, right? You can't have too much peanut butter or too much jelly, otherwise it doesn't quite work. But then if you get it right, that's when the true synergy is unlocked of both things. And I think Katie would echo that. You know, we can probably touch 70,000 people in a stadium. We can maybe touch a few million in a market in terms of a retail activation setting. But Katie's world and that media and the content and technology is the true megaphone and the true amplification of everything that we do in sports. So without Katie, I'm not really firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and I would totally echo that. And I think, you know, from a media perspective, sports is so integral to us reaching our consumers. So it is important that we leverage and partner together through just not media, but also through to the fan experience, right? So Justin and I partner together to make sure that everything we do, and frankly, not just the two of us, our teams, I should say, work very well together when activating and understanding what a sports promotion is doing and what media is doing. And, you know, we all talk to the same people, right? So they're all owned by the same companies to some extent. So we want to make sure that we're thinking holistically across the board. And it really is a true team effort. And I think having us together sitting under the same VP, I would say, helps that, right? Because we're all marching towards the same agenda to connect consumers with our brands.
Nick, what does that look like, you know, at InBev and AB for you guys in terms of that coordination?
It's a similar structure. I think the one difference, I mean, maybe that we struggle with sometimes is that we're looking at the media planning that goes in place around, you know, that's called the core 4 properties. But then we also have the media that's tagged to the team deals. And for the first couple of years I was here, we almost looked at the local media and the local media assets independently. And what we found is we were either under or overrepresented in the media landscape, depending on, you know, if I had an exclusive radio deal with the Chicago Cubs, plus I was buying incremental national radio and TV, you couldn't turn anywhere without seeing a Budweiser ad from Chicago. That's not necessarily the right mix we wanted, but, you know, the biggest thing we learned is national sponsorship and national media talks really well together. The one thing we've been able to accomplish in the last 18 months is bring in the local team deals and the local media deals to now have a total like media picture on a fan as opposed to just a DMA. So now if I'm targeting a Cubs fan, we don't want to have so much frequency that we're wasting money. So that's the hard part, and I'm sure that these guys are doing it too, but the scary part is we haven't been doing it well until very, very recently. And now we're actually at a point where, you know, Paolo, who runs our media team, I mean, they can tell you where every dollar goes and how many times we're hitting a Cubs fan. So that's just maybe the biggest thing we're proud of working together. And I think that that's really, you know, challenging when you spend as much as we do and Pepsi does on just media alone. There's a lot of dollars out there to make sure you're not wasting any of them.
Yeah, and I think that probably unlocking that kind of concept, Nick, is probably an age-old problem for sports marketers. So being able to do that, you know, not having the national deal and then getting, ambushed by every local deal, but then having it all work together, spending the money wisely is very important. When you think about national deals, I think of, at first place I turn, have a lot of friends there, is at the NFL. And I use that as a launching pad in the start when I talked about, remembering all the Super Bowls, remembering all those iconic commercials. So love to hear what that kind of coordination, Justin, you and Katie talked about earlier, what that looks like when it's put in practice with the NFL deals.
Yeah, it's and it extends beyond the NFL to other leagues and almost every single team now. And we look at the leagues, all the leagues and all of our team partners now really as media properties unto themselves. When you think about, on one hand, it seems like, oh, how could I think about the Dallas Cowboys or the 49ers in the same way I think about NBC or CBS? But they both essentially do something very similar, which is have a massive reach and able to engage with people consuming their content. So in that way, they are almost one and the same. So we look at all these properties through several lenses, one of which is as media entities. And so we almost, treat them that way in terms of think about how we can leverage their scale to reach people in terms of impressions and engagements. Really, I'm trying to think of any major deal, even some of the mid and even smaller ones now that Katie's team is not at the table. Like we just don't negotiate sports deals anymore without media having a really important seat at the table. And I'm thinking of one recent league deal that we went through that literally every single point in the process, every single meeting, it was sports plus media and the league talking because, Katie and her team make us so much smarter about the dollars we spend, whether it's controlled media or a media fund or the media commitments that typically go along with deals. All of that is so much more efficiently done and coordinated. So we essentially negotiate a platform, whether it's the NBA 3-point contest or the Pepsi Super Bowl halftime show. That asset is always negotiated in concert with just, hopefully, if we do it right, just the right amount of media that is going to optimally amplify that platform.
Yep. And I would say also on the flip side to that, right? So our media partners like an NBCU or a Warner Media, we have our sports counterparts sitting in those. So when we want to build out a media marketing partnership, such as the opener for the Sunday Night Football, like that is coordinated, but it's through a media buy that we're able to secure that stuff. But then we have to bring all of our sports assets, the power that we have of players and content development and the brand to the table. So I would say it works both ways to make sure that, yes, we're there when the leagues, when Justin's leading through the league deals. And then on the flip side, they're there when we're trying to negotiate, multi-million-dollar deals with our NFL schedule and what are the right matchups and what is the added value or activation that we want to bring to life that makes sense for us. So it works both ways.
Absolutely. Nick, how about for you guys? I mean, how does that work with your partnerships?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because for us is that we have multiple brands that activate some of our partnerships. So if you look at when we do Super Bowl, we have, the official seltzer of the NFL, the official beer, the official wine. So you may say 3 different products trying to leverage both our Super Bowl media buy plus our NFL relationship. So it's a little bit, it's a weird balance on our end to try and make everybody feel like they're getting the value of both, which is the Super Bowl spot, which isn't cheap, plus the NFL piece of it and combined. But even outside of that, it's just, what we've learned maybe more so than anything else is that, you can be ambushed by thinking that you buying the league deal. Now this means that everybody's going to know you're the official and you're going to get that added value. Like there's a lot oftentimes where we've seen that if we don't go out there and support our media partners that are supporting the sports that we're a part of, we've done studies that show our competition are perceived to be the leader in that space because while they don't have any money invested on the sponsorship side, they're heavily invested on the media side. So that's been a big pivot for us. We've benefited from that in the past. For almost a decade, we weren't the sponsor of NASCAR. We would spend very heavily in NASCAR around a lot of our brands. And during that period of time, we were always still perceived as the official beer. So like it became one of the things that we still got back into NASCAR, so we saw the value. But if you don't do both, the opportunity to leave yourself to be kind of ambushed, it puts you in a really tough spot.
Katie, I'd love for you to speak to that point. I think that really has a lot of relevance to you as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's 100% right, and we've done that with different sports. But I think what we try to do is we try to focus our efforts. If we're investing in specific sports, athletes, talent, we want to try to synergize and not go the other way. And like, listen, we know Coke, they're going to be in the Olympics. We can't buy in the Olympics. Maybe this year's a little different. Who knows? There's certain things we've been just frankly locked up out of, and we don't want to play in that space. And we just say, hey, let them own it. And then we're going to be smart and make sure that we want to amplify in the sports that we choose that are strategic for us. We're going to try and make sure that the fans know and consumers know that those are the sports that our brands are playing in.
Yeah, I think another point that I was just thinking about as you were talking about this and the work with your media partners is, going back 10 years ago, I think there was a perception that the sports marketers were like the guys with the innovation, the people, men and women who were coming to us with great ideas with brands, and the media guys were like a bolt-on, and the creativity wasn't there. I think what I'm hearing from you guys is that level of creativity from a media standpoint with the media partners, whether it be the league media partners or whether it be the outside, the NBCs, Foxes, CBSs, really stepped up its game. Can you guys talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I mean, I'm happy, and Justin, definitely jump in. I think the media partners, and this is something that we pride ourselves on, we take it one step closer to who's the producer, who's the executive producer of the opener. How do we leverage our relationships to find those creative people that then we can all sit down at the table, brands, sports, media, and say, hey, what is the objective and how can we build something unique and ownable for our brand? And that's something we do in sports and frankly outside of sports with all of our media partners. It's about trying to get to the right folks and the marketing side, and then even on the executive producer side.
Yeah, and to build on it, I mean, I use some of our most marquee assets at league levels, which is the NBA the Mountain Dew 3-point contest, which we love, and the halftime show with the NFL. In every single discussion every year, each one of those platforms is probably a 10 to 11 month planning cycle, right? Right after it happens, you really quickly start planning for the next one. And all the meetings, all the big, most important meetings are with us, the league, in many cases, in most cases now the broadcaster, whether it's Turner or the Super Bowl, whoever's broadcasting it that year, NBC, CBS, whoever it might be, we all sit down at the table and say, hey, here's the halftime show, right? We just announced today the weekend, the headlining artist, which is awesome. That all started, in April and March. And we sat down with the broadcaster, with the NFL, with Rock Nation, and said, okay, here's the asset, right? Everybody knows that the 12-minute show is kind of the core bullseye of the asset, but it really doesn't do much for us unless we can really amplify it and take it in creative and interesting ways, largely through media, whether that's doing different things during the broadcast of the show or how you announce the partnership, the big announcement like we did today, whether it's doing, post content, right? Whether it's behind the scenes stuff or a documentary that you release in interesting ways after the show. It's social media during the show, right? Leveraging all the different platforms out there, social and digital media to, with the goal of bringing fans and viewers kind of one step closer to the show and what's going on, and maybe even ultimately at some point giving them some sort of influence over the show, which has been a kind of a North Star that we're trying to figure out. But media is the unlock. Again, whether it's traditional linear or whether it's digital, social, all of our assets, are so much in a box. And then the media is and the innovation and the content, and nowadays the technology is really the unlock to get that asset out of the box and actually give it scale to millions. In the case of the halftime show, hundreds of millions of people.
I love what you just said, Justin, about social. And if I think of any of like kind of the disciplines where it's so crucial to have your media partnerships and your sponsorships working together to really get the full benefit of social, it's in social. And I wanted to share something on my screen right now. This is something you guys did for the Super Bowl in Atlanta, and how appropriate, in Atlanta. And we see whose town it was when you guys were in Atlanta. what a cool execution. Out front, as one of your partners on this, we've utilized this time and time again with brands trying to get them to further activate their sponsorships. Can you speak to this? And then let's dig in a little bit on social.
Yeah, Katie, we can go ahead. I mean, we can tag team this one. That was a fun one. It was really, I go back to what I'll call our anchor, activate, amplify strategy. And anchor is all about putting our brands at the center of the action in a stadium. Activating is in the market, and then amplifying is taking it much broader. But this one, your example, John, really was the activation in the market. It was retail. We did a ton of out of home. Every time we go to a Super Bowl city, much like Budweiser, we're doing a ton of out of home. Make sure eyeballs are present. But when you can get creative with the copy or the messaging, as in this case, I think Katie can speak to that. Really, we leveraged the great creative in a location and really amplified it via digital and social.
Yeah, 100%. And, again, going back to that planning cycle, we knew Atlanta was going to be an interesting one for us, being in our competitors' backyard and the brand positioning of, poking the bear. We're always the challenger brand. So the team put a lot of effort on how are we going to activate differently than what we normally do in a Super Bowl market, where we do like to come in and own the city, but own it in a way that is nationally exposed, right? We don't want to just make it for that one city. We want to get PR. We want to get earned. We want people who are living in other cities to be like, oh my gosh, look what Pepsi's doing. And that was a perfect example of what we did in Atlanta. Out of home is, I love out of home when you have an event like that. Like, there's nothing better than it. Digital is great, broadcast is great, but when you're in that market and you're seeing strategic signs everywhere with fun, different copy and placement of where you're going to be, where the NFL, the fan zone is, and where the stadium is, and when people get off the airport, that's where media really comes to life. And when we marry the message to make sure that we're following the consumer where they're going to be throughout that experience. And the hope is that we get some national PR coverage, which in this case, I think worked out pretty well for us.
So that's a great example on a national scale of coming in for this big national event, using the out of home to kind of drive this social conversation nationally. So that board just doesn't live in that one location, lives all over. Nick, you guys have done a great job of a similar type thing when baseball season kicks off in a particular marketplace. I've seen you guys do stuff with some of your partners with the teams where, you're buying some really iconic units at the start of the baseball season, making sure people know right off the bat, hey, we're the biggest partner with this particular franchise.
Yeah, I think it's important for us too is to pick our moments. We don't have as much media as any of us have. We don't have enough to run, the full season. I think that's why we buy team and league partnerships, is to have that constant presence. But for some of the more traditional media assets, have it be a 30-second TVC, a radio spot, or even a predominant out-of-home board that overlooks the stadium, is we have to pick the right times of the year. So for us, the most important times of the year, opening day, because they're always going to sell out. And it's really, for us, it's the May, June, July, which is the 3 biggest months for us as a company. So I want to be top of mind then. It sounds crazy, but for us, like September, October is great from a national awareness standpoint, but it's not exactly our highest grossing months from a beer selling season. So we'd rather put our scale and our actual activations on the front end of a baseball season. So to your point, we basically run a 3-month campaign, April, May, June, to let all baseball fans know, from the Yankees to the Astros to the Marlins, we're here to help welcome baseball season. And baseball season sometimes is seen as kind of the kickoff to the summer. And so for us, it's we want to be there and start our summer campaign. So it could be using MLB or Team IP. It could be a combination of that plus summer, which is what we're doing now. But yeah, I think picking the moments is important, and baseball season's long. Baseball season's 6 months. Yeah. It's hard for us to stay relevant. So doing that, doing All-Star in the local market, doing the playoffs, but to do it for 162 games is nearly impossible.
And everybody's got a chance on April 1st. So even the Mets. So that's great. Yeah. So, Justin, you mentioned something to me that I thought was really awesome when you were talking about what you guys did on a was kind of a local basis, but it became national around something you did with the Bills and the fan up in Buffalo. I thought this was a crazy great story. I'd love for you to share it with the group.
Yeah, it's and Katie, we can again tag team it. It was it's a really fun case study, and it started on social. You know, it started with us finding out that this local fan based out of Rochester, New York, big Bills fan, had painted the side of his garage with a Bills logo, and because his neighbor was a big Jets fan, right? So all of a sudden, this guy paints the side of his house essentially that faces his neighbor, almost to taunt him as, hey, you know, I'm a Bills fan. You're my arch enemy here, the Jets fan in Rochester, New York. It got picked up on social media. I think Barstool Sports picked it up. We picked it up. We basically kind of tweeted at this guy and said, hey, we like your style. You know, if this gets enough, retweets and images and likes, we're going to give you a billboard to shout your message out. And basically it did in no time flat. So we went from this one guy painting the side of his house with a Buffalo Bills logo to taunt his neighbor to we gave him a billboard outside of Rochester on the highway, massive. As you Google it, you'll see it. It's so funny. Basically, the billboard was a solid background that said, hey, forgetting the neighbor's name, but hey, this is Bills Mafia country. You know, love your neighbor, essentially your next door neighbor. Kate, I think we even did like some out of home air banners after that, really to take it to the next level.
Yeah, we did. So we also did a newspaper drop, and then we got an aerial air banner to fly over the stadium and through Rochester. Same type of creative. So it was, I think it was a great example of taking like a digital social listening insight and then us reacting and planning and taking it to traditional media to really amplify it and get people talking about it. So it was super fun, and I think it was great.
Yeah, I think we ended with a 15-second TV spot even, right? So it really started from grassroots, a guy's backyard, all the way to out of home, newspaper, and now culminates in this guy's got his own TV spot up in Rochester.
Yeah, I think it ran in the Jets game.
There was another great example I thought of that you guys shared that I wasn't even kind of like, I didn't put two and two together, but I'd seen you guys together with this whole Gardner Minshew, Fitzmagic kind of connection with the stash versus the beard, and talk a little bit about how that came together, because I thought that was another one. I mean, here are two things like right at the beginning of NFL season, just fabulous.
Yeah, another great example, I think, a result of really close partnership with sports teams, the media team, and our Pepsi brand team, and the great people on that team. And again, it was born out of social listening. All of a sudden, you had the beard versus stash kind of, hashtag, gaining steam, and we picked up on it. We were fortunate partners with both teams, and really brought that to life on social media and made, amplified a little contest out of it to really double down on that idea of who's going to win, the stash or the beard, which one is better. And we kind of wrapped it up into a little social contest, which was the winning, whoever won, the beard or the stash, whatever team won the game. We were going to do that icon, either a beard icon, a little, kind of a clip art looking thing, either a beard or a mustache on a limited edition Pepsi bottle at the end of the season. And the Dolphins won that game, so Fitzmagic won, so he's going to get a beard on Pepsi bottles. But really nice, fun way to bring a social listening idea, social amplify that way, and ultimately we're all here to do at the end of the day, which is sell our products, take it to retail.
I'm curious on that front, on the social front, how do you guys evaluate, and how do you, I guess, first of all, I'd say, how do you get your ideation from your agency partners around that social aspect? How does that work? How does, how do you kind of solicit ideas and make sure everybody's being heard so you kind of get the most out of your agency partners for something like that?
That's a great point. I think that we usually brief with 4 or 5 pieces of tension within the fan base or in the NFL as a whole. Like, I think that the most recent thing we did, which was like boo the commissioner for the draft, it became like one that it came from social listening, because we had this round table with all of our agency partners like every week. That's like what's trending in pop culture. And it was about 2 weeks before the draft when it was basically announced that there wouldn't be a physical draft. People were complaining about their chance of the one of the best traditions is that when everybody boos the commissioner. Well, the thing for us was like, that is something that we can maybe help fans do. Like, we never take ourselves seriously enough. So we're never going to be the Nikes or the Gatorades of the world where we're talking about performance. This is like a fun thing that we can help provide. So, we brief that of like, hey, this is there. What can we do with it? And our agency partners across the board will have general above the line. We'll have a social digital agency. We have experiential, but they can all bring ideas. So the PR agency can bring an experiential idea and vice versa. There's no bad ideas. They all kind of come through the same forum. But whatever the best ideas are that rise to the top, then we just go and execute them. And so for us, a lot of the briefs we have are almost exclusively, especially when it goes to social and digital, are almost coming from social listening. Because when we do a brief from a traditional marketing campaign, it's coming off of who's the target consumer. It's going to live a lot longer at retail. The TVC, the retail elements take months to get ready. If you're going to drive that off of social conversation, that social conversation may be dead or completely pivot by the time that stuff hits market. But if you're doing it for digital content or activations or stunts like that, you can move quick enough. I mean, from the concept to actually pulling that off was 10 days. So like you couldn't do that at retail. You can, and that's the one good and the bad of things like that though, is like the great part is through a great social conversation, trended on draft night, like #2, like what everybody was talking about it. I can't translate it to retail because we move so fast. And I think that is the one piece of balancing out how we brief for long-term 360 campaigns and how we brief to be culturally relevant. Because like what Justin and Katie has talked about, it's amazing that they can now take a campaign that they did with Gardner Minshew and with, Fitzmagic, and basically a couple months later pay it off. That the good thing for us is that we're able to do that sometimes, but the alcohol industry is so regulated. It takes, by the time we submit artwork and by the time like the alcohol board does it, we have, so many hurdles that we've now limited what we do to be more realistic. And I think that that's actually helped us. Like there's no too big of an idea, but then when we go to execute that idea, what is it we need to do really well? Just like small 4 or 5 tactics. When we start going these, hey, we're going to turn this into a 360, it's like, let's stop for a second and like really realize what's the objective here.
So that really segues into something I just popped in my head that I'm really curious about, Justin and Katie, and that's it. I see the way you two are so together and in sync talking about these things. You finish each other's sentences, which is really awesome. I remember being in sports business though, where we'd have 2 people that got along well like you, maybe not as good, but their agencies were always doing a little bit of that one-upmanship, like, oh, we got the better idea. No, the media agency's got the better idea. And there was this competing interest. How does that work for you guys? How do you bring them together? I know it's probably not perfect, even if you tell me it is, but that must be a challenge. And especially when you're talking about coordinating some of these tactics that fall really all the time into both things like social. So I'm just curious how that works for you.
Ooh, can I start? I think that the issue is honestly for us, John, is like, it's not a perfect. Like, we've got on roster probably 50 plus agencies across all of our brands. And, but any given time, a single brand may have 4 or 5 agencies there. And the good and the bad of today's agency world is no agency is just one thing. So they all think they can do PR and they all think they can do experiential. So like, whenever an idea comes, we may have an official AOR of who makes our television commercials, official for social digital and official for experiential. So the way at least we do it is great. The above the line team may bring a PR stunt, but our PR team is executing it because that is their expertise and that's the way that's what they were given. Same thing happens. Like we had a Super Bowl commercial a couple of years ago that came from our PR team. But why isn't Kennedy still shooting that thing? Because it's just that like we put these people with expertise in place, but that brings the friction of like, well, what was our idea? Like we know, but like that's just why we have it. That's why you're still our PR company. And that's why you're still our experiential agency. It's tough. I mean, but it's just that every time we do these RFPs for like or renewals, they're like, we also have these other things, and we're like, we know, but we have you because you're great at this, and that's a hard conversation.
Yeah. I appreciate the candor. Katie, Justin?
You want to take that one, Katie, or me?
Yeah, whoever, Justin. You want to take it, or I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead. I'd love to.
So I do think we struggle with the same situation, and it definitely varies by brand. And I think it's always going to be an evolution and similar. An idea can come from anywhere, right? And I would say, actually, these ideas didn't come from an agency. They came from our divisions, right? They were locally, and then we took them and ran with them. So I think there's a lot of coordination and there's a lot of work on the relationships, but similar, we're going to make sure that it's executed by the folks that we hire to execute it, right? from a media perspective, it makes it a little easier because we only have one media agency for the most part. So we've worked hard to keep different buying methods and open of like, hey, Twitter, we're going to have an open IO. It can come at any time. It might be 5,000, it might be 100,000, it might be nothing, right? So we have to be able to turn these things on, and it's separate from your normal campaigns, right? It's important that you separate these local social activations that may bubble up to be something bigger, but it's very different than running your mass, what you need to do to drive the business and your campaign. So I do think it works similar. I will say that every brand is different, and we have a ton of different agencies, and some get along better than others. But it's up to, I think, our internal folks to make sure that we're steering the right folks and making sure that each agency is doing their best job on what they're capable of doing and what they're hired to do.
Yeah, John, I think the one piece our CMO preaches all the time too is like, we don't ever want to be in a part where we're not allowing creativity to break through. So if we're sitting in a spot where we're just saying you're not allowed to present on that because that's not your expertise, like we may miss something. So that's the one piece that we've gotten better at, and I think it's good, but it's challenging. It's just.
Yeah, I would say then the other challenge is we almost have too many ideas, right? And then it's like, how do you figure out which idea to execute or not? And do you have enough resources to do so? So we're always evolving our process and our evaluation and trying to figure out how to say this might be the one to do, this one's not the right one to do right now, but it's still a really good idea. It's just that we just don't have the bandwidth to do it, because that's not easy either.
Justin, anything you'd like to add?
As usual, Katie put it more eloquently than I could, but yeah, it's not a struggle, but it's just one of the dynamics we constantly deal with. And I think the better we get at managing it, the better ideas that we bring to life and bring to market. So yeah.
Well, I can tell you today, guys, just hearing from the three of you and hearing the ways you work is really instructive for anybody who wants to be a partner with you, because I think it helps us really frame things much better. So as we kind of wrap up, thank you for doing that. I did want to say one thing when I was getting ready to prepare for this, because I had so much time to prepare. I was taking a look at Justin's LinkedIn, and I noticed he went to University of Michigan. And then I did a little research, and the football in his background there is a telltale sign. He's actually making an announcement today that he's leaving Pepsi to take Jim Harbaugh's place. So I just wanted to let everybody know that.
Absolutely.
Say that I broke the news. I'm the Adam Schefter of Brand Innovators. So glad I could serve that purpose.
I think, listen, I think Michigan's got a bright future, as I always do. We need to win some games, but
Listen, it was a real pleasure and an honor to host this session. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. This is awesome. Thank you.
Hey, thanks again, John, Justin, Katie. Obviously always great conversation when you can get these guys in the room. So from here, we're going to move on to what we expect to be another great panel. We've got, what we saw earlier with Shiz and Seth talking about what was, the hologram program that they had that they, were so fortunate to launch during, the bubble, to now we're bringing on two people that I respect, very dearly, with Rasan Johnson and Mike Kidd. So Rasan's with United Airlines, and it's interesting to hear from his perspective, especially given everything going on with COVID. What is working and what has worked. And Mike, he's in a unique spot that they just opened up a stadium. Mike's basically opened up an arena. They got about a half a season out of it, and he's got to keep everybody excited. He's got to keep all the brands that he partners with, still believing. And as a partner, I can tell you that we really like the direction that the Chase Center is going at this point. And we also, like to see all the activations that, Rasan and Mike and those guys are still able to do, given all the challenges we have today. So with that, I'll kick it over to our friends Rasan and Mike.
Nick, you didn't need to start with great panel and all that. I didn't need the pressure. I got enough of it already. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. But so I'm not going to drive. Somebody on your side is going to drive the presentation. So as soon as I see it on the screen, boom, there it is. I'll jump into it. So cool. That looks pretty good. All right. I tossed and turned about it for a few days. I'm glad it looks all right. So Again, thanks everybody for having me. This is fun. Mike, I see you on my screen there. I will wrap up quickly so people can really hear the master talk, that being Mike Kitts. But in the meantime, I won't burn a whole lot of time doing a sponsorships 101 course, right? I mean, you all know what sponsorship marketing is about. But I do want to share some ideas quickly, hopefully coherently. When we at United Airlines look at sponsorships and when we look at opportunities to activate, like most or like all brands, like probably all of you watching, we look at impressions, we look at advertising assets, we look at signage, we look at customer engagement, we look at hospitality opportunities. But also in the sponsorship organization at United, we have been very intentional over the last 4 years or so to activate our partnerships in such a way that we jointly leave a mark, a positive mark on the communities that we serve. So I want to get into that a little bit today. Go to the next slide. Cool. So I'll do a little history lesson here. Let's take you back to October 20th, 2016. This was the day that United and the Golden State Warriors announced the partnership. I got to sort of make it about me for a second. So I was not in this role at the point that United and the Warriors had negotiated the agreement, but I had just come into this role to the point where the decision on how we were going to activate it, an announcement, was the first decision I made in this job. So I also think it was one of the coolest decisions I've made in 12 years at United Airlines. But we built a basketball court in one of the hangar bays at our San Francisco Airport Maintenance Center. Now, just sort of imagine it's one of the largest airplane maintenance facilities in the world. And, we took a hangar that normally has airplanes and engines sitting around and, pieces all over the place. And, we locked it up for a couple of days, told the employees, don't worry about what's going on in there. And we built a basketball court. When we did this unveiling, of course, I was on a pre-planned vacation, so I wasn't there. But rumor has it there were thousands of employees and people all around in the rafters cheering on. It was an awesome announcement, great event. But more important than the sort of particulars of the announcement, though I'm very proud of the way it happened. More important than the particulars of the announcement were something that we learned through the contract negotiation phase, the phase of planning how we were going to announce this agreement. And that thing that we learned was that the Golden State Warriors organization is really serious about investing in the Bay Area. Let's go to the next slide. So, the Warriors, like United, like most brands, we have those giving pillars. We have those things that really drive how we do community relations, how we do service. For United, it's, we call it breaking down barriers and promoting inclusion, right? It's inspiring future generations of leaders. It's lifting up communities that have been impacted by disaster. So think the tsunami in 2004, Hurricane Katrina, the earthquake in Haiti in 2009, California wildfires, floods in Houston. And then, that fourth pillar is sustainability, right? Flying toward a more sustainable future. We call it, mitigating our impact to the environment. Let's go to the next slide. Moral of the story, again, the Warriors have the same philosophy in how they give, in how they do what they do. So how do those giving pillars, so to speak, how do they manifest, right? So we think about, again, with our goal of breaking down barriers and promoting inclusion, the Warriors' goal around education. I'll give you a quick backstory. So in the past decade, the number of Black, Latina, and Native American women who were pursuing computer-related degrees or IT degrees has fallen by 40%. So this was a number that was not nearly what it should have been in the first place. And in a decade, it's dropped by almost half. In commercial aviation, fewer than 7% of pilots in the United States are women. I'm proud to say that I work for the airline that has a higher percentage of female pilots than any other airline in the country, and I believe any other airline in the world. But the average in this country is still less than 7%. So we think about, what is the thing that we can do? What is the thing that we can do to, one, call attention to these issues that need attention drawn, and two, start to help, start to make the difference. So in 2018, as we do every year, United hosted Girls in Aviation Day events around the world during Women's History Month. So in 2018, the Warriors joined with us in hosting 25 girls. They're all really cute if you look at the picture there. 25 girls affiliated with a 2-decade-old not-for-profit organization in the Bay Area called Tech Bridge Girls. This is an organization that both United and the Warriors support. And it largely serves girls and young women of color to introduce them to fields where they are currently underrepresented. So this is, in San Francisco, the opportunity there was bring them to the airport, introduce them to women pilots, women in different fields, leadership fields, show them an operations center at the airport and see how planes get out and get back safely 5,000 times a day. And the Warriors had executives also involved in this event. Let's go to the next slide, please. All right, so I'm going to take you to another challenge. So, as we think about inspiring future generations of leaders, as the Warriors think about their focus on improving education and civic engagement and public advocacy, policy advocacy, we think of the challenge of unemployment and the fact that in the Bay Area a decade ago, tech companies had so many technology jobs they couldn't fill. Thousands of technology jobs that they couldn't fill in the San Francisco Bay Area. The San Francisco Bay Area also had a higher than average unemployment rate among African American males. You've got this strange dichotomy of a potential labor pool that can't get the jobs that can't be filled. 5 African American entrepreneurs decide to tackle the problem by founding an organization called the Hidden Genius Project. It's an Oakland-based nonprofit with a mission of getting more African American males into the technology pipeline. Fast forward from a decade ago to 2019. My team and I are sitting around with our agency. We're trying to brainstorm, okay, Warriors are in the playoffs. What are we going to do? Are we going to drive a van around San Francisco and give away rally towels and all that cool stuff that we do? Or are we going to do something that is fun, interesting, but supports a mutual not-for-profit that is serving a need in the Bay Area? We ended up creating a custom STEM activation back to the San Francisco Maintenance Center, which is probably going to be like a tourist attraction by the time I finish talking about it. But we took a hangar bay at the maintenance center and created a STEM activation. We called it Science is Golden, and brought 20 students from the Hidden Genius Project and the Warriors to come in and talk to these young people about the importance of technology in the aviation industry and in basketball. And by the way, it was another event that I missed. How come, I'm sure Mike was there, but how come I keep missing these events? So let's go to the next slide. In this one, we talk about United's giving pillar of lifting up communities. The Warriors focus on improving community health and wellness. The situation or the backstory here. The Tenderloin neighborhood in San Francisco, 1/4 of the population is working age adults who are living in poverty. I'll give you some of the demographics. It's 25,000 people roughly live in Tenderloin, 1/3 Asian and Pacific Islander, 1/3 white. The rate of violent crime in this neighborhood is 4 times that of the city overall. The neighborhood is served by a 63,000 square foot Salvation Army Croc Center. It bills itself as a safe place for the community, a place that offers refuge for anyone who needs services, regardless of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, identity, gender. Just come on in, we got you. And it was in need of a new basketball court. So this was a project that the Warriors actually brought to us. The Warriors Foundation said, you know what? They need a new basketball court. We're a basketball team. We rehab basketball courts around the area. We joined together and on January 16th, introduced a newly refurbished court at that Kroc Center facility. We like one, we did this really awesome thing for the community. We like two, we got tens of thousands of views and engagements on social channels. We had an ESPN influencer who came, local media covered it and loved it. Best part of the whole event though was all those kids. I wish I could show you the video. All the kids running around and bouncing their balls, but pretty awesome event. Let's go to the next slide. This was actually one of our first activations with the Warriors. I'm clearly not going in chronological order, but United partnered with the Warriors and the Players Tribune back in 2017 to surprise a 17-year-old high school student from Illinois who had had a leg amputated. What we did was we gave him a surprise trip to San Francisco to see the Warriors play, where he was hosted behind the scenes. So, we took the guy, like his parents obviously knew where he was going. They show up in a crazy snowstorm at O'Hare. They get there. His parents are, his mom and his sister are getting him through the airport. The United Airlines agent hands him a boarding pass and says, hey, dude, you don't know where you're going. You're going to San Francisco. You're going to meet the Golden State Warriors. This was a guy who was affiliated with the Boys and Girls Clubs in Illinois, who had dreamed about playing basketball and had that dream take a detour because of this, because of having his leg partially amputated. So this was probably one of the proudest things that we've worked on in partnership. But for the obvious benefit of doing this really wonderful thing for a really great family, it didn't hurt that we also got more than 3 million impressions to the video, 700,000 more video views on top of the impressions. Click-through rate was significantly higher than things that we typically do at United Airlines and Post. But I say that to say it's with the Warriors that we have learned, that we have learned and relearned and relearned and relearned how important it is to do good, because good results, and then you also get good results. Let's go to the next slide. I'm going to try to keep us on schedule, so I'm going to do a 30-second chat about the next couple slides. We're trying to save the world one basketball court at a time, one aviation day at a time, one class of kids at a time. We also try to have some fun, try to engage with the community. We think about whether it's during playoffs or just during the season or off season, you've got events, cute little babies, shooting baskets. And the thing is, that baby could still shoot better than I can. Take over an area of Fisherman's Wharf, go down to Menlo Park, having some fun with Facebook employees. Let's do the next slide. And, some of the most fun things that our customers and employees love when you got players out at the airport checking people in. It's, it's the gift that keeps on giving. People love doing it. Fantasy flights, our trips to the North Pole. If you've ever gone, if you have like chronic dry eye disease, go to a fantasy flight. It will be cured when you see all those little kids with their eyes wide open because they get to see Santa Claus. This is an event that the Warriors have attended with us, and just a lot of great stuff going on. So I'm going to keep us on schedule and stop talking right now. People really want to hear from Mike Kitts. I even want to hear from Mike Kitts. So I'll wrap up there and turn it over to the MC.
While we're waiting, nice job, son.
You the man. By the way, Mike, does everybody have Golden State Warriors bobbleheads in their kitchen, or am I the only one? That's my question.
You got there. You got Kevon Looney as the Stormtrooper?
Yes, sir.
Special edition. I love that.
And my championship ring.
Oh, there you go. The hardware.
Exactly. Hey, Nikki.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Nikki.
Can you hear me good?
Very well.
All right. Thank you. That was amazing. And listening to your partnership that you guys share together is truly inspiring. Listening to you guys, I'm going to give Mike an opportunity to talk as Rasan is curious. Oh, and by the way, I had the opportunity. I ran upstairs to my 14-year-olds to feel like I was part of the team right here, but he gave me that second.
I love that I'm the only one not wearing a Warrior shirt.
It wasn't hard to find in his closet. There were like 5 of them, not to mention a high school jersey too. But anyway, in listening to you guys, and it seems like, you know, together, both United Airlines and Golden State, you've had such an extremely successful, long-standing partnership for over 4 years. You know, obviously we've been hearing all day, and it's hard to talk about the NBA and the launch and, you know, the new season coming up without mentioning the pandemic. You know, but with COVID, there are certainly many negative changes and disadvantages in the traditional partnership. But it seems like you guys are staying ahead of the curve, right? I mean, you've worked within the community, you've worked within in San Francisco themselves, you've worked with the youth. Being that you guys did this even pre-COVID, can you talk a little bit about new sponsorship opportunities which might have arisen due to the pandemic?
Yeah, thanks, Nikki. And Rasan, really, again, nice job. You know, I think you know, if I can just go back to one of the things that Rasan mentioned, which is the idea of doing good, right? And so I think all of us, we all have the idea of just focusing on the bottom line. That's gone, right? There's the new table stakes is you have to do well while doing good. Right? Or the other way to say is you have to do good while doing well. There's the triple bottom line. You mentioned sustainability too. I think that's table stakes. We all have to be committed. Now, I think we can all agree that there's levels of commitment. And so, you know, we like to think that we are truly on the far side of the curve, as you mentioned, Nikki, in terms of our commitment. But, you know, you mentioned COVID, pre-COVID. Look, a couple years ago, Pam L, who was the CMO of the NBA at the time, she threw out a stat that said that, you know, only 1% of fans will ever actually enter an NBA arena, right? Globally, 1% of our fans actually come to games. And so pre-COVID, you would already look at that and say, how are we truly partnering with folks like Rasan and United to engage the 99% of folks that aren't even in our arena, right? And we believe that a community, the community things that Rasan talked about is a great way to do that. Now you take into consideration COVID, and 2 things, right? One is we can all agree that our attendance is going to be greatly impacted last year and this year. And so now that 99% has grown, or the other way is that 1% of arena attendees has decreased, right? So again, underscores the need to engage our fan bases well outside the arena. And then 2, you know, we can all look around our current economic environment and our current societal environment and realize that there's less opportunities for a lot of underserved folks, and there's less internships, there's less kids going to schools and getting those hands-on opportunities. And so I would just say that it amplifies, you know, the current scenario in COVID, it only amplifies the need to do these types of partnerships. Again, they were there before in spades, but now more than ever, we all collectively, and again, I feel like the folks are listening, we all know this, like we have to double down because there's more people in need and there's less people in our arenas. So how are we going to engage our communities? And we believe the answer continues to be do well while doing good.
Yeah, as you talk about doubling down, you know, we talk about technology. We've been talking about it all day today. It's becoming more and more reliant on personal data and targeted advertising, and you know, making streaming services, obviously like Fubo and the other streaming services out there, much more appealing in regards to showing the games. As we talked about, you know, you talked about not having fans in the arena with regards to sponsorship, just attendance in general. And, you know, in your opinion, do you see the future of the NBA, and could be other sports too, transitioning from like that more rigid broadcast model into something more tailored for fans, as you talked about? And how can these sorts of partnerships that you guys have done so seamlessly and so well, can they evolve into, you know, into more? And they can get even bigger? I mean, Rasan, you talked a little bit about social media and streaming, and that all is a new way of this next generation viewing content.
I can start. Look, I think it's twofold. I mean, COVID has probably accelerated something that was already in the works, which is, what we believe and what we've seen in the data is that fans are not consuming sports content less. They're consuming more sports content, but I think we can all agree that how they consume the content is consistently changing, right? It's not only changing within our demographic, the way that the consumer that we're all trying to reach, that younger, diverse, affluent, up and coming consumer, the way they consume content is historically and will continue to be different than how we consume. And so I think when you talk about partnerships, I think for properties, right, for us to continue to make sure that we can deliver the right consumer that Rasan wants to reach, we have to meet the consumer where they are. We have to meet the fan where they are. And so, look, I think there's a lot more questions and there is answers around what that future will be. I mean, certainly Fubo is, in the streaming business, and you're starting to see streaming pick up more rights along the way. But I think, what it looks like today and what it looks like 5, 6, 10 years from now is going to be far different. But here's what I would say already. When I say COVID has already amplified it, when we launch our season on December 22nd, we're going to launch a second screen experience. And really, if you think about fans, what sports is that thing that brings us all together, right? And so now COVID has found a way to isolate us. And so when we are gathering around the TV to watch our favorite team, we are still looking for those connection points. And so what we believe is that if we can connect people within a virtual environment just like this, in a second screen experience, and find a way to connect them back to that in-arena experience, what would normally be on the center hub? How would we create some fan promotions against each other? Sports betting is going to continue to play a role, but I think we have to continue to find ways to engage these folks, have to be active participants in what their engagement looks like. Because the way, again, I'll just restate that the way that fans consume us as a product is changing at a very, very rapid rate. And so I think your question is probably the most relevant question that we all need to be working on now and over the next handful of years. But it starts now, right? It starts now. And even when folks are in the arena, again, the amount of content that's being pushed out amongst fans is crazy, right? So we have to continue to evolve as well. And again, I think that's what allows us to be relevant for folks like Rasan and United Airlines.
Do you feel a little bit of pressure being that you're in the center of the technology capital of the world, and so now that you've moved to San Francisco, do you feel a little bit more like you should be ahead of the game a little bit?
Yes, of course. I would say twofold, right? With rights comes responsibility. But so not only do we feel the pressure, but I would also say that we're very fortunate to have access to the resources too. We have some of the smartest people in the world who are fixing a lot of the world's problems, or certainly streamlining some of our challenges that are based in our market. And so, we have access to those folks. Many of them, are probably part of our investor group. And so we do believe that there's a challenge and an opportunity and a responsibility to stay ahead of the curve. Absolutely.
I got a couple of questions that are coming in. Unless Rasan, do you want to add to that?
I have one thought that a question that you asked and something that Mike said made me think of something else. All right. So your point about different ways of consuming content, Mike's point about doing well by doing good. I think about how also we can take this relationship between this brand, United Airlines, and this property, Golden State Warriors, and reach people who may not necessarily be travelers or may not necessarily be basketball fans, and convert them into both, right? So, Mike has talked so graciously and generously about, wanting to help, create customers for United Airlines. I also think about it this way. We want to create fans for the Warriors. That video that I mentioned that we did with the young man who we flew out to spend a day behind the scenes with the team, we at United Airlines, we have our sort of baseline benchmark for what views and impressions and click-through rates are when we do video projects. So we did a supplemental buy through, I'm guessing it was Facebook, to basketball fans. We showed that video to people who were identified as basketball fans and got 3 times the number of viewers as we typically get in United's benchmark. Then we did something different. United uses a particular terminal at San Francisco Airport. The second largest airline at SFO uses a different terminal at San Francisco Airport. I'm probably saying something that would make my boss slap me, and she's listening right now. But we then did a supplemental buy to target people who flew that other airline in and out of SFO, and found that 6 times the number of people looked at the video as typically looked at United videos. We had more people who were travelers of a different airline engaged with that video than people who identified as basketball fans and people who were United customers. This is a way, one, obviously I feel good about the project we did. The brand team feels good that we're reintroducing the United brand to competitors, but I'm also, there are people in there who may not be basketball fans who scratch their head and say, the Warriors are a really good neighbor. Let's pay attention. Let's pay a little more attention to them than we otherwise would have, because maybe we weren't basketball fans.
Yeah.
I'll have to circle back to how many season tickets that sold. We'll circle back. We've got advanced outlet.
Well, all right. Well, thank you guys. I think we're just about at our closing mark, and I really appreciate it. And thank you both so much for allowing me to moderate this. You guys have a clearly incredible relationship and a great partnership that I'll probably continue on for years to come. So thank you again, and thank you, Nick. And yeah, thank you again. And I'll keep my jersey on for the rest of the night.
Thank you, Nikki.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Rasan, as always. I didn't get my free gear apparently, but that's okay.
Next time, man. We got you.
So moving forward, we've got 3 more panels left that I think that everybody will get a lot out of. I think that we've got a lot of people that I'm close to towards the back end of the day that we get the fortunate opportunity to spend time with. And there are really 3 topics that we've heard that have been recurring today that we're finally going to put a focused effort on. So and within this panel, we're going to talk about when repackaging goes wrong. And what that means is not negative, but what we're talking about is oftentimes when you're a product like telecom / fiber optic or an automobile category or a beer category, you're going to be put in a position where it's going to be like, hey, the guy who had this before you, this is what they want, and maybe that's what you want too. And that's not the case. I think we all have different agendas, as we've seen today. We all have different ways of measuring success, and it's not necessarily the right thing to assume that we want what the person who was in the category previously had. So joining us today is 3 people with some of the biggest brands in the United States. So we've got Rob McQueen, who's the head of strategic sponsorships of Verizon. You got Jim Peters, who runs all the brand content and alliances marketing for Ford Motor Company, as you guys know, one of the biggest sponsors in sports. And one person, I'm really close to, who works on our sponsorship team, Lisa Woodward. So between the 3 of them, they've probably seen it all in some of the biggest categories that are out there. And helping us moderate this today is going to be Rich Kaliki, who is the Chief Revenue Officer from Overtime. So with that, we'll pull these guys in here in a second. I think that the one thing is, feel free to ask questions on the side. I think everybody wants to make sure that that they have an opportunity to be heard, and I think that most importantly, this is a topic that I think we all go through. So with that, I will kick it over to well, give me 2 seconds. I'm doing it all here today, guys. Perfect. And with that, I will kick it over to Rich, who Rich can kind of kick off this panel. Again, Jim, Lisa, Rob, thanks so much for making the time and joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks, Nick.
That was kind of exciting. I got here on time 4:02. So thanks so much, Nick. And thanks to everybody who's joining us today online. I wasn't able to hear if there was a full introduction. I serve as a Chief Revenue Officer at Overtime. If you're not familiar with Overtime, come to rainy, gray Brooklyn. We'll give you a nice
pairs of Gen Zennial content, sports content, and one of the biggest communities you'll find on social. And in fact, we have the largest handle on TikTok. So, or Snapchat. Joining me today on the panel, I'm really proud to have a fellow member of the Illini Nation, Lisa Woodward from Anheuser-Busch, my good friend Jim Peters from Ford, a guy that a lot of us know who's shepherded a lot of aspects of our career, Rob McQueen from Verizon. And we're going to talk about actually the opportunity. I think as executives in the past 9 months, we've all been forced to kind of repackage how we work and even where we work. And so in many cases, we're trying to think about how we do everything differently, and sponsorship packaging is certainly part of that. And so for the next 30 minutes, we really want to talk about what makes packaging go. I know what you do when repackaging goes wrong. My intention, because we've got 3 preeminent marketers on the phone, is to talk about what they've done to make sure. I'm going to kick it off, and we're going to move from left to right on your dial. And we'll start with Lisa Woodward at Anheuser-Busch. Lisa, so nice to see you this afternoon. How are you today?
I'm doing great, thanks. How are you?
Doing great, thank you. So for the group, Lisa and I had the same at when our beloved Illini lost to North Carolina. We've survived. She's advanced in her career and somehow stayed alive. So it's obviously enjoyed a lot of cold, refreshing Budweisers. And as I think about everything that you guys do from a marketing specific. Your products and your brands are so integral into the sports experience, and I just think about what's happening with COVID-19, that you experience to the betterment of the AB brands. So I'd just love to hear from you for a couple of minutes how COVID-19 in-venue experience has been repackaged into something equally valuable for Anheuser-Busch.
Sure, thank you. Excited to be here today. So as everyone knows, COVID-19 has drastically impacted everything that we do for us at AB, and I know you've heard from us quite a bit already today, so I'm going to try to not repeat things that you've already heard, but talk through some different things that we've worked on. But really, over the course of the past 9 months, like everybody, we've been working to try and repurpose our partnerships, rework them, reframe them, with being such a large partner in the sports landscape with 6 different league partnerships, about 110 team partnerships across the board. It forced us to really take a hard look at all of our partnerships and see what we can do to bring them to life in a new way. As Rich mentioned, with being a beer company, obviously the beer drinking experience in venue is very endemic to a lot of what we do. So for us, it's a tough transition to try and figure out how do you replicate that in some way, shape, or form with our teams and leagues. So, on the league side, you heard earlier today about all the work we did with the NBA Michelob Ultra Court side. That was something that we were very excited to bring to life. With the MLB partnership, we worked hard to bring the Bud Light Homer campaign, and finally did get one hit into the Bud Light Homer spot during the World Series. So that was exciting to see. NFL, we've continued to innovate with them throughout the season, with our Showtime Cam being a big piece of what we're doing with them this season. But then on the team side, we've really loved working with all of our team partners to figure out what makes sense. I think for all of us, there's only so much social and digital you can do. So at a certain point, it's figuring out what are the truly impactful campaigns and what do we need to step back from to focus on those. So luckily, we've been great with all of our team partners and been lucky to be able to work through things with all of them across the board. Hope to do the same, unfortunately, as we head into season 2 of renegotiating assets. But I think some of the most successful ways that we've worked with our partners is figuring out how to bring that experience to the fans at home. So whether it's a campaign with Drizzly or it's a campaign with some of our other partners, we've seen a lot of success in that field.
That's great. Now to Detroit, my friend Jim, who's sitting there patiently, waiting to talk about the Ford brand. Jim, thinking about the Kentucky Derby a couple years ago, and you guys made a position that one of your competitors had held for a long time. And knowing that you work in one of the most competitive spaces in all sports, when you inherit real estate a competitor, how do you think about making it, your own at Ford? And how do you make sure that all the elements that are part of the sponsorship package work to the benefit of the Ford brands?
Yeah, thanks, Rich. Again, really happy to be here. Thanks for the opportunity. And, what I would say to that is, we had a unique opportunity when it came to the Derby. Ford had historically been a really big partner there at Churchill Downs. In fact, we have two of our largest manufacturing facilities within 50 miles of the venue. So, when Ram came and took that over several years ago, it was a pain point for our dealers and for our manufacturing plants. So, while I think every one of these types of opportunities comes with their own contextually relevant situation, for us, it was really less about, what Ram had done and not wanting to be the same because, authenticity, sure that everything feels and looks like the Ford brand and something the Ford brand would do is really important to us. But it was about, what are our objectives and what are we really trying to accomplish? Because, there's a lot of events out there. The Kentucky Derby is a big one. Unfortunately, it didn't happen like we wanted it to this year. But, as we looked at it and we looked at that challenge of, we know Ram has been here. We know they've done things like the logo on the roof and some other areas that, we would probably try to run with. We just really stayed focused on what our objectives were. And one of those key objectives that differentiated us was those people in the town that had grown up and loved the Kentucky Derby from day one. And those were Ford families. Those were Ford people. So it was a unique opportunity for us to look at it and say, yes, we want to be unique. We don't want to do the same thing that our competitors have done in this space. But it was something that, this is truly Ford. This is truly a homecoming for us. This was truly a win situation for us. And our objectives were clear. We really wanted to take care of our plants. We really wanted to do a lot of good things for our Ford Pass Reward members, which are part of our mobile customer experience platform these days. And we, of course, wanted to get our products out there in large scale, both on TV and on site. And so, given the way it all went down, it became a very big challenge to obviously take advantage of that this year. But as we look at it next year, we're excited about the opportunity to continue to differentiate. It won't be your same automotive sponsorship. And that's something we definitely take a lot of pride in and consider on all of these things.
Well, the right horse won this year, so we're very happy about Authentic and its Breeder Cup Classic.
That's right.
That was great. So I'll bring it a little closer to home now. Back in
just in the context of, sorry, I was just going to say, Rich, with the context of all the things going on with COVID, the folks at Churchill Downs were amazing to work with. Great partners. So it really, again, solidified that decision. We're working with people that are unique. This isn't just another cookie cutter sponsorship. So we're excited about that as well. Sorry, I just wanted to get that in there.
Once in a while, right?
Yeah, exactly. Hello, Rob McQueen. Great to have you part of the conversation. Rob, a lot. I think back to our days of momentum and what you're doing now at Verizon and how many things have changed. So from your vantage point, sponsorship today in 2020 versus what it was even 10 years ago or 20 years ago, how much has changed and how much has that impacted the way Verizon thinks about those same spots? The component parts are very different today.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think they are in some cases and not in others. I'm surprised sometimes at the lack of the evolution. I do think that it's on both sides. The client's got to play a role in communicating to the property about what's important to them and what they look for in value, so that you just don't get that cookie cutter, as Jim just mentioned, right? None of us want that. I'm lucky in my career, I've always been a part of experiential in addition to sponsorship. So I look at things through that lens, and I like being an experienced brand. I like working at Verizon, which I feel is an experienced brand. We're not looking for signage. We're not looking for cookie cutter. We're trying to make the evolution to a technology company. So for me, what's exciting, and when we do it right, it's when we find those type of opportunities and those experiences. When we look at access, we look at exclusives and differentiating, and that to me is the most important part of today, as opposed to maybe 10 years ago when we were happy to do some of the more typical type deals. try to figure out ROI, which we all still are trying to figure out. But you could do a lot easier back then, I think, because you had the same things in every deal. Now we look for those experiences and for those differentiators. So I think it's a little bit more complicated, but it's also a move, forward, and certainly for the good.
I got to find out how to get one of those vests too, Rob. Those are pretty nice looking Verizon vests. Maybe everyone on the panel.
That's right. Second time wearing it. I figured I'd break it out today. Had to break it out.
You look
it's
look
cold
good.
up in the attic.
Right.
It's cold up here.
It's cold when you have the windows open in Brooklyn. It's pretty chilly here today. So, Lisa, coming back to you, playing off that theme about what's changed, I'd love to hear from you. What's an example of an asset you try to put more leverage on today than you did 5 years ago as part of your sponsorship? So if you're getting back to the negotiating table, either as part of a repackaging or renegotiation today, what are you more keenly focused on in 2020 than what you may have been looking at 2 or 3 years ago?
Yeah, I think from our standpoint, flexibility is key. So same as Rob mentioned, we're not necessarily looking for the fixed signs. We're not looking for the big marquee signage in the outfield. We really want to work with our partners to figure out what's the right mix that allows us to activate the partnership in a way that our competition couldn't, but then also gives us that flexibility moving forward. So about 2.5 years ago or so now, we launched our variable compensation model. That was a big piece of that flexibility. So allowing us to work together and come up with ways to innovate throughout the seasons. But even on top of that, looking at whether it's activation funds or working dollars that allow us to bring things to life on an annual basis. When I started in this role 4 or 5 years ago, we really were still looking at contracts that had, every single team's going to do up for whatever for the next 5 years, right? And so, 2-3 years into that, all of a sudden we were saying, okay, well, we need to repurpose these assets into something else. So looking at the different opportunities there, some of the key things like our branded build outs or our, social digital hospitality, it's still very important. But we want to really be able to work with our partners year over year to come up with things that really drive results for that particular year.
Is there something in particular that you want to share as an example of something where you really want to step on the gas? Like you mentioned, they're happening outside of the venue. Is there an example of something where you said, here was an idea that we had and we stepped on the gas and it really became something even bigger than we hoped it was going to be or we thought it was going to be?
Yeah, I think we have tons of examples, and a lot of times they're not even necessarily contractual assets. So when you look at some of the things we've done over the years, whether it's the Browns victory fridge or everything that we've done with, the Heat down in Miami with Dwayne Wade and Jimmy Butler, et cetera. Those are all elements that came to play through our contracts and through the assets. But because our contracts allowed the flexibilities and our team partners were willing to work with us to truly take them above and beyond where we thought they would go, we've been really excited to see those. And now we really just ask our teams, hey, come to us with ideas like that. We'll bring them to you as well. But if you have something that you think could be this impactful campaign for the season, we'd love to take it with you guys to the next level.
Well, the good news is Jimmy Butler was a Chicago Bull for a while, so we were happy to have him, even though he's.
Yes.
Here we are now, whatever it is, the second week in November, and even though we're supposed to masters on the back of our, which is the reason why our bandwidth is so stretched. And I think about that and I think to myself, the calendar in sports has been turned absolutely in the automotive business. Think about the calendar informing which launches, whether it's a new truck, whether it's a new sedan, and making sure everything has a continuity month to month. How has this impacted how you stage those different launch opportunities? Obviously, the new Bronco looks great, and I'm sure that's some of your real estate you want to apply. But how does the sponsorship strategy change when the sports schedule changes so meaningfully in just such a relatively short period of time?
Yeah, that's a great question, Rich. And sorry for my camera going off. I'm getting a bandwidth thing, so I don't want to cause any tech issues. But as we look at, our year this year, we started off with the NFL and the draft that was supposed to take place live in Las Vegas and ended up becoming a virtual event that we were really excited about trying to take advantage of. But again, didn't work towards our ingoing objectives. We had a lot of on-site things. We had a lot of things we were going to do locally there with the event. And that didn't happen. So we really just had to really shift gears and react. And then when things started moving down the calendar, for example, we have a relationship with professional bull riders that travel throughout the country. And it seemed like every week we were hearing about new updates of this event was canceled and that event was canceled. And so it was really hard, again, to plan your activation, to figure out, when is the right time to start thinking about value added and not in value in kind, and not necessarily just try to ride it out. So it was a really crazy time. And then, specifically with the Derby and NFL, the two premier properties that we'll use when it comes to launching products, obviously very tough when the COVID hit and our plants were shut down for weeks on end. Obviously, everything that we had planned in 2020 in terms of launch windows, product cycles, was all kind of out the window. So when the dust settled a little bit and we figured out where our products were going to lay, we then refocused and looked at the events that we had left in the calendar and really tried to make the most of them. In our case, it always kind of comes to working out at the end, because we did launch a great campaign, Built for America campaign, that ended up launching with the running of the Derby when it did take place. And so that was fantastic. And, we're just continuing to adjust. We're adjusting some of our promotional things that don't feel right now, given the change of schedule and change of season. But again, I appreciate what Lisa said, which is just, we're talking to all of our partners about being as nimble and as versatile as we can. Our teams have really learned to not expect the same thing to be true next week that is true this week. So whether it comes to calendars, whether it comes to, delivery on media pieces, we're staying flexible, we're staying on our toes, and I think we're hanging in there.
Well, that's great news across the board. Now, the only thing that's better looking than Rob McQueen's vest is your new. So that's on that.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're so excited. The interest in Bronco has been off the charts, and it goes right into this space again. Again, there's a lot of athletes, a lot of celebrities that have really kind of come to life. So it's as this industry continues to evolve and experiential continues to figure out what it's going to be next year. It's great to have a product like that, as well as the new F-150 and the Mustang Mach-E coming out, that people are calling, people are wanting to work with us, and we have the opportunity to be creative and take advantage of it here.
Yeah, my Christmas list is getting longer. I think I need to throw a Mach-E on that list.
Please do. Please do.
So,
Thank
hey,
you.
Rob, I've had a lot of So, Rob, you and I have had a lot of great conversations about kind of a fundamental Verizon, and a lot of people talk about it as just as a service or as a brand. But whenever you talk about it, you always refer to it as an experience. Table with Verizon and pulling together a sponsorship package. How can they think more intently about Verizon as an experience as opposed to Verizon as just a service or just a brand?
Well, I think it's been an experience brand for a while, but I think now, and it's a part of the role that we all have, I think, in working with partners and prospects, is making sure that we educate. Right, we're not a wireless company any longer. Haven't been one in a while. We truly are a technology company. A lot of what we talk about, and a lot of what we get value for, is being B2B2C, or is it being driven by B2B2C. So we have to think that way for our brand, and that means we have to show people, quote unquote, the product, and we have to show people what we can do. So I think the more that we can get away from thinking about signage, and the more that we can start talking about really what we can do to help enable what you're doing to connect with your fans, the better it's going to be for all of us, and the better that it works for us, and the more that we'll look at it. The way I kind of talk about it is that nobody's going to really fall in love with Verizon. I fall in love with Verizon in the last 18 months, but maybe others haven't. But we're a utility in most people's minds still, whether you think of it as wireless or landline or Fios or whatever, we're still a utility. Well, not many people fall in love with utilities. What we want people to do is to fall in love with what we deliver or what we enable. We deliver what you love. And if through 5G, which obviously you guys have heard a lot of us talking about, through 5G, we can make it even better and enhance that experience, then we might get a little bit of that halo of some. But it's really about whether you like the NFL, love the NFL, you love, League of Legends, or whether you love National Women's Soccer League, or whatever it might be, and what we do to help you enable that experience. That's what we're about today. And so we want to make sure properties come to us with that. Even the properties that we're working with, as we look to continue to evolve and make sure that we stay together for a long time, we've got to have those properties move in that direction with us.
Well, so wrapping it up here in the next 7 or 8 minutes. First of all, a call out to everybody who's on the line. We've got over 100 folks. If you have anything you want to talk about, please feel free to throw it in the chat. Rob, Lisa, happy to respond to those questions, and I'll help steer them your way. And then I'd also point out that if you had taken the time to buy these 3 brands on so buy Anheuser-Busch, Verizon, and Ford Motor Company, you'd be up over 28% in your portfolio. So I'm not saying advertising is the end-all be-all, but you can make money listening to these people. Just make sure you think about these brands and make sure they're part of your portfolio. So stock picking aside, I'm going to come back to Lisa for one last question. Obviously Anheuser-Busch has hundreds of relationships across the board. There's certainly high-value relationships on the league side, and then a wide variety of sponsorships and associations with individual teams, music festivals, other more local stuff. How does your sponsorship philosophy, when you come to the table and you're ready to renegotiate or you're inheriting a new opportunity, how does it differ between a national footprint that you may work on with the league versus an individual property like a team or a specific festival?
Yeah, thank you. It really is completely different between the league and team side. As I'm sure everybody else has, through our partnerships, there are so many people internally who are so passionate about the particular teams at the local level. So when we're looking at a sponsorship or a partnership with one of our team partners or festivals, music, etc., we work internally to make sure that we talk to everybody we need to before we engage with that brand. So we have wholesalers that, both utilize and pay into these deals at the local level. So their priorities and their focuses may be completely different than what we're looking at the national level. So it's important to try and merge the two together so that everybody's getting what they want. I think an example of that is our wholesalers love radio remotes and love hospitality and autographed items, where on the national level, it's a lot more focused on, the big items in social, digital, et cetera. From the league standpoint, really for us, it's having that ability to activate nationwide and to utilize all the marks together collectively. And then also for many of our league partnerships, a lot of it is the packaging. So being able to use the logos on the team cans in the various markets, because that's one of the biggest things for us as far as fan affinity and fan loyalty, is getting the products directly in their hands with both our logo and our partners' logos. So we certainly look at them different, but they do all tie together in one overall strategy across the board.
And that was one thing the guys pulled off. Congrats to B for which is really fantastic.
Thank you.
So Jim, we're well done, Lisa. You're in a line. They can't hold you back.
I wish I could take credit for that one.
Obviously, we spent a lot of time. We spent a lot of time in Detroit talking in about all board, and I'm sure you've seen just about every sponsorship opportunity there is. But from your vantage point, what has been the biggest surprise on something that's increased as a percent of the overall dollars of a sponsorship today versus 3 years ago? And what's been the biggest disappointment? What would you like to see change, and what has changed the most rapidly in your view?
I love it. Thanks a lot for the question. Yeah, and I mean, for me, there's a couple things that come to mind. One is, as we were doing this years ago, it was still all about impressions. It's all about advertising. So it's always about, CPM and kind of what premiums you're paying and things like that. I feel like we've really evolved from that. And our media partners are so great that we work with. Global Team Blue is our media partners, and then our internal team at Ford. And we're looking well beyond that. We're looking at value in things like content, which is something that we really partner with these folks on, whether it's someone like NFL Films, who can obviously produce and shoot great content, or if it's someone like another partner out there, and we're really leveraging that. Content is a key part of any great partnership, and these days I think it's like a gotta have when you enter into this partnership. So you got to have the capabilities to not have to send your agencies around the country filming different things and doing all that when they're working on campaigns. And so I think a big thing that has really changed is the value proposition, and things like content have really come into that and been very helpful. And I just think that people are getting more and more creative when it comes to that. Another big thing that we're using, again, it's kind of like taking something old that was new again, because we've been giving tickets to Ford dealers and we've been giving tickets to customers to events for a long time, but nowadays with consumer experience being so much at the heart of things, we want to take and we want to harness these right type of experiences and these right opportunities for our clients that are participating in things like Ford Pass Rewards. And so we've been able to work with partners and really sort of curate these custom experiences that you can scale and really give people the right opportunities to experience that. So we love that part of it. We love that it's not just impression based anymore. We love that it's not just about, what were the ratings. But at the end of the day, a lot of the things that we do are meant to enhance those things. If we do get a shortfall in our ratings, if we do pay a premium that we don't think we should, and we need that activation and that engagement and all those things to really start, ratcheting up. And when we look at things, we look at the full gamut. We're not just looking at leads. We're not just looking at, a straight ROI calculation. So, and I think partners have just really gotten innovative and gotten smart. They've gotten to know that, they need to deliver on what, the client's priorities are and what we're asking for. So, I'm happy with the way that things are evolving. I think there's still more for us to do. Our groups at Ford work so much together, where it's social media, PR teams, production teams, brand teams, and whatnot. We are very closely aligned and trying to make sure that we're driving as much as we can out of the partnership. And so far, so good.
Well, that was the fastest 30 minutes. I want to so Woodward from Anheuser-Busch, Jim Peters from Ford, and of course, my good friend Rob McQueen, who I'm going to ask to tell us who's going to win the 2020.
Nice.
Oh man, I don't know. How do you go against Tiger on a back-to-back in the year 2020? But actually, I think it's going to be somebody comes out of nowhere. It would be fitting for this year, wouldn't it? We just have somebody that's a total surprise, first major, maybe first tournament win.
I got Colin Morikawa.
Love it.
All right. Well, listen, thank you so much, everybody. Have a great weekend. God bless all your families and a happy Thanksgiving. Thanks so much. Time for us. I'm going to kick it back to Nick Kelly. Thanks again. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Lisa. Bye-bye.
Thank you all. Thanks, Rich.
Rob, Rich, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for the time. Obviously, this conversation about a pretty candid topic of, what does this new building of a partnership look like in an existing category? So again, appreciate everybody taking the time. So next up is maybe going a layer deeper. And I think that this is really a conversation we've all kind of discussed over the course of the last couple of months. And more than anything else, has been one that we don't see going away. And the conversation is really focused on that of make goods and what makes up a make good. How do you determine the value of make goods? And most importantly, how do you address that awkward situation of what we believe to be lost value and what we believe to be still that have the opportunity to be made back? So moderating us today is Deirdre Lester from Barstool Sports, who doesn't really have to deliver many make goods right now because they've been running since, the day one of COVID, and they continue to thrive. So we're appreciative to have Deirdre out here hosting us today. Joining us again for hopefully his final time today will be Justin Tillman from Pepsi, as well as Kieran Foley from Danone. And last but not least is going to be Cindy Nguyen from Bank of America. We appreciate all you guys coming and joining us to have the conversation today about probably the toughest topic, which is lost value and make goods as it relates to the COVID era, and honestly, what could be another 12 to 18 months of these conversations. So with that, I'll kick it over to Deirdre to help, dive into this topic.
Thank you, Nick. It's good to see you. Hey, everybody. Thanks for being here. Good sessions today. It's been really interesting tuning in. It's nice to follow my friend Rich Kalachi, who lives like less than a mile from me. So he and I can get together for real cocktails, not virtual cocktails sometime soon. But yeah, today joining us on this panel, which is the subject is the good, the bad, the ugly of make goods in 2020. We have Karen Foley, the head of partnerships and brand and strategy at Danone, Cindy Nugent's SVP of enterprise programs at Bank of America, and Justin Toman, who apparently has already been introduced today, but for those who are just joining now, head of sports marketing and partnerships at PepsiCo. So thank you guys for being here. I had a chance to catch up with everybody one-on-one and talked with everybody about the fact that we're going to try to make goods not such a grim topic because it's we're trying to be the eternal optimists, but it's a real topic. It's a real challenge that everyone has been facing in the sports industry and even the broader media industry, all year since the COVID lockdowns began and sports got put on hold for quite a long time. And then the comeback of sports was quite unusual from our usual schedules. So, and then there was a lot of other things thrown in there, layered in there to make it even more complicated, election year, social and racial justice awakening in the country, a lot of things that just made so much uncertainty and so much so I think, with all that, I'd kick it off, to you, Karen, to hear from your perspective on how you're thinking about, with your partnerships, the best way to make sure you're getting the value that you've invested in out of the partnerships that you're in.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Deirdre, and thanks to everybody at Brand Innovators. I've watched quite a lot today, so it's been engaging, really, really entertaining, and I've actually picked up quite a lot. So it's been great. So thanks for having me here. It's been a tricky year for sure, in that there's been a lot of upheaval, as you talked about, across all the different partners and all the different sports. But I suppose from my perspective, I classify myself as, I've heard a lot of people today, the eternal optimist. I think we all are inside. I think marketeers are naturally born that way as eternal optimists. I think we have to be in the DNA. But the reality for us is that what it's tried to do is really focus on our deliverables and exactly what we're trying to do and how we're trying to do that. I mean, for us as brand marketeers, it's always been a case of trying to facilitate consumers through the property to exactly what they want. So we're always trying to take that halo effect of what it is. So whether it's at live events or whether it's consuming it in a different manner, we just pivot to understand exactly what is the environment, what is the market, what are the consumers doing, how are they consuming media content, how are they engaging or interacting with it. And so for us, it's really understanding that. So it's caused a pivot for sure. It's meant we've really had to focus and had some difficult conversations with some partners. But I see it as an opportunity, to be honest with you, on both sides of the coin, both for rights owners as well as brand owners, in terms of, that door's closing, but we look at it as the window opening, and we try to figure out, okay, what makes the most sense for us to interact? How do we develop partnerships, wider collaborations? Because A, economies are not the same. B, people are not consuming sports the same for this short period. Hopefully, touch wood, good news in the last week or two. And really, how do we engage consumers, even commercially, and our promotions all had to change. But it just makes us focus that bit stronger and that bit clearer on exactly what we're trying to do. It leads to a lot of conversations on rights and so on, but I think I'll take up the whole half an hour if I keep going. So yeah, I hope that opens up the conversation a bit.
Yeah, it definitely does. And, you guys have obviously a large investment in the NFL and they kind of, while there's definitely been changes and there's no fans and stands, you had at least some time to think about that, time to plan for what you described to me as if-then scenarios, right? If this doesn't happen, then what are we going to do? I don't think that, maybe Cindy could speak to the fact that, there was sports that got shut down so fast that were supposed to be happening, that planning for those scenarios had to happen in like such rapid turn. So Cindy, could you maybe talk about that a little bit in terms of Bank of America? I know we talked about, your partnership with Major League Baseball and being the official bank of Major League Baseball, and there not being even a question of whether there would even be a season.
Yeah, that's right. We would, typically, like other brands, take about 16 to 20 weeks to plan a campaign end to end. And there are so many points along the way where we weren't sure whether there was going to be a season or not. And once we were sure, there was going to be maybe 3 weeks before the season started, because we knew they would have to go back into some sort of spring training. So we, at one point, had a fully baked campaign ready for MLB. And to be candid, there was nothing wrong with that campaign, but it wasn't necessarily responsive to the environment. I mean, we're in the midst of a pandemic. We're in the midst of racial awakening, right? Like work that we had done and invested, frankly, a good bit of time and energy and money, and just didn't feel right anymore. And so I think for some leagues and teams out there, what they tried to do was to almost put out their campaigns that would allow brands to almost opt in on something, baked, and to put our logos against a opt-in sort of campaign. But for us, it didn't feel right either. We were after a little bit more than just coming back to the return of baseball and having our logo slapped across a lot of different assets. That wasn't what we were looking for.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that's kind of, sports marketing has evolved so far beyond the logo slap is the term we all use, that no one wants that anymore, right? So going back to that at this time doesn't really feel good for anybody here and in this room and on this panel. Justin, I'll kick it to you. You talked about, how you actually value the properties that you invest in, and you guys have such a portfolio of sports investments. And the different key elements of those, and then how some of those really went away. And so how do you think about then the value and what the property can actually deliver against those?
Yeah, it's tough, right? Nobody asked to be put in this situation, not the sponsors, not the properties. So I think we started just a lot of empathy and listening and communication, candidly, and hopefully some of the folks that were on some of the panels prior, I mentioned Mike Kitts on a few panels ago, great partner with the Warriors, and I know a lot of our partners are watching. And hopefully they'd all say the same thing. We tried to really take that partnership first approach and approach it with empathy, listen a lot, be in really tight communication, to understand what's going on with the partner, what's going on with the property, what is the league going to do, right? What's going to be announced? How's it going to affect the season? But if I mentioned this on a panel before, which was we have this kind of three-pronged approach, which is we anchor our brands in a stadium, right? For our category, there's very real and significant revenue and profit derived in a stadium when we pour Pepsi. Then we take the marks and the assets we get in partnerships and we activate those in a market, right? If I use the New York City example, I want to anchor my brand at MetLife Stadium or Yankee Stadium, do all the things I can to engage with fans in that environment. I want to activate with the IP and the rights and the assets that I get in the tri-state area. I take that to retail, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of retail outlets, and that helps me get display space and product at faster velocities. Then I want to amplify that with something we also talked about, which was tech, media, and content, right? So if I do all those three things correctly, I get this nice synergistic effect, and it truly does generate scale. What COVID did, unfortunately, was really, at least at the beginning, took away the first two rings of that, which is I couldn't do anything in stadium because things were closed. Now they're open, games are happening, but the fans are in the stands, so almost the same thing. In the market, I was hearing from retailers, our great retail partners, hey, as in the case of baseball, if opening day is not happening on April 1st, I can't sell in a massive Yankees opening day program to tens of thousands of stores in the tri-state area. So I just can't anchor and I can't activate in the market. And so what I really I'm left with is a lot of the media stuff. And that's great. You can still activate in media and do some things, but 2/3 of that value equation was removed. And maybe will be removed going forward in certain sports and certain circumstances to some degree. So it really did turn our traditional value equation on its head. And so we're trying to pivot to figure out what that exactly means. And it is so situationally dependent. It's different for baseball versus basketball, football, and even different in every team deal, right? Just because of the nature of teams or the nature of a market or how a certain deal is built versus another. So, man, it just caused mass chaos and havoc across all of our 70+ team and league deals in North America. I think we did it the right way with our partners. We're still trying to figure it out with some as well. I think some of these discussions are ongoing, and I think we're all anticipating like Make Goods 2.0, right? The second season. If you think about basketball and hockey now starting up, and we already know those are going to be adjusted, and we'll see what happens with baseball. But it's not going away. And I think approach it with that partnership first mentality. Hopefully, we can continue to get through it.
Yeah. I think you guys have all mentioned this, and it's I think a common thread across everything. But you guys have said the word empathy a lot in the conversations I've had with you in terms of like, but at least the first approach of understanding the position that these properties are in, that no one expected this, no one wanted this, and everybody wants to try to solve. On the other side of things, though, I'd be curious to hear from your end, like how much flexibility, knowing that sports partnerships are largely longer term deals, multi-year contracts, pretty like ironclad legal agreements for the most part, with some force majeure language that didn't anticipate a pandemic happening. Like, how much flexibility are you getting from your partners, and how important is that from the league partners and other properties as you think about the relationship going forward? I'll give that to you, Kieran, to start.
Yeah, thanks. So from the outset, I think certainly the partners we've had, when we approached them and said, look, we've got these ton of rights, no more than Justin has pointed out, we'd have some key points that we need to try and develop, whether that's media content, so that they can still be delivered. But in terms of our promotions, our on-the-go interactions, and obviously anything we would do with interaction around stadiums, all removed and hugely affected in the other areas. So we had to come and say, okay, we have a bunch of rights that are centered around those and delivering value for us on those. We pay X dollars towards that. They're all gone. So we need to do something else. And I again, like the idea of being the eternal optimist on this, we saw this as being a great chance for some partners, current or potential future partners, to come to us and say, look, and we put it up to a lot of them, this is how we think it should work. The whole if-then scenario, which we talked about, but it's leadership more so than empathy for me. You see the leagues that have shown true leadership are the ones that have said, this is happening. This is how we're dealing with it. Let me be proactive and come to you with a set of rights that have pivoted from the normal traditional, which we know you rely on to deliver those set of rights. They're off the table. So let's work harder in this areas. And that could be around mental health, life, fitness, health, wellness. They have coaches, they have physiotherapists, they have psychologists on their roster. Suddenly they're becoming the stars inside the portfolio of rights, so that we can leverage those, we can hear what our customers and our consumers are talking about, and we can be more relevant and authentic to them through our partnership. And that they're really, really key, because while we do have empathy and we can work with the partners to a very great degree, at the end of the day, we're partnering for a commercial reason. So we've bought a set of rights for X dollars to deliver Y objective. At the end of it, when we're not reaching Y, we will look back and try and understand, well, how did you help us make X bigger? Because it has to be, or we don't achieve. And we're all held liable to our objectives and our KPIs at the end of it. So it's going to be critical for us. And I think, to your point about force majeure, I'm lucky in that I've a background from the Caribbean, Central America, South Pacific, So force majeure was a clause in my contract, which I was very, very aware of after competitor encroachment, because we were in regions that were susceptible to natural disaster quite commonly, earthquakes, hurricanes, etc. So not so much when I was working in Europe or North America, but that's going to change now. So it's going to be very interesting to see how, I would imagine in the contract conversations, it'll be competitor encroachment number one, force majeure number two, and that whole if then scenario will all be sought after very, very deeply from from brand owners.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. One of the things, Preston, you mentioned to me that I thought is really, really relevant and to what Kieran's saying is some of this new non-negotiables in your agreements going forward. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, exactly. To share what you just said, I mean, nobody can claim, oh, we didn't think this was going to happen anymore, right? Or anytime anybody says, well, that'll never happen in a meeting, we stop and say, okay, that you can't say that anymore because clearly anything can happen in this new world. So we're going through that, and there's a set of 5 or 6 principles that as we've gone through this process with all of our partners, we've really come to these principles. Okay, going forward, if I had to do this again, how could we avoid this? And what it essentially amounts to is almost pre-negotiating almost every possible make good, or at least the most likely make good situations that could arise. So in all of our deals now, and I'll give a shout out to the Philadelphia Eagles, with our kind of first post-COVID deal that we got done. We actually agreed to it Super Bowl before COVID, and then it took 6-7 months to actually figure out the force majeure language and other details. But I point to that as kind of a new gold standard, which is we had a lot of hard conversations up front versus on the back end, which I think is what mostly everybody had to do this summer and this fall. And we just said, hey, if these things happen, which are very likely, candidly, in the case of football, we knew it was going to be affected to some degree. We approached the fall. We said we need to have specific clauses, provisions, protections, and you guys want these things in there too, right? So we're not scrambling on the back end. Down to candidly specific equations that will be put in effect when fans are not in the stands, or when a game is missed, or when 20% of fans are there and not 100%. And so we kind of thought through and got really specific and mathematical down to the equation of what's going to happen. So it's the tough work is being done on the upfront, and on the back end now that things are unfortunately being affected. It's in a respect easy to say, okay, well, here's the exact equation with the clause that's going to govern it. And so it's things like, pausing of payments. It's things like adjusting payments. It's obviously taking things down if certain things ended there. So I think that's going to be a part of every contract we do going forward, without a doubt, to some degree. I think we'll be in a position that each of these things has to be in a contract, but the extent to which it's instituted or applied, I think, is the conversation we'll have with one of our partners on.
Yeah, I know we talked a little bit about flexibility, flexible spending, the ability to take, dollars from maybe one place that they were planned to be spent and put them somewhere else. And as a company, and I've worked at a number of, places across sports, including Major League Baseball on the league side, but mostly more on the media side, where sometimes we had rights. In the case of Barstool, we're not a rights holder to any of the sports. And yet we command a lot of attention of sports fans, but there's sometimes a challenge from our partners who are committed to having to spend where, the games are being broadcast, and particularly when they're not being broadcast, you're looking for places to move your dollars. Do you feel like you're getting that flexibility from the partners to, because if they're not running in their normal seasonality and you need to be in market during that time, how flexible is that?
Me, Deirdre?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think we're getting more flexibility there. To your point, we had the candid conversation. Hey, nothing is happening in stadium. I'm really handcuffed in the market because retailers don't want to activate a kickoff or an opening day or whatever. It's not happening. So media was the one thing that we could really do. So we did pivot, and I think with many of our partners, we got the flexibility, and we appreciate it so much. Got the flexibility to spend outside of what traditionally would have been accepted, on a one-off basis. But hopefully going forward, I think we'd like to see that flexibility extend, obviously, because a lot of times there are controlled media funds or media commitments with stringent guidelines on them. And to open that up, we'll agree to continue to support the team with those dollars or support the sport, right? In the case of a league deal. But we just need to be given a little bit more flexibility to go spend with a bar stool, right? If certain situations arise. So I think that'll be a new concept, and we'll look to do more and more of that in the future.
Yeah, well, big shout out to Pepsi, who are the associate sponsor of our pro football show with Deion Sanders. So that's
love it. It's gonna be great.
Testament to exactly what you're speaking about. A question for Cindy, something that you mentioned that I thought was really interesting is you sit on both sides of it at Bank of America, because in addition to being a brand investing in sports properties like Major League Baseball, you're also a property yourself with sponsors when it comes to the Bank of America Chicago Marathon. So how have you thought about that in terms of your partners on that side of things?
Yeah, it's interesting because we went through all the conversations with our leagues and our partners, and there was just a lot of figuring it out. As a bank, you can imagine we're into the math, we're into the equations, we're into figuring it out in a really logical way, but also being very creative with our partners and trying to figure out what the make goods are. And so when it became our turn as a property owner of the Bank of America Chicago Marathon and figuring it out with our partners, Nike and American Airlines and others, we employed it pretty much the same way. It just gave us a lot of empathy from the other side too, right? Having been through it as someone who invested a lot of money in a lot of these rights, I think, we gave our sponsors a lot of leeway. I think it didn't hurt that thankfully marathons are the kinds of businesses that tend to have pandemics and built into contracts. And so financially, it was easier, I think, for us to make it fully right for our sponsors. And so where they had the appetite to go virtual with us and they saw value in that, that was great. We welcomed them to stay with us and think through how to carry through their rights and their activations. But if they didn't, then it wasn't an issue, frankly.
Got it. We talked a lot about the rights side of things with the leagues and properties, but I think another big thing that folks are wondering about is, your three of you reaction to the Ravens. There was obviously, with no sports on for so long, such a pent up demand for sports on TV, especially as most of us were locked in our living rooms for the most part, and there are very little, little to no events to attend, even sports and otherwise. And there was an expectation that sports would just come roaring back, TV ratings that were better than ever. In most cases, that hasn't been the case. Talk about that a little, how that impacts, your investments, and then we are on the topic of make good. So how do those networks then, make up for that lost audience? And is it, do they do creative things to get you and pitch you ideas, or is it just from one entity to the other? And how do you think about that? I'll let you start with that, Justin.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. We had similar conversations with our network partners on the lost value and how that was going to be delivered. I think in a lot of cases, we did find some creative repurposing of dollars and got at the same approach of whatever impressions we needed to hit or whatever the GRPs were. But candidly, in a lot of conversations with networks and our team partners, we did have to focus on cash back, at least to be a portion of the deal. And everybody was trying to run a business or salvage. Everybody had bosses of different expectations of what we're all supposed to go get or give. So that played into it. I think the broadcasting thing, we were surprised. I was candidly surprised. I thought things were going to be off the charts. I just think it was such a perfect storm of the ongoing concerns with the virus, the political stuff, everything else going on. I'm a firm bullish believer that sports will be back and be back in force, if not more so in terms of ratings and attendance when that is going to be possible. I see it coming back full circle, but it's a dip, and we've had to make the pivot. And I think cashback has been a part of it.
I'd agree, Cindy. I'm sorry, I'm jumping across you here, Cindy, so you can put me back in my box. But I agree with Justin in that I too was a bit surprised on the numbers. But then, if you consider it, the actual valuations of some sports rights and some sports properties have increased. The numbers in some of the media, yeah, they have decreased, but this year has been unlike any other, and there's no need for me to go on about that. But it's a perfect storm because people were pulled left, right, and center. Not only do they have to now think about working from home. A lot of parents out there would have had, family challenges about kids been home from school, or taking care of your parents or your loved ones or what have you. And this whole new way of working, it's very hard to understand the boundary between work life, personal life, or if you're studying or whatever your circumstances were. So the consumption of sport would have changed also. But your regular pattern of playing sport, that also changed because a lot of people were stopped. So everything into the mix just meant that people consume media a lot differently. So if you look at the Bundesliga in Germany as an example, they value not just the media of the actual broadcast of the game, but all forms of media that is consumed, whether that means getting the result of the game, having a 2-minute clip of the goals, or whatever the case is. They actually count that and calculate it as media and total media, and almost rolls into the broadcast element because they view that as consumers that are engaging with the sport. I don't think that we're used to that in North America. We look very much at the ratings on TV and presume, well, that's who consumed what. But there's been different forms of consumption just because people were pulled all over the place. And like Justin, I would be very, very positive, and certainly the rights valuations of leagues at the moment would dictate it, that people will come roaring back, especially when, and again, great news in the recent past about a potential therapeutic. So I think once everything is opened up again, people will really, the human nature of it all, they will really absolutely appreciate that they can participate in sports, whether that's they themselves playing or coaching their kids' team or watching their local side, and ultimately going to, cheer on their local team or the professional team in the area. Everybody just yearns to get back out. I have that feeling. And although consumption will forever change slightly, I think it'll come roaring back.
I told Deidre an interesting story. There are at least 2 leaders in our organization. It's almost like they had a crystal ball. I mean, they called it. They said, in terms of make good and in terms of getting our value, we need to get it within the first 4 to 6 weeks of a season starting back up again. We just felt like, the pent-up demand, the audience, the passion would be the strongest within the first 4 to 6 weeks of the sport returning. And that indeed for us played out. Like we were just like, we're going to go all in on those first 4 to 6 weeks. And if it means that, it goes the full season and you don't see us again in a big way in the postseason, we decided that was going to be okay. And so that really played out very well for us in a couple of places where you saw the audiences dropped, where there was an oversaturation of sports, there was racial awakening happening, there was the elections heating up. We just knew based on a number of those factors that you were likely going to see the audience drop, and we saw that pan out, I feel like.
Yeah, it seems like that was, you mentioned the crystal ball. It seems like it was a really smart strategy that you guys employed there. This has been great, you guys. I know, again, as I started it out, say, like, it's not the most glamorous topic, but it's one that, like, we're all in this business, living, breathing day in and day out. And it was nice of you to say that we don't live this barstool, but we do. We have a lot of sports programming that was canceled, and we've been able to make up for it with other content that we've born out of the pandemics, a lot of new ideas and shows, but it's caused for everybody to work really collaboratively, and I think the creativity and the collaboration that it's driven in the industry is hopefully, to Kieran's point, a bigger opportunity for the future. And now that we all understand certain importance of certain legal clauses in contracts a little bit better, we'll be smarter about that in the future as well. But thank you guys, Justin, Cindy, Kieran, for joining. Really appreciate it. I'll kick it back to Nick to take us to the discussion.
Hey, thanks so much, Deirdre. And again, thanks, Cindy, Justin, and Kieran for joining us. I think that, Deirdre hit on a great point, though. I think that hopefully we only have to do this one time. Hopefully this isn't the annual thing where we're doing this, for the future. And hopefully you're, old in a job 5-10 years from now. You're talking about the most challenging year ever, and it wasn't some stupid deal that's really hard today. It was probably, the fact that you were taking great partners you've been friends with, you've been partners with for 10, 15, 20 years and having these tough conversations. And hopefully you're still partners with them 5-10 years from now, and you guys both weather through it and are better for it. So, and speaking with this, it really kind of fits into our last one, which is partnership. And I think that, often too many times we're looking at partnerships as one-sided. It's always more about the fact of like, what can the property do for you? What can the property do to help, a Pepsi or a Bank of America or an Anheuser-Busch, to achieve their objectives. And one of the things we often leave on the table is what can, we as brands do for our partners? Everything from selling tickets to driving their own campaigns to even helping amplify, their new rookie. I think that is one thing that these three brands have done an amazing job at over the course of the last, 4 or 5 years. And even most importantly, when you look at new entries to this space like Lance, where gambling continues to be, and resorts continues to be one of the fastest growing categories, and what can they do to help drive your image, drive hospitality and everything else. So joining us today is Lance Evans, Senior Vice President of Sports and Entertainment for MGM Resorts International, as well as Carrie Tillman, who serves as VP of Global Brand Development at Harman International. You probably see a lot of her brands across the NBA and other places. And last but not least is Lindsay Ulray from our friends at American Express. Three of the biggest brands, but also finding ways to help promote their partners and not just promote themselves. Moderating this afternoon session is actually Sandy Brown, who's the commissioner of Major League Lacrosse. So again, appreciative of everybody's time, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. Sandy, I will kick it over to you.
Nick, thank you. Guys, good to see you again. Thank you for all that are watching today, and I guess it's been an incredibly exciting and informative day. But I guess they always say they save the best for last, so we have a high bar to be able to cross here. And I think by the time this is over, we'll all be ready for a well-deserved Michelob Ultra to enjoy our conclusion. To follow up on Nick's comments, I'd like to thank our august panel today, Carrie, Lindsay, and Lance. They all come from very distinct brands that have had to deal with a host of different issues over the course of the last 8 months. And at the same time, we also have one brand that is in an environment that is actually burgeoning, and I know we're going to want to talk a lot about that. To get us started, let me just continue with one of the major themes of today's panels, which is how we've activated in a COVID impacted environment. I think 3 watchwords for me this year have been nimble, creativity, and patience. And I think those that are from where I sit and from where you sit, we've all had to exercise that to the nth degree. And I think, when we get into a relationship from a league to a brand, it really is a partnership. It's a relationship. And I would say that in no time in our industry, certainly in our lifetimes probably, have we had to be in a situation where the two have really had to coexist and work together to try to solve problems so that we can effectively activate all the different things that our brands want to be able to activate and the properties want to activate. So with that, I'll just throw this out to the group. Where have you pivoted in a key relationship in this environment? We've had some incredible examples of that already today, from starting with this morning. But what can you share from some of your own experiences? Carrie, why don't we start with you?
Okay, great. It was interesting. I think the biggest thing for us was when everything started to shut down and the world sort of seemed like it was slowing somehow. We really stepped back and we started thinking about what could we, JBL as a brand, do to help, right? So a lot of the times when you're thinking about marketing, you're thinking about how do I promote my brand? And there was a shift for us to really thinking about, is there a way that we can genuinely help people and what they're dealing with and what's going on? And so where we spend some time and effort in in sort of in the social causes, we went to our partners and said, we really want to go out and do something into the marketplace, and we want to figure out how we can help what's happening. And with headphones and online learning, we quickly figured out that there was this interesting need for people to be able to have headphones. We worked with our partners and talked with them to say, hey, is there something that you're working with or doing, or people that you're meeting with, that could help with this? And quickly we've realized that everyone was looking to do something. And so being able to stop and have conversations with our partners was really important. And to be able to share with them our thoughts on how we could potentially help in a situation like this, which was better than and more important than a true sort of marketing activation.
All right, great. Lindsay?
Yeah, I would say for us, you mentioned 3 themes, and I would echo back with very similar themes. For me, this year was all about empathy, communication, and agility. We had a set of partners going through likely the most challenging year in their history, and in industries that were so heavily impacted, as I know everyone here knows. And in some cases, we've been partners with some of those for as many as 27 years. So really approaching this year as truly people first and with empathy was a huge focus for us. And then in terms of how as a brand we think about pivoting, really communication and agility were key. We have a huge focus at Amex on fan access and engagement, and really that information around decisions to postpone an event, cancel an event, have fans or not. Those were critical pieces to how we would show up. For example, we offer card member pre-sales to most of our partner events. So when one of those events made a decision not to have fans, you oftentimes will go to the place where you purchased that ticket through for information. So we had to make sure that ticketing refund policies were clear and that our servicing teams across social, phone channels, et cetera, were prepared for that massive influx of questions from our customers. So really for us, it was about setting the groundwork in terms of customer service, which our brand is synonymous with, before we could really then talk about how we're going to get out and really back our customers from a marketing or experience standpoint. So just to sum up, I would say close collaboration and communication with our partners was really the new normal of where we had to be to pivot our plans.
Can you talk a little bit about the U.S. Open and how you pivoted with the USTA? Obviously, access to customers is such an important part of what you guys do. And how did you all make that work this year?
Yeah, I mean, for those who have been to the U.S. Open, there's something so special and electric about being there. And the fans is truly what brings that into the event. And we see our role at the live event of really elevating that fan experience. So this year, definitely a serious shakeup to our strategy. But we had the same objectives. We still wanted to engage fans. We wanted them to have that elevated, great experience. So it was truly about co-creation with the USTA about how we could still do that. And so just a couple of examples of how we did that this year. The first was a brand new program with them called the US Open Fan Cam, which actually allowed fans globally to, through the US Open app, be part of the in-stadium experience, cheering on their favorite players. And then for our card members, kind of a layer on top of that, you got to ask a question to the winning player for the chance to be featured on ESPN, which was very cool. And then, especially for our customers, we knew they were craving those kind of shared experiences. You're used to being in the stadium with friends, with family. So how can we recreate some of that magic of Arthur Ashe at home? So we created the American Express Virtual Center Court Club, which was really a ticketed virtual suite experience where they could watch the US Open alongside Anthony Anderson and Jonathan Van Ness, which I don't know about you guys, for me at the US Open, half of it is about the celebrity sightings too. So we thought, how can we really bring that full 360 experience to people at home who really, really wanted to be there? So those are just a couple of examples, but can't credit the USTA enough for really bringing us in early and partnering with us on some of these new programs.
Carrie, we heard from RICARDO Marquez earlier about Ultra Courtside. You all obviously are a sponsor of the NBA. How did you all deal with the bubble this year?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting with the bubble and our relationship with the NBA. We've shifted a little bit, and we do more with teams and players. So we really stayed out of the bubble, and because there was a lot of unknown that was working there. And so when we went to activate this year, we really went to where can we reach our consumers, and we could reach our consumers through our teams and our players in a really big way, because everybody was looking at how do we get better at digital. And what we realized was where you were limited in how you could reach consumers before, because you could reach them in arena. The digital play, consumers were craving information. They had more time to go look for it. They had time to go search for it. So anytime you could create more content outside of their viewing experience, so outside of the game, was where we were able to really find the benefit of our partners and leveraging them and trying to get more content out there that wasn't just about the game. And that really helped us expand our reach as we were looking to activate.
And would you, if as you go forward and you look at the 2021 season where you may or may not be able to do some of the things that you would in a normal year, what learnings would you take out of what you experienced this year? Would you apply them to 2021 or going forward?
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting question. I absolutely think there were some good learnings. We actually have an event that's coming up in a couple of weeks. It's actually in gaming. We launched gaming headphones this year, and you know, a lot of the in-person events that you used to have, where people would go in and they would have these massive cups and playoffs. So we were looking to figure out how can you reach more people in other ways. So we're creating our own JBL Quantum Cup, which is the name of our new headphones, and we're partnering with three of the bigger games. Valorant is one, Fortnite is another, to bring experiences to consumers, to play with players, whether they're gamers or some of our ambassadors, to give them new experiences that they weren't really looking for before. So what I think this season taught us and what this year taught us was there are a lot of other ways to reach consumers. And so trying to find a way to pivot and create experiences that they couldn't have before. It's Lindsay, like you were saying, how do you, either it was something that we were already doing and doing it a little differently, or bring them something that they weren't even looking for as a way to engage. So this Quantum Cup is not only can you play to win, but you can actually just win by watching. And there's a huge piece of watching that goes into the gaming piece. So it's just trying to be creative in finding the consumer, you know, where they're looking for engagement.
So as someone who comes from the content industry, content really is king. And I think that has been, again, a recurring theme today in terms of how brands have been able to pivot in this kind of environment. There's one brand out there that has more content than you can shake a stick at, which is MGM. And Lance, there's probably really not much content that you don't touch in your own job. Can you talk a little bit about what you guys are doing, especially in a space that is absolutely on fire right now? How are you guys dealing with that? You know, how are you looking at where you're trying to take MGM at this point?
Yeah, we're kind of at two completely opposite ends of the spectrum, right? You have Las Vegas, which thrives on visitation and entertainment and sports from a live viewing perspective, that is non-existent today. To the other side of that, which is sports betting and iGaming, which is an absolute emerging business. So what we've had to do is prioritize the online business. We're still that business specifically isn't nationwide yet, so you're still at a limited number of states that you can operate in. But that business is growing rapidly, and all the things that we're doing within the organization are pushed towards that business because it's operating at full efficiency. On the other side of that, the business is still functioning in Las Vegas. We still have visitation. We still have shows actually just started back up last week with limited capacities, but we still have to find ways to drive interest in the market because that's today, obviously our biggest business. Sports betting and iGaming are growing, but they're still not to the magnitude of our land-based business.
So we talked about this a lot, just in terms of the fact that you're engaging with fans very differently than you probably normally would. When we get back to a sense of normalcy, what changes? Are you going to be able to do some of the same things that, as I said earlier, Carrie and I were just discussing that, where you had to make some changes, or do you think that you're going to be able to do some of the same things after the fact?
For our business specifically, I think the sports betting business will continue to grow, continue to thrive as long as there's sports taking place. And I think in a fanless environment, it intrigues people to stay engaged. So I think it benefits, obviously the sport as well, to keep viewership up, to keep people engaged in sports, even when there's multiple events going on at one time. When you think about our land-based business, I think we have to take a kind of a long-term view on it, right? So we still have, an NHL franchise, a new NFL franchise, a WNBA franchise, all in the city, and we thrive on large-scale events like boxing matches, UFC fights, large-scale sporting events, and major concerts. So we can't lose sight of that vision, because that drives visitation, that drives commerce. But in the meantime, we do have to put a lot of extra emphasis on our sports betting and online gaming business.
You also own the WNBA Aces, which I believe is part of your remit. What lessons have you taken from what the NBA has done this year in terms of how you look at working with your partners at the WNBA?
We have a league partnership with both the NBA and the WNBA. They're great partners. We own the WNBA team, the Las Vegas Aces, who were in the bubble or the wubble in Florida. The learnings are there is that, like, obviously, look, I think everyone wants spectators back and fans back, but there was an amazing quality product on the floor still, which had incredibly high ratings, specifically in the WNBA side, the highest ratings that they've ever had. So I think on the good side, you're seeing that still a quality product on the floor, regardless of sport, but also the opportunity to get new eyeballs on sports that people haven't had a chance to look at or haven't really shown a lot of interest in the past.
Is there an activation outside of your organization, any three of your organizations, that you guys look at that you just say that there's an aha moment that really has just sort of captivated you and something that you think about going forward? Anything?
I personally just loved how some brands still did physical activations in the midst of COVID, right? And I think it was a great learning that not everything great had to be digital or virtual during the pandemic. A couple of examples that come to mind. And look, these are pretty simple, but to me, super impactful, super fun, got a lot of buzz. Pepsi, I know Justin just spoke in the last panel. Pepsi did their Tailgate at Home program where they brought kind of this epic tailgate to a Jets fan's front yard, and then I think sent it out in a more scaled way in Tailgate in a Box experiences. And then one of my favorite ones, a friend in California told me about, was Wendy's turning one of their drive-through locations into a drive-through haunted house and kind of linking it to a social program for free Frosties on Halloween. So to me, it doesn't have to be complicated, and it didn't even have to be digital to be impactful, but just kind of what are those smart things that really meet a customer need, and that people are really still craving these in-person experiences if they're executed safely.
No, and absolutely. And what about the community? We heard a lot about community over the course of today, where people have really utilized. That's been part of the pivot, is really getting more involved in the community in terms of some of their activations. where do you guys stand on that? How have you guys been able to do the same in your respective, with your respective brands?
Well, I mean, I talked a little bit about, some of the donations that we were doing, and some of that. I think, there's sometimes you get lucky and you can donate, and so things like headphones. If anybody has kids and you have 2 or 3 kids in online learning at the same time, being able to put a pair of headphones on and kind of block things out is helpful. So we stopped to just look again to say, like, where can we kind of add that? Where can we add that value? But a little bit to your question, your earlier question, which I thought was interesting, is I think consumers actually gave us some interesting insights in what could happen, right? So the rise of Zoom and the DJ parties that were happening, and the fact that you would have never thought to say, I'm going to get on a Zoom call with 30 of my closest friends and kind of just hang out and party and drink by myself with other people. So I think it was the ingenuity of consumers that was so interesting in this time, and how they looked to engage. And I think brands can learn a lot about their consumers just by watching just what was going on. And at first, some things you'd be like, no one would ever go to a drive-through, haunted house. And then you're like, I want to get out of the house. I'm in for a drive-through haunted house. So I think it's just interesting, one, how resilient we are, and people can be when they're thinking about, how do I engage and how do I keep interested in things. And so that I was always surprised with sort of the different things that people were able to come up with.
Right. Well, that goes back to my point earlier, which is just, it's all about creativity.
Right.
I mean, that's been a huge watchword, for all of us. What about digital and social, just in terms of your, utilizing that as an asset? That again, another theme today of a lot of marketers that really turn to the digital and social to be able to try to drive message and drive engagement in an environment where they can't actually have that, that one-to-one connection with fans. Lance?
So when I think about utilizing digital and social, especially in today's environment, I think about what's going to get us the maximum return on exposure. And so I think both back to your last question and this one is, how do we engage customers and sporting fans and also benefit the community? I thought about 2 very specific examples. One is we did a online poker tournament with PGA Tour and LPGA Tour professionals to raise money for the MGM Resorts Foundation, which all the proceeds went to our employees who were impacted and furloughed because of COVID-19. So utilizing our sponsored assets and these athletes who were basically at that time sitting at home doing nothing, to engage them to do a digital-based poker that kind of resonated with our core brand of gaming and sports, I thought was relevant and timely, and then beneficial to the community because it helped our employees. A second piece of that is, how do we engage the fans digitally and socially? I think our WNBA team did a good job. They actually engaged socially in a meaningful way. They've always done well from that standpoint. They actually had someone down in the bubble to be part of that experience. But I think, fans can't be as close today to the action as they were before. So you need to have, a more thorough, more comprehensive, and more detailed relationship socially than before.
Yeah. I mean, I think about it from our perspective. I mean, I've always felt sports are tribal. We're a community-based league, so we spend a lot of time in the community, working in the communities in which our teams reside, because we're all about trying to drive new fans anyway. And now it's a business imperative to be able to do it because you're not able to connect with them, as you normally would. As we think out to 21, 22, I'd love to get a prediction from each of you in terms of where do you think this is going? And obviously, Lance, you're playing with a whole different deck of cards, no pun intended, in terms of what the opportunity is for for online gambling in this country. But curious to get your take on that.
Well, obviously we're bullish on sports betting and iGaming rolling out across the country. We like the product that we have. We like the position that we're in. We like the alignment between our online business and our land-based business to pair it up for a winning combination for the customer. We also think, and I think I said this before, that having an engaged fan is good for everybody. It's good for the sport because people are watching more, which means more people are watching the brands being activated, like Harman and American Express. So I think that us being more ingrained into that business is good for all. So I think that's a pretty obvious answer. When you're talking about predictions for 21 and 22, I'm hopeful. I'm going to go with hopeful here that you have fans in attendance in some capacity, and capacity is rising, right? So the economics of sports rely on fans, and obviously in our business, it also visitation drives commerce. So we want to plan for the worst, but hope for the best. So the only way to do that is to have a plan in place that's going to make sure that fans are having a safe experience in our buildings.
Visitation certainly does drive commerce, no question about that. Lindsay?
I would say I am very bullish about the return of fans. Maybe that's naive, but I'm certainly ready to get back out there whenever they tell me it's safe. But I think there's going to be new demands from fans that properties and brands are going to have to listen to. I think really interestingly for us, the shift to cash-free, contactless payments, the whole evolution there in terms of what people are going to want to do in terms of speed and efficiency, getting in and out of concession stands, point of sale moments, et cetera. The shift to digital ticketing, potentially, certainly heavier focus on health and safety at every step of the customer journey, including knowing what you're signing up for before even getting on site and an experience. And then potentially things like more flexible refund policies, or at least more marketed and clear refund policies from a lot of the properties. And then I think, honestly, brands starting to think about what is the right balance of digital and physical. I think, some brands are more digital right now. Some are more physically invested in live event activations. And certainly digital and virtual are the go-tos right now. But how brands will think about balancing their investment, I think, will be rethought, both within their individual campaigns or activations, but also within their broader portfolios as well.
Carrie?
The world has been moving into this digital social space, right? So COVID 10 years ago would have been much more painful, I think, than it is right now, right? So it has allowed us to take what we've already been doing and figure out how to do it better. Our e-com business is through the roof. We think about the products that JBL brings to the table, on the go, portable, home, right? So we've been able to be with consumers on this journey through this year. We're really thinking about how do we look at sort of the activations going out, doing it in a way that fits our brand, right? JBL is about life amplified. So how do we continue to bring that to consumers, whether they are back at home, back out of home and back in the environments and experiencing the game, or can you bring them in the experiences where that idea of amplified can come to life in either place. And so, as I said before, it is about the creativity. It is about figuring out how do you bring consumers the activity that they want. And if they're not comfortable leaving their home to do it, you bring it to them where they are. So I think it's going to be about being flexible and figuring out, because there are people who are still not going to leave their house 6 months from now. And so, but yet they want to be engaged. So it is really going to be figuring out how you craft your message to reach the consumer where they want to be. And there are going to be fewer people maybe who are willing to go out in that environment. And I think, the change in social and the environment and how people consume their content has shifted so much, it's going to allow us to do that.
One of the comments that was made earlier today about and I know we're sort of talking a little bit of chalk and cheese here, but just the importance of audio in terms of the customer experience. Bringing customers closer to the action. I can just say, given my television background, it's the one of the things that is absolutely paramount to really improving production value is basically it's bringing the action off the field into the living room or onto the phone or onto the tablet or what have you. And creative audio is such an important part of and is going to be even a greater part of a fan experience. And I think obviously that goes right to what you guys are trying to do. Listen, I have probably taken up way too much time, but I just want to thank you all for giving us your time today. It's been a great panel and it's been a great day, and we certainly appreciate being included. And I wish you guys the very best for the holiday season. So, David, I'll turn it back over to you.
Again, thank you. No, we can't hear you, Dave.
We can't hear you.
That's weird. I was just saying thank you so much. This is great. Kerry, it's always great to see you. Lance, Lindsay, fantastic stuff. Thank you so much for joining. And of course, Sandy, amazing job leading this discussion. It's been a pleasure having you all. I know we could probably talk about a lot of this stuff ad nauseum, but we're going to wrap today. But the good news for you guys and for everybody else, as I mentioned at the beginning, this is just part one of what's going to be an 8-part series for us. So hopefully we'll keep these conversations going throughout next year, and we'll continue to talk about some of the innovative work that's being led, the way that you guys are adapting and rethinking this new world. And again, it was a pleasure having you all. So with that, I will thank everybody for tuning in. We do have a 2-hour session tomorrow where we're going to have 2 panel discussions to continue today's conversations about athlete and talent partnerships and how that falls into the broader realm of sports marketing and sponsorships, and another one specifically focused on the challenge brands in the category and doing more with less with brands like TB12 and Tracksmith. So amazing job today, everybody. Thank you so much to everybody who tuned in and everybody who reached out to me throughout the day on email and on LinkedIn. We're excited to get you involved next time around. And with that, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.